bootcamp and 2 days long bootcamp. So today we will start with JavaScript, and following that we'll go to React. So JavaScript was started, a bit of the basic is remaining, and then after that we're going to do DOM programming, then async JavaScript, then ES6, and then we have started with React. And React will cover both of those things, class-based component as well as hook-based component. So both of those things are required if you know a bit of React. So someone will take, okay, the hook base is only required. No, hook base first you have to learn the class base, then only hook base is there, because there are some things in the class base which you all need to do. And if you are going to go to any project which is around 3-4 years or old, that will be using a class based component. So you cannot say that you will always work in the latest technology and not the latest thing. So those things happen. So, and again today also, one sec, let me see whether I'm live or not. Okay, so yeah, so I think I'm live. So let me start. Welcome all, and again, yeah, it is going. So welcome all. Today also there will be 3 attendance form. Let me also write that. Today also 3 attendance forms will be given. Today also 3 attendance form will be given. So please fill all those 3 attendance form, and first attendance form will be given around, means maybe 1 hour after this, and second towards the lunch, and third towards the end. Okay, so that is there. And let us get started soon, because we have a lot to cover, actually, lot to cover. So let's get started. Okay, so yeah, good morning all. Yeah, so one thing was remaining here in JavaScript, which was the functions, means JavaScript basics. And so first let me do that. JSBin, again I'll do a JSBin, and JavaScript and console. So as I've told earlier also, JavaScript is a function oriented language. Okay, so function plays a very important role in JavaScript. Although in ES6, which you are going to learn last in JavaScript, your classes were introduced, but classes are used, but not classes are used heavily also in Angular and React. But what React is finding, that classes doesn't bind well, and they causes a lot of problem. That is the main reason React is moving to hook based component, which is again a functional component. So they added their main functionality in the functional component. Earlier they thought the main functionality will be only in class based component, but class were causing some problem in JavaScript as a whole. It is causing some problem in JavaScript, some confusion, whether it was making the language much more complicated because of the classes. As with object oriented programming languages, C++, Java, they are very much complicated. Okay, but Angular still have classes, and Java and React also have classes. You have to learn a bit of classes, not in that depth as like OOPS and all. So bit of classes which we are going to cover in ES6, because that much only is there in JavaScript. Okay, so let get so please go through the yesterday's one also, yesterday's, and put the attendance in all 3. I think it will be given by the live chat will be there. Please go through that. Okay, so functions. Okay. So functions. So what are functions? We have briefly saw functions when I was teaching let and var. So again, let us see the method number 1. So there are 4 methods to declare functions in JavaScript, because JavaScript is mainly a function-oriented language. So method, until 2015, from 1995 till 2015, there was no concept of classes in JavaScript. First one is known as function declaration. First one is known as function declaration. So function declaration. What is function declaration? In function declaration, we use a keyword function. So JavaScript have this keyword function, and that will do an add nums. I have add nums. So functions generally have some common function, common thing, like I have add num function, which will add 2 nums, and it is like any nums you can pass, any numbers you can pass. So add nums, it will take 2 parameters, num1 comma num2. 2 parameters it will take, and you have to start with like this. function body is like in this curly bracket, and then I'll have a console.log of num1 plus num2. Okay, so now it is there. If I run it, nothing will run because I have to call it. Even though it's not a function declaration, I have to call the function, and that is what functions is all about. So I'll go to add nums, and I will do maybe 30 and 20, and now it will run. So this is how you call a function. So it will give me 50, and functions are because I can call this 100 times also, like 130 plus 20, like this. I can call it 100 times also, and it will be like this. Okay, so they are known as, this is the function basic thing, and this is a basic way to declare a function. In JavaScript we have this function keyword. If you're coming from a Java or C++ background, there we have a return type. So in this kind of a function which don't have anything written, say I'm telling about Java or C++, anything, or C also, you write void there, because in all these languages you always have to give the return type. Okay, they're object oriented language, but there also we have all these functions and all. Okay, so there you write void if you don't return anything, but that is not in the case of JavaScript. JavaScript is a loosely typed language. You have to write only function. Okay, like this. Yesterday 3 forms were given. Daily 3 forms are given. Okay. Daily 3 forms will be given. Yesterday also 3 forms were given. Okay, total 6 forms, because we are putting our effort, so people are expected to put their effort in attending it, because this is not done on YouTube. What we are doing here, this bootcamp, 18 hours long bootcamp, nobody does this on YouTube. You go anywhere, nobody does this 18 hours crazy boot camps. Okay, so we do it for all of you people, this crazy kind of boot camps, that so that we can teach everything. See, we teach everything what is there in our persona, means paid boot camps. We teach everything here also. We don't keep anything to ourselves. Everything is teach here. Only the thing in the paid bootcamp, the thing is different. You get more mentorship. That is the difference is there. You get more hand holding. But the thing is that we don't keep knowledge to ourselves. Everything we know, we teach. Okay, that is like that. And so you are also expected to fill everything. Okay, that is there. So that is there. And function. Okay, so add nums, it is like this. So now the next method is, so let me copy this, and the next method is now known as a function expressions. Next method is known as, and so the function expressions, before learning function, although I have written function expression, before learning function expression, I want to tell what is the return type in a function. What is the return type? So let us do that, but I will change the function name to maybe multinums. So multinums I'll do, and I will call it a multinums here. I'll do a multiply here, simple multiply, and if I clear it and run it, so I will get a 600. Okay, that is okay. But what is the return type? What is the return type in a function? And and this return type is there in almost every programming language. It's not like that it is exclusive to JavaScript. So here we were doing just console log, but if I do a return like this, then what will happen? This is something which you can do in any other programming language also. You can return something. I'm returning what? So 30 and 20 are going, and 600 should be returned. But 600 is returning, but it is not showing anywhere. Why it is not showing anywhere? Because when 600 is returned, when you return something, okay, you have to catch it. And one more thing I want to tell here, in most other programming languages like C, C++, Java, what happens? So if you're not from that background, don't worry. I'm just telling it for if some people are from that background. So we are not teaching here. I also don't know Java and C++, but I've done 20 years back, because they are dinosaur languages. I'm a dinosaur, so I have done those languages. You don't have to do that. So that is there. So num1 into num2 is there. Okay, so num1 into num2 is there. So I'm doing some return type. So when you do some return type in those languages, so we actually write something like what is the return type, like int. It is returning an integer, so I have to write that int. But in your JavaScript, you don't have to do those things. As I've told earlier, JavaScript is a loosely typed language. So you just write the function here, even for if you're returning something. So when we are returning something, then what happens? Another we come back we'll come back to the problem. We're returning something, but I'm not getting it anywhere. I'm just sending the data in the parameters, but I'm not getting it anywhere. Actually, when you return something, you have to catch it. It is like this: there is a player A, who is multi-num. He's throwing some ball, then some other player have to catch it, or else you will not get it. If this function is throwing a ball, the other player have to catch it. This function is a player, and he or she is throwing a ball, the other one have to catch it. So how to catch it? So to catch it, there are two ways. So first way is that I'll do a const multi. I'll create a variable like const multi, and then I can catch the thing. But even if I catch it, I don't know, means whether whether the player have to catch it or not. The player have to show it to the umpire. That ball, the player have to show it to the umpire. So how do I show it to the umpire? I show it to the umpire by legs. Console.log. Okay, see umpire, I have catched the ball. And this is how the umpire will came to know. 600 is there. Okay, 600 is there. So this is how you have to do. Yeah, when some function returns something, you have to catch it in a variable and then it will show it. But one thing is that I can omit all these things. In like creating a thing. But in most production code, you will do this thing. But here I just want to show. So what I will do, I'll just cut it out and I will just remove this thing. This line I will remove and I will put it here. I'll put it here. And let it run it, and it will be 600. And okay, so it is like this. It will be 600. Okay, so directly we're going to do now like on this only directly we are going to do. Okay, so that is there. And but we're still not learned about function expression. So what are function expression? Actually, we're only learning about the return type. So function expression are also from the starting of JavaScript from 1995. And that what happened since and this is something which can happen only in JavaScript, because JavaScript is very much functional oriented language. And it is also, there is one saying in JavaScript that functions are first class citizens in JavaScript. Okay, so that is there. And so const here, what is there, the second way is that const multinum. I will create a variable multinum. I will make it equal to this, and equal to I write something as function. And this kind of things I think we are going to learn in a bit detail in the next week, which we are going to do some tough JavaScript, which is actually not required for you to get a job, but something you should know. So next week, Monday to Friday, we are going to do some advanced to master JavaScript. Okay, so that is there. Okay, and one thing I want to know, I will tell whatever I'm teaching today, it is more than enough. You don't need to master JavaScript to learn ReactJS. Now, the bootcamp is like that. The main focus is to learn ReactJS to get a job. So if your main focus is to learning or mastering JavaScript, please do attend this coming week JavaScript mastery thing. And here the main focus is to get your job. So in job, you're going to code in React, not in JavaScript, not in vanilla JavaScript. You're going to code in React. Okay, that is like that. So, and we are going to soon shift to React also after completing JavaScript. Const multinum function I have taken, and this return I am doing. So it is doing like this. So function expressions are like this. I will create a function. I will create a variable, and then I will make it equal to a function which doesn't have any name. These are also known as anonymous function. But if you run it, clear it, and run it, it will give me 600. So that is like that. So now pattern number 3 is what is known as arrow function. So we've seen this briefly in for each, and it is actually very powerful. This arrow function is very powerful, and it was introduced in ES6 in 2015. ES6, okay, so quite new. And in this, what happened, actually we convert this function expression only in a way. Arrow function came out from function expression. So let us have something else here. Let us have something else like modnums, and modnums modnums will be like modulus gives us the remainder. So it will give me the remainder of 10. So that is it. So it is not an arrow function. Now it is a function expression only. So we'll change it to arrow function. Arrow function, what happens, we remove the function keyword, and then we have Like after this we'll have a equal to and greater than. Please don't put a space here. This is one thing. So like this we do the arrow function, and if I clear it and run it, it will give me 10 only. So what is the benefit of arrow function? First thing is this is a much modern syntax, and you'll see one other benefit. I will tell condensed arrow function next, and because the condensed arrow functions are used a lot in for each and all those things. Okay. And the other thing is that there is this keyword which we are going to learn in classes, which is a very big problem in JavaScript. That this keyword we are going to learn in classes, and in React also we are going to see that, okay, that this keyword causes a lot of problem. So the this keyword binds very well with the arrow function. Okay, a normal function it doesn't binds very well. And what is binding and all we are going to learn. Okay, and what is this keyword we are going to learn a bit. Okay, so that is there a bit, because this keyword is very, it's a very big topic. Actually, one person had written a whole book on this keyword. There is a set of 4 books which is known as You Don't Know JS. If you want to master JavaScript, you can learn from that book, and it will take you 2 years. 2 years to learn from that whole book. I have also not learned from that book. I know a brief of the book. Okay, so from some other place I have learned a brief of the book. I do learn. I do want to teach you all also next week a brief of the book, because the book itself is so huge. It's a 4 book volume, and it's a really good book if you want to master JavaScript. But nobody have the time for 2 years. For 2 years, if you learn JavaScript, you'll not get a job, or else you're already doing a job, and then you want to master JavaScript. That's a good time to master JavaScript. Okay, that you have a stable job, you want to stay in that job for 2 years and all. You master JavaScript, it will benefit it for you for the rest of your life. Okay, so that is there. So method number 4, and so we'll do the method number 4 now, which is like condensed arrow function. What is condensed arrow function? So this was the normal arrow function, and we have this thing. So what is condensed arrow function? Condensed arrow function is like this. If you have only one return statement, which is a case in a lot of places, like the for each, it is a case, and something map and all we are going to learn. So there also it is a case. So there you will learn that, okay, so we generally have a one return statement and one curly bracket. So in that, what will happen, I can remove, so it's a shortcut. I can remove these 2 things. I can remove this curly bracket, I can remove this return statement, and now it will be like this. Okay, instead of modnum, I'll do a divnum. So it is different, and divnums, I'll do divnums and clear it, run it. So okay, it seems like same. So let me make it 40. Okay, clear it, run it, 0, because it is exactly divisible by 20. Okay, so that's why. Okay, I don't want actually this. I want to divide actually. I want to divide. Okay, sorry. Okay, so 2 is coming. That is okay. So that is there. So you can do it like this, okay, in condensed arrow function. But there is one more thing in condensed arrow function, which is like this. Suppose I don't have this thing, second parameter I don't have. I will give like 5, and then I will come here and I will remove this thing. Okay, so this is normal. Okay, this is normal. But if I have only one parameter, it is not necessary to give this bracket, which are so used to give the parameters. Okay, so everybody in every other programming language we give parameters with this thing, but we can remove that thing. Okay, so it will be like this. Okay, so this is the condensed arrow function, and we are done with the basics of JavaScript. And this is something which I am going to give you on. And now we will be going towards a DOM, which we DOM program. DOM we are going to do in VS Code. So one thing I want to tell, I was thinking that, okay, I will do it from here and right click and create a DOM basics folder. But soon we are going to change gears and go to React. And React, you have to be a bit good, not it's like terminal ninja. You have to at least know those, what is mkdir, what is cd, what is np, how to npm install. So you have to open your terminal. In Windows also you have a terminal which is known as command line. Open that. But I will tell, please, if you're working, yeah, most of you, I know you're using Windows. So Linux, if you're using, then definitely you'll have this thing, command line there. And in Mac also command line is there. So Windows also cmd is the cmd is very bad command line. Okay, so there is a command line known as git bash. git bash. Please, if you're using Windows, please install the git bash. It is easily available, and you can go there and you can download it for Windows, and it will be there. So please use the git bash. Okay, so like this, what is there? I'm in this folder. I will create a directory with the mkdir command. I'm not going to tell much command like mkdir, and I'm going to write dom basics cd dom basics. I've done it here. I could have done it from here also. Okay, so this DOM basics is created. I could have done directly right. If you are still not comfortable, do right click and new folder and create a DOM basic. Go into that folder, open VS Code there. And VS Code opening also, there is a shortcut for opening the VS Code, which is like code dot. And since VS Code is a Microsoft product, it works very well in Windows. Windows is also Microsoft. VS Code is also Microsoft. And this command, I think by default it works. In Mac, I have to add this command. Okay, add this thing. Okay, so that is there, and this is how it is there, and this will open the VS Code. Okay, code dot you can do to open the VS Code. Okay, so let me now make it a bit okay, like this much is okay, and this much is okay. And now I'm going to do write index.html style.css and main.js. This is how you write JavaScript file with the JS. And VS Code will give you nice color of icons and all those things it will give you. Okay, so that will be given. So index.html, I'll come again and do a, which I've told yesterday also, not and tab. And it will be open like this. I will write a DOM basics. Then I will link the CSS. Link the CSS. Now, the thing is that I will copy some code. Actually, we are anyways short on time, so for the HTML I'll explain the code. So what I have done, and format it. How to format it? You do a Windows Shift P, it will open this thing and click on format selection. It will format it so it will look nice. Okay, so one thing, so let me also open this. It will go live. Okay, so this is looking like this, and all it is there. And also let me have some CSS, because we are going to learn JavaScript now, not CSS. So let me add some CSS also, and I will explain both of them, CSS a bit, and yeah, both of them I'll explain, no problem. So CSS also I have added, and see, without CSS it is looking like this. With CSS it will look like this. Yeah, so good looking form is there. Okay, so let me explain the JavaScript now first. So in JavaScript, what is there? There is a header is there. There's a header is there. Just it's a semantic tag. Okay, semantic right now. Okay, it's not time to tell semantic. Semantic is like instead of using div, we sometimes use something like which have some meaning. Like header means that, okay, there is some header, so the header is coming here. Then we have section. Section is means that the main body will be coming the section. I could have given div also instead of this. Doesn't matter. They are known as semantic tags. So h1 is DOM for beginners have written. Then I have a section. In this section, I have like okay. In this section, I have all the things. First thing which I have a form of ID. My form is there. H1 again is there. H1 again is there. Name a empty div of message is there, which is very important, which we will look into it later on. Empty div of class MSG is there. Then there are two more divs are there. Okay, one div is like having this like label and input and all. So input type text, and another div is also like this. Okay, email and text is there. And then we have a button. We have a button, input class button, type submit, and value submit is there. So, and even the class name is there. And again we have a empty UL and we have a UL which we have committed out, which we are going to use sometime in the code. We are going to learn something also, and the main motto in at the end of this. Okay, why it is 80%. Okay, so the main thing is that we have to learn how to get the data from the user and send it somewhere. Okay, means we are not going to send it to the backend right now, but at least we will learn. If I write something here and if I do a submit, I should get hold of that data. That is one of the main thing of a front-end engineer, to have get access to the data which the user types in a form like this. Okay, so that is there. So that is there, and style and all of these things are there. So now the main thing is there. So how HTML and CSS are done. We have a nice looking form also, that is very good. But how to add the JavaScript now here? Means how to add the JavaScript is there in JSBin. I've just written the JavaScript and all. So how to add JavaScript, and where do I add JavaScript? Do you add the JavaScript? Like you have to link this to file, just like the CSS file I have to link this also. So where do I link it? Should I link it here? No, we don't link it here. We link it one before the body, means one line before the body is getting closed. We will link it. No, okay, not even the body. Yeah, so here, so body, when the body is getting closed, we'll link it. So I'll come here after the section, do a script, select the second one, src, and here I'll do a main.js. So the file, the exact path you have to give. If it is inside some folder, you have to give the folder, but for me everything is in the same directory, so I'm giving this src main.js. Save it, main.js is done. So now it is linked. This is how you link it. But why did I put it at the end? Why did I put it at the end? What was the reason that I put it at the end? The reason I put it at the end is like JavaScript is by default, it's a very blocking kind of a language. Okay, so it is blocking kind of a language. So what does I mean by blocking kind of a language? So what happens? Suppose a JavaScript has got around 10,000 lines of code, which is generally a case. Okay, so 10,000 lines of a code, and I put it at the head part of it. I put it in the head part of it. The JavaScript I put in the head part. So now what happened? First, the 10,000 lines of code will try to be executed when this HTML this website is getting loaded. So first the 10,000 lines of code will be getting executed. Then only the body and all those things will be executed. And that will make our website very slow. And JavaScript is not required to load first. Why it is not required to load first? First, we need to load the HTML and CSS. JavaScript, the main use of JavaScript is what? The main use of JavaScript is to listen for some user events like this submit button. I will type something. Listen for that typing. Listen for the submit. But if the website itself is not loaded, where do I type? Where do I submit? I cannot click on anything. So I cannot do those things. Okay, so that is like that. So first, let the website be loaded completely, then only the user can interact with it. So that's why we put the JavaScript at the end always. So this is how we do it. Okay, or else it's a big problem. So always JavaScript one step before the body. So that is there. First attendance will be taken in some time. Okay, yesterday also first attendance was taken around 10:30 or 11, I think. Okay, so that is there. And now let's start with JavaScript and DOM programming, especially the DOM programming. It's a bit different than JavaScript basics, which you have seen, although the var, let, const will be there. But DOM programming is a kind of a different kind of a thing. Like that, JavaScript, you can use it in many ways. One is this DOM programming, also known as vanilla JavaScript. One is, instead of using it in vanilla JavaScript, which people generally don't do, they just do it for their knowledge and all. And you are required to have this knowledge, or else means uh, in interviews and all those things, you are going to be asked this thing vanilla JavaScript a lot. So that is the reason. But in production codes, you'll never code in vanilla JavaScript. It is not scalable that well as the React, Angular, or Vue.js code are. It is not scalable. So you're always going to code in any of these three languages, most probably in React.js. Okay, so that's why I'm only teaching React.js. Okay, so first thing is that, and you'll see that this is a bit complicated also in comparison to React.js, because we're going to come to React.js soon. So first thing is that we're going to learn how to grab single element. See, even before we are going to learn how to submit it. But even while submitting it, I want to learn how to grab a single element. We should know how to grab someone is writing something here or something here. Not okay, not that also. We need to first learn how to grab an element, grab like the data, like so that is there. So my bad, I thought something else. So how to grab? Suppose I want to grab this form. I want to grab this form. So how to do that thing? So there are two things to get that thing. One is the get element by ID and one is query selector. So those are the things which you use the most. So I will write a const of variable. So variable, I already know what is the variable, and I will write a form. Okay, form anything. Because I want to select form, so I've written form, but you can take anything. This is not a hard coded thing. So but this is something which is there. Document dot get element by ID. This is a function which is inbuilt into the JavaScript. Okay, get element, especially in the DOM programming. Get element by ID, I will do. So I want to grab the form. So ID of the form is my form. So I have to come here and I have to do a my form like this. I have to do it. Okay, my form I have to do, and then console.log of form. Save it because I want to see what is there. And now I'll right click and inspect it. And you'll see this form is getting selected. So this is how it is there. This form will get selected. Okay, so that is there. Now, okay, one more thing. Now I want to work not on Firefox Developer Edition because it has got, I like Chrome because I only work on Firefox Developer Edition when I'm doing something on CSS Grid. So we have done enough on CSS Grid. So now it's JavaScript time. So I like to work on Chrome because its console. See, all the browsers are different. So its console is a bit different. I mean, it's not a bit different. Some of the things it shows differently. Okay, console. So I like what it is there in the instance. We're going to use this. Okay, so that is there, and as you can see the console.log, it is giving this form. So this is how grab a single element through document.getElement by ID. So we have something known as document.query selector also. So we'll come here and do a console.log of document.query selector. Document.query selector I'll do, and here document.query selector is much more generic. So it means that I can give this h1. H1 means I can select a h1 also. Similar to this, I can select suppose I want to select this container, so I can select that container also. And I'm directly doing console. I'm not creating a variable. So that okay. So if I want to select some class class a div with a class, some div or anything with a class, I have to do the class name, and I have to give a dot because classes means a dot, just like in CSS. And suppose I want to select the same thing, suppose I want to select the my form, then what I have to do? So I have to do a hash my dash form. I have to do, save it and see, you'll get these things on. Okay, so this is how it is there. Form has been selected here, h1 has been selected here. So see, I like it this way. Section is been selected here, and okay, and here the form is been selected. So this is the h1, which h1 is been selected. Okay, they have not shown. Okay, again I think I have to go back to, okay, I thought that this function is there in Chrome. I think this is much better sometime. Okay, I like it this way. Okay, so that is there. This h1, it is showing this h1. Actually, it is not showing me which h1 it is. Here also it is not showing me. This is strange. Okay, it is showing me here, DOM for beginners. Actually, I wanted to show one thing. See, when we select some element also I can directly select. So there are two h1 on this page, so it selected the first one, DOM for beginners. Okay, so that is like this, and rest of the things are okay. It is selecting the form, and again, so form with hash form, container with this I have to do. So this is how do we select single elements. Okay, get element by ID or query selector. So now how to select multiple elements. Okay, multiple elements, like, so for selecting for seeing multiple elements, we will actually see this thing. Am I actually done this thing? And we'll select, see, we have this thing. Okay, so this item 1, item 2, item 3 in a UL, and we'll learn how to select it. First thing is that I'm going to comment this out because it is done. Okay, so that is there. Now we will learn how to grab multiple elements. How to grab multiple elements. So let us learn that. For that, what we have to do, there is something known as query selector all. So we'll do that. Console.log and document dot query selector all and dot item I'm going to do. So what is this dot item is done. See, there are 3 items are there, so it will select all of them. So query selector all. So I will do it, save it, and it will give me something. Okay, it is giving me something known as a node list. We'll come to that, what is a node list and all. So let me show another thing, so then we'll come back to that, what is a node list. So other way to select multiple elements is like through get element. Okay, so get elements. So but there the thing is like different. Console.log document dot get elements. It is s is the elements by class name, and that is like item. And then another thing is that console.log document.get elements by tag name. If I want to tag name, to get elements by class name item, it will select this thing, all these 3. Get elements by tag name ally, it will again select all these 3 things. So if I save it, so you'll see that something like known as HTML collection is coming, and here something like this node list is coming. So what is this HTML collection? What is this node list and all? Okay, let me comment out this thing once, and I will actually do a console.log of and like this. Okay, so I have done an array also. And that array is there. Okay, so why I have done this array, I'm going to show something. So what is a node list? What is the HTML collection? What is an array? First thing is that when I do something, and it will show actually, it will show means what is this called. When we do some object, it shows that it's an object. Okay, that is also been shown. Okay, so okay, let me show an object also. So dot log and object, like this empty object I have changed because I want to show something. So it will show that okay, it's an object. And for anything if you want to, and what is a node list and HTML collection, actually they are similar to arrays but not array. They have like, see, you're seeing this bracket is there here. Yeah, I'm not seeing the bracket, but it is also an array. But this they have some of the array functionalities, but they don't have all the array functionality. By that what I mean is, if I open an array, so this is something which you are going to do in advanced JavaScript also. See, and if I go to here, there is something known as prototype. Prototype is something which will tell you all the methods which are there. Yesterday we saw one thing, methods in an array we saw. So if I click here, it will show me all the methods which are available. So that arrays method MDN we have seen. So concat, constructor, copy, and all these different push, pop, all these things are there. So see, a lot of things are there. I have to scroll it. But if you come to an node list, and if you click here prototype, you'll see very less things are there. But there is one important thing which is there, which is known as for each. For each, it is not like important, but for each is a easy for loop. If you keep using the traditional for loop, nowadays nobody uses traditional for loop unless it is required. So for arrays and all, we generally loop it through for each only because it is much more easier to see that. Okay, see that or use that. If you're comfortable with traditional for loop, you can use that. But see, in node list there is a traditional for loop, this for each is there, and again it has got very less functions in comparison to an array. So now let me see what is the HTML collection and what are the different things are there. Even less functions are there. See, there, in fact, there are no functions are there. Only the items and length. Item and length is there. Nothing else is there. Okay, so like this is there. I show an object also. Let's see for object also. Okay, so object also, see prototype will say some objects also have very less functions. Okay, so that is there. So but this object was not our main thing to talk now. Okay, so that is there. Arrays. Okay, arrays where. So let me do one thing. Let me comment out this so you can have all this code. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually remove this console log, and I will do a like a variable here, like const node items is equal to like this, and const call items is equal to this. So I put them in two variables. I put them, so just like in two variables I put. So now let us learn how to loop through it. Okay, how we can loop through them, because when we get some array kind of thing back, when we get in multiple elements, we generally loop through it. So how do we loop through it? So I'll go to node items dot for each easily, and then item I'll do, and console dot log. Okay, so let me save it, and I will get all the three items alive and all. So now I will try to do the same thing with call items. I will comment this out, and see, it is giving me error because the in call items, if you remember, it's a HTML collection. There is no for each. So what we have to do here, if there is no for each, we have to do the traditional way. Traditional way means what? For let I equal to 0, I is less than, actually I wanted to call items, I less than call items dot length, call items I, call items I'll do call items dot length, and I plus plus call items I. So the traditional way, call items means every time it will come and do it. So I have to do this and it will come. So this is how it works. Okay, if you're using a HTML collection, so that is there. So now we will go to the next thing, and which is like DOM manipulation. DOM manipulation will do, and const ul equal to document dot query selector, and document dot query selector, and I'll only select this thing. I'll only select this thing, and which is like dot items. I'll select, and then I can select this dot item. So I'm selecting what, which one? I'm selecting the this main class, and I can do one thing. There is something known as UL. So UL is just, I have taken it as UL because generally what people do, see, I have taken UL because this is a UL. So it is not required to take it as UL. You can take any other name also. Okay, UL dot remove. Let's save it, and it will remove it. So it can show it like this. Okay, so that is there. Then I'm going to hold it back. I'm going to have it back again here. So now what I want to do, I want to do like instead of this item 1, I want to show something else. Item 2, I want to show something else. Item 3, I want to show something else. And JavaScript is very much powerful. It can means override everything in the HTML, create HTML, and a lot of other things. We are going to also see how it can create HTML also. So suppose I want to change this item 1. So what I have to select, I have to first select the first li, and then I have to select change it. So how to select the first li? So there are 2-3 ways to select the first li. So one way is like this, ul. So ul we have written ul dot first element child. There is again, all of these things are in the JavaScript, and dot text content equal to, I will not write hello, I'll write HTML. So text content is again a property, which means that get the first, it means that get the first element child, which is the li, and the text content is this item 1. Item 1, change it to HTML. I have done that thing. So now the next one I want to change. So next one I will change by ul dot. So there is another thing, which is another children. So children is like an array. Okay, like, and there is a array is like there. So arrays always start with 0. So this is children 0, the children 1, children 2. I want to change the children 1. So I'll do the first element, second element. So I'll do a children 1, and I'll not use the text content. There is something like text content, which is actually most people use that only, which is like the inner inner text equal to CSS. Inner text equal to CSS I'll do, and I'll save it. So it will be changed to CSS. So that is like this. And now the last thing we are going to change, which is like ul dot last element child. Last element child is there, and the inner HTML. There is something known as inner HTML. I will change it Inner HTML I'll change. Okay, inner HTML. So what is this inner HTML? Let me show what is this inner HTML. Inner HTML is something which you are going to use the most, because inner HTML is the most powerful of them. Inner text and text content are same. What is inner HTML? Inner HTML is that you can write HTML here, and that is like very powerful in JavaScript. Okay, and means when I do inner HTML, this H1 will be treated as H1. See, if I try to do the same thing in the inner text, suppose I will give like this. Okay. So it will be shown like this. It will be shown like this. Okay, so this is what it is like, and then we are going to learn about event listener. So that is one of the most important thing, this event listener. Okay, so what is this event listener? So that is the reason why JavaScript was invented in the first place. Event listener means what will happen if I click on this button. Okay, as I've told yesterday, the story of JavaScript, the main reason JavaScript was invented was to listen to this button submit and do something. Okay, so that was the main reason JavaScript was actually invented, and a lot of things are done for that also now also in JavaScript. But there are way too many things like API calls and all those things. They're also handled through JavaScript that we are going to learn in async JavaScript. Okay, that is there. But now let us see the event listener, and event listener is also very important. And event listener, so I'll have a const button of btn. I have written documented query selector dot btn because there is a class of btn is there. So there is class of btn is there. Now how to add the event listener here to this thing? So I'll do a btn dot add event listener. Add event listener. Click event listener. I'll do. Click event listener. I'll do. And what is this e? Okay, so one thing is that this add event listener takes two parameters. First parameter is a type of event listener. The click event listener is there. We're soon going to see submit event listener. Click event listener means when someone clicks, this will fire. This thing will fire when someone click on this. What will fire when some see it was JavaScript was keep on, this event listener will keep on running in the background for infinite time. It does keep on running. The moment some user clicks on it, what will happen? This click event listener will be fired. And the second part, which is a function which we can give outside also, which you're going to see, this is a function, actually arrow function I made. This will be run. So in this I've taken a e. E is a very important concept in JavaScript. It is like e or event. In through that we can get access to a lot of things in JavaScript in the browser. Means the DOM we can get access. What is that e? Let us see that e. What is that e? Console.log of e. What is e? Let us see. Okay, console.log of e. Wait, inspect it, console it. So now when the event listeners listening, when it will fire? It will fire when I will click on this submit. So I click on this submit, but it is okay. It's behaving differently. So again, I think I have to do this. So open it in a Chrome again. So I'll do again inspect. Go to this console and click on this submit. Something is coming and it is going. If you see it, if you click it a lot of times, you'll see something pointer event is coming. It is going. Pointer event is coming and going. So why it is going? It is going because there is a default behavior of the browser which we have seen earlier when we were doing, I think, HTML forms in HTML. So that is that when I have a button, like input this button inside a form, only inside a form, and when I submit it, it refreshes the browser. This is something to do with the old way in which the data was passed. Actually, when JavaScript was released in 1995, the backend language which was used mainly with web was PHP. Okay, PHP was used. Even first version of Facebook in 2005 was created in PHP as a backend. Okay, so that is there. So, and still all government sites are in PHP. So what happens in PHP? You need to give the data here. Here you have to pass the data, and whatever data we have seen briefly in HTML. So all, if I enter all the data, if I have a proper name and all, and I can get the data here. So if I have a name variable here, which I don't have because I don't want it, so I can get the data to the backend. It used to be sent like that. But after that, what used to happen, that is a behavior of the browser. It refreshes the browser so that whatever the user types here, it goes away. Whatever the user types here, it goes away. So that is the default behavior of the browser, to refresh the browser if I have a button inside a form. But I don't want that behavior. That behavior is actually very, very dangerous, and it is not desirable behavior in JavaScript, because JavaScript works on the variables only, and it requires those variables. React also, it's not a good behavior. So, and everything have moved to JavaScript. Nobody uses PHP. So what the thing was there invented man because of this is, there is a function which is known as the e dot prevent default. E dot prevent default is a function. Okay, so e dot prevent default literally means, what I'm writing it here means, prevent the default behavior, which is the refresh of the browser. E dot prevent default means this. Now see closely here. If I click here, it is not refreshed, and I'm getting something like a pointer event. And if I click it, you can see there is a lot of properties there. In the EE, we have a lot of properties like x, y, width, screen x, screen y is the position, and there is something known as target. Target is very important. E dot target dot value, and all those things are there here. All those nice things are there. Okay, so that is there, and then that is how it is, the button click and all this done. So we are not going to work now, see much into E. And I have a lot of JavaScript projects. You can see those things all on channel. So that is there. But let us do one thing. This all I will cut it and bring it inside. So now what will happen? See, again I have item 1, item 2, item 3. When I submit it, see, it changes. So this is like this. It is done. And okay. So that is there. Now the next thing which we are going to do is the main thing. We are going to see how the user types something here. I will get hold of that, and I will, when I submit it, actually I'll show it below, because right now we are not going to submit it in some backend API endpoints, because that we're going to learn in the next thing, like 𝐿 we're going to learn. So that is for that, first thing is that I'm going to comment out this thing. So we don't need it anymore, we're done with this thing. But we will require this thing UL. We are going to soon see how this UL has been used. So the next thing which I'm going to do is to again comment out everything. This is form submit. Form submit is there, we're going to do. And yeah, please do like and subscribe. If you're seeing this, please do like and subscribe, because it helps the channel grow. If you're not yet subscribed, please subscribe. If you're subscribed, please subscribe with other IDs also, so that you can, if you're getting something, it is good that our channel will grow and it will reach more people. So please do subscribe. Okay, so that is there. Const. Now does everyone have more than one Google login? So please do subscribe with that. Please do subscribe with anything which you have. So now we'll do document.query selector and my form. So again, we're going to do everything. My form. So my form, again, I'm selected. This hash my form. Then I'll have a, so to get what the first thing is, that what the user types here. I want to get that thing. So this name is there, and this name is this. Both of them has IDs. We're going to select with the IDs. Okay, so const name input equal to document.query selector hash name. Const email input is document.query selector hash email. This hash email. Then I have to select this empty message class. So I'll come here and do a const msg equal to document dot query selector dot msg, because it's a msg class. Okay, so then I will do a const user list is document dot query selector hash users, because I'm selecting this empty users ul also. Okay, so hash users is there. Okay, save it. Now that is there. Now we have selected everything. Now we'll listen for the form submit. Okay, so like this form submit we are going to listen, and for that I have to do this my form dot add event listener. Okay, submit I'm going to have an on submit. Okay, so I have taken intensely like this. So what is the submit? Submit, when we have a button inside a form, we can use a submit event listener also, because forms are submitted. Okay, so this is only possible if you have button inside a form and that also types submit. So that is only possible there. So submit, like in this case it will be like click only. And then on submit I have written, see here I have written a function. Here I have written a function. Okay, and here I have written a something like on submit. Okay, so because I want to create that function outside, so I'll come here and do a function and on submit e. So e I have to do, and the first thing I want to see whatever the user types here. Okay, so e dot prevent e dot prevent default, and then I want to see what the user type. So console.log, actually name input.value is there, and console.log email input.value. So this is what it is there. So name input, this is the name input, and dot value will give me the value. So I will right click and inspect, and then I will come here in the console, and then I will write something here and write the mail, and I will submit it. See, both of them I can get. So this is how you will get the name and name. And one more thing to notice is that it doesn't goes away, it is still there. So that is something which is a problem. Okay, so now what we are going to do, so what we are going to do here is like I want to do some validations first. Okay, see, it can happen like user enters only the name and submit it. So I don't want a case. So this you can see in almost every other websites also, web apps also, Facebook and all. You cannot just give the name and not give the password and enter to it. So it is not allowed. So how do we do that? There are some validations. So, and we can do some simple validations from here also, miss. Okay, so, and we're going to learn that a simple validation. So first let me remove all these things, remove these two things, this will be there. So then I will have a if name input dot value is equal to name input dot value is equal to your empty string, or email input dot value is equal to empty string, means any one of them is true, means maybe user didn't fill both of them or user filled one of them. Okay, what is there? Then what I'm doing, message dot class list dot add error. So class list, first thing is message. What is message? Message is this. What is message? Yeah, message is this empty div. Class list dot add, what it does, it adds some class. So it will add a class error. What is this error class? In this div, which I already have a message class, I will add another class of error. You'll see, I'll show it in the DOM. So what is this? What is this actually? This error class and all. So come down and see here. This error is there. Okay, this error is there, which I have written this error class, and in this error class, I have a background is there. A background is there. Orange red background is there. Color is white is there. A padding and margin is there. Actually, it creates a rectangle kind of a thing. It creates a rectangle kind of a thing. Then message dot inner HTML equal to, please enter all the fields. Inner HTML, or maybe I will write inner HTML is not required. Inner text I'll write. Okay, inner text I'll write. And message dot inner text, please enter all the field. What I done right now. So this some enter text I will enter. Okay, so that is there. So let us see whether it is working or not. No, what it is, I have to see this thing. I have to right click and inspect, and in this body I have to go here, see all the HTML will be shown. So this div is there, div of class of MSG is there. See, whatever you write in HTML and CSS, everything you can any site, Yahoo, Google, anything, any site, Facebook, you can see the complete CSS. Okay, and HTML CSS, it is like now, and you can copy also. It doesn't matter, means okay, there will copyright something, but anyways, everything is been shown. Why everything is been shown? If everything is not shown, Google will not be able to Google bots are there, which I've told in day one. So Google bots will not be able to scroll. It is not crawl your site if it is not able to see this thing. Google bots doesn't crawl the, like here Google bot goes to the element and it crawls this thing. Okay, so it won't able to crawl. So you have to keep all the HTML, all the CSS as public, and it is public only. You cannot hide it anyways. It means it is not like that I have some special features that I can hide the HTML and CSS. No, you cannot hide it. JavaScript is, there are ways, but means if you make it in a React, you are not be able to see. And but HTML and CSS you should not hide also. It will hit your site for SEO very badly. Okay, so that is that. So this I have done, and see closely this message div class of message. Now what I will do, I will enter one thing. So means name input I have entered, but I have not entered the email input. Now when I click on it, then only this on submit will run. Click on it, on submit will run. See, something is like this, it has been added. So this, as I've told, line number 48 will add this thing, orange red thing. And how it is added, see here, a class of error has been added. So this error has been added here. Now line number 49 will add the inner text, please enter all the fields. And see here, the div is now not empty, div is having something, please enter all the fields. So this is how it works. Okay, so now the another thing is that this box will be there forever, but I want to remove it. So in JavaScript there is something known as set timeout. So I'll use that set timeout function like this. Okay, it is giving me that you have to do something like this. So I will do here 3000 means 3 second, and since it's only one thing, I can remove this. I can make it in one line. So it is like mst dot remove. So I am removing the message class. I'm removing the message class. I will save it and see again. See closely. It is there like this. This time I will not enter anything. I'll submit it. Submit it. It is done. 1, 2, 3, go. Gone. After 3 seconds, that error is gone because the I don't have the message div anymore. So this is how it is work. So suppose now user enters all the thing. In those cases, most of the time you will send it to the backend API something, and which you're going to learn next. But in this case, I'm just want to show it below, and that is the reason I have a UL, empty UL. I will create some allies of it. Yeah, you can create also in JavaScript. Okay, so I'll start. If the user have entered everything, then I'll have a const ally. Const ally I'll do, and const ally is like document dot create element ally. So ally have taken just a variable name, document dot create element li. So I'm creating an element ally like this. You can also create an element, anything you can create from JavaScript. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a const text node equal to like document dot create text node like this. So what I'm doing right now, so I'm taking the name input dot value, which I know it is there, the user had entered it, and the email input dot value also I'm taking in a colon, and then I'm showing it like this, and then I'm doing document dot create text node, and I'm showing these things. Okay, I'm putting it in a text node variable right now, not showing it, putting it in a variable. Now I have to add both of these things. Okay, why? Because this text will come inside the ally. So ally dot append child, there is a property known as append child text node, ally dot append child text node I'll do. Okay, then after that I have to do one more thing. Okay, ally dot append child text node, and ally is created with that thing, but it is there in the, suppose it is in there in the variable, like in the air. But what I have to do, I have to put it inside this UL. I have to put this inside a UL. So how I do this inside the UL? I'll do user list dot append child ally I'll do. Okay, so now this ally will be added here. And now one more thing I want to do. What is the name input dot value? Because I've shown earlier that when I click it, then also the name, some name is remaining. So email input of value equal to empty string I'll do. So now again closely see this thing, closely see this UL. So I will come here and do this Nabendu, and see right now it is empty. Now this UL is empty. So the moment I do this thing, see this has been shown here. How why it has been shown? There is an ally been created. This line will create an element ally. This line will create this thing, Nabendu Vishwas, and this thing it will create, and then this line number 54 will append that thing. For both of them are now different variables, so now it will append that thing in a li, and then the next thing, line number 55, will append that li into a user list, which is this ul. It will append, and this will like clear it. So this is how it works. Okay, so now, so this is how it will be there. Okay, so this is how it is there. So we're done with the DOM programming. So again, for this, again, all of this code you will get. That's not the thing, and we'll go back to our this JSBin, because what we are going to do now, we are going to do now async.js, and which is now how to do the API call and all. Okay, async.js we are going to learn, and async.js we are going to learn through, again, through JSBin. React we are going to learn totally through VS Code and all, so don't worry, VS Code is there. Okay, so JSBin I will again do, and I will increase the font size 50%. But this time, what I'm going to have, this like JavaScript and output, because I want to show some output here. Okay, so that is there. And what is async.js exactly? So how, for learning that's what is async.js, we have to learn means how the internet actually works. Okay, so one second, let me drink some water. So the internet, one sec. So internet works through something known as the API endpoints. So all of the internet you see today, so many, mainly the web apps thing. So I'm talking about mainly the web apps, not the small websites and all, which are done in WordPress. So they're totally static sites, and that I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the real sites like this: Facebook.com, LinkedIn.com, Amazon.com, Flipkart, and all those things I'm talking about. So how does that work? Even if you have using some mobile app for them, they also work in that way. Means the mobile app, only the mobile app is different, but it interacts with the database. That mobile app is also interacting with the database, so the backend code is always same. See, I also prepare a lot of things, like for us also the front end code only changes. If I doing a web app, so we're creating a product, the web app, the front end is made in React, and the backend is in something else, some language is there. The backend is, then suppose Node.js is there in the backend, and Node.js and Mongo are there. And the other thing is that I have to make a mobile app now. So mobile app is, we're doing in React Native. That will change, but the API calls will be similar only. Okay, so what are these APIs? APIs are, suppose there is something like JSON placeholder. This is a very good site. It is like a free fake API for testing and prototyping. This is actually very much popular. Okay, very much popular, serving 1.7 billion requests each month. 1.7 billion is a lot of things. So you should always remember, Earth population is 6 billion. So you will now then see that, okay, 1.7 billion is like hell lot. So okay, if the Earth population is 6 billion, means like 600 crore in Indian term. So 1.7 billion is lot. 170 crore request per month. It is there. So okay, so that is there. So it has got some endpoints like post and all these things. Endpoints are there, and this thing, this kind of thing is like, this is the endpoint, and this endpoint, if I go to this raw data, if I hit this endpoint, I'll get some data like this back. Okay, this is not a website, this is a API endpoint. Okay, this API endpoint, and this, you're not seeing something fancy. This you're getting, and where you're getting from, this is actually stored in some database. So what happens, see, all of the permanent data which you see on the Facebook, like the post and all those things and all, they are not like, they will not go away anywhere, because they're stored in Facebook database somewhere. And when you hit some endpoint, and how it is shown in the Facebook, so through some API endpoints it is shown in the Facebook. Okay, so this is the API endpoints, you show it. And how this in what languages the API endpoints are created? They create a language like Node.js, Java, .NET, and Python I have a framework known as Django Flask, or like that. PHP have Laravel nowadays. So all those things they are created. Okay, so those are the things in which they are created. We never interact with the database directly. So directly, database can be MongoDB, Oracle, and PostgreSQL, SQL or not, no SQL, whatever there it is there. So, but the data is stored in the database, and we have some middleware like this. These are known as backend language, and this is what the backend engineer create. And as I told earlier, also the backend nowadays everything is front end heavy. So more number of jobs are there in the front end. Backend is a very old thing. It is there for the beginning only. So front end thing is like it is quite new and all. So you have a lot of opportunities there. So this is what the backend engineer will make and give it to you, and you have to hit this endpoint and get the result in the front end. Okay, that you don't have to worry how they have written. Even the Amazon data is generally it comes through like that. Everything comes through like that. Anything in the web cannot come in some other way. Okay, so this is a fake API stories there, because I cannot show the Amazon endpoint. Amazon is such a big site. I don't even know how to get that endpoint. So that is that this products. If you go to this products and so this is how the Amazon data also comes like this. Again, everything is array of object. I've told this yesterday also. Array of object is there. So this is what async JavaScript is there. We are going to learn about this async now. Okay, but first we are not going to see means how to hit this endpoint. We are going to mimic it, and there is a concept of promises and all callback which we should learn. But most of this code are like a backend code. As a front end developer, you're never going to see this kind of a code. Backend developer sees this kind of code lot. But then also, why I'm teaching it, it is very much important. Like not only in interviews, but you should know means how a promise works. Although you're not directly use a promise, we are going to use something like a fetch API. If you don't understand what I will teach right now, which is a tough thing, only understand the last part, which is like the front end code. But you should have an idea of what is a promise, what is a callback. So that is something which will be asked to you in the interview, or sometimes you should know how things works. Why means why this API endpoint I'm getting the data. So for that we have to learn this thing. Async, and it is very important to learn this async JavaScript. And as I told, I'm not going to tell. We are not going to see directly how to hit the API endpoint. We are going to some sort of mimic it. And what is the issue? And there is an issue with the normal way to use JavaScript. We will not get the data, because see this API endpoints, even if they are stored in the India, which are there not. 99% of the API endpoints are in the US only. 99%, not even in Europe. In US sometimes they replicate the data in the Europe, that is a different thing, but none of them are in India. So anyways they will take 1 or 2 seconds of delay for the data to come, because everything India is connected with the US with the undersea cable. Those who don't know, internet travel like that. Undersea cables are there. There is no satellite thing either. If it was going to satellite internet would have been very slow. The undersea cables are there, and suddenly if the undersea cable breaks, there is an internet outage which happens quite often. Means something or the else happens. Okay, so some oil company start digging and the fiber optic cables get disconnected. That is something which always happens. Okay, so that is how internet works. So that there will be 1 or 2 second delay, always 1 or 2 second delay will be there. So if that delay is there, it hits the program. It causes some issue in the program if that delay is there. So what issues are caused and how we solve it in JavaScript, we are going to see. So first we are going to see async JS, and we'll have a const post. We'll have this const post, and here I'll have this title is JS basics and summary, like this post contains the basics of JS. And after this async JavaScript, we'll have a 10-minute break, and I'll also give the attendance sheet, and maybe in a 10-15 minute, I cannot say, it will be over. And after that we have ES6. Fairly big topic is there, maybe it will take 1 hour, and after that we'll start with React. Okay, so maybe means by 12 maybe we'll have a start with React, and 2 most probably we'll have lunch at 2. Okay, so then this is there, and I will save it like this and cut it, and this is like the DOM basics. I'll do this process consists of DOM. So I have again done an array of objects similar to this array of object I have done. Okay, so array of object I have done. Okay, so that is there. Now I want to get the show this data. Okay, so for that I'll have a function of get post, like this function of get post, and then I will have a set timeout. See, I want to mimic the API endpoint, and the best way to mimic the API endpoint to have a set timeout function which will run after 1 second. As I told, it's take 1 second, so it will run after 1 second. Set timeout. Now what I'm going to do, I want to show this thing. So let output equal to this is there, then posts posts dot for each post dot for each. Again, we're using for each. We have learned how to use the for each and arrow function, and I'm going to explain what I'm doing here. Post and output plus equal to, and I will have a template string h4 and dollar post dot title h p post dot summary. This it is there, and then okay, now what I'm doing, so for that you have to see the console what I'm doing. Console.log output, and we have to call this function also. So we'll call this function with get posts, we'll call this function. Okay, and right now we're not seeing the output. Right now let me inspect it, and I will console, I'll go and I'll run with JS, and yeah, it is coming like this. Okay, so ignore all of these things. All of this is coming from JSBin. So this a big string I'm actually getting in the output, which is like having this h4 or JS basics is there, and then p is that this post contain the basics of JS, and again h4 is there DOM basics and this, and we are soon going to use it with inner HTML because we have got a very big HTML, and it is not required the HTML to be formatted well to show. And how does this work? Let us see. So when I run these things, output is the empty string. Then the for each, it is looping through this post. So post array. So post, each of the post, I can write something item also here, will contain this object. Okay, this object is I'm taking that thing, and this arrow function I'm using. Then output plus equal to means output equal to output plus, output equal to output plus. Output is right now empty string, output is to output plus first one. So first one in this post of title will be JS basic, p will be this post contain the basics of JS. Then the second iteration it will come, it will write output plus equal to means output now already have this thing, output already have this thing. Now it will add the next thing to it, h4 DOM basics, and that is like this. It is supposed to contain the basics of DOM. So this is added, and a big string I have got. So why did I got the big string? Because I want to show the big string. How do I want to show the big string? Document dot body dot inner HTML. I'll show that thing. Okay. Document dot body dot inner HTML equal to output equal to. So if I run it, so let's see what is happening. It is now showing in the HTML because the HTML it is added the h4 body inside the body. It is like that. Inside the body I have a h4 and a p, two h4 and a p I am showing, and this is now output is been shown. So this is normal thing. Suppose this is not async. So what I am going to do right now, I'm going to create another function, and that function through that function I'll try to add something here. So I'll come here and do a function create post and I'll have a set time out like this. I'll do, and here again I'm having set timeout and I'm having something as 2000, means this function will run after 2 seconds. Okay, so now I have to call this create post, and what this function will do, this will do a post array. It will take post dot push and post dot push post. It will post, and whatever post I'm passing here, it will post it here. Okay, so then I will do here and do a create post like this, and then sync basic. This post contain the basics of async. Alright, so this is like this. I'm pushing. So what I'm doing, the create post. So it is, this program is running. It will come here. It will come here to get post and all. So it will run from here. So get post will run, and it will means show it. And create post is just adding something in the post, so that I want to see all of those three. Okay, I want to see all of this three. Let me see whether I will get all of these three. Right, but I'm getting only two of them. I'm not getting the third. Not getting the async basis. Why I'm not getting the async basis? See, now again understand how it is run. So it is running, and first thing, it saw get post also, create post also. So get post, it has gone here. It is very fast, so it will go to the get post also, and it will call the create post also. But then it will see that, okay, get post, it is written here that it will run after 1 second. Create post, it is written there, it will run after 2 seconds. So after 1 second only, it will run the get post, and at that moment of time, get post have only two of these things. So it will print those things. I'm printing through get post. Then after 2 seconds, this will run, and it will add one more through the post. But at that time, at most in the post, but at that time, I have already outputted the thing, so I will not be able to see. So this is a problem with JavaScript. Means it is running like this. If I add some asynchronicity like this, some seconds and all, and then it will not show. And this is a very big issue. And how did you solve it? So these API calls are not done from today. They are done from earlier also. 1995 there was something else like that in XSR and all we have to do. So that is there. So at that time, this type of asynchronous things were done by something known as a callback. And in 1995, that the callback was again upgraded, and it was having some issues. Promises were introduced. So we will see two ways, actually three promises. There are two ways to use those promises. So totally three ways we're going to see to fix this issue. First is the callback, which is a very old way from 1995. It was there, and 2015 there were two new things were added, promises, and in the promises there were two methods. So we're going to do this, and so for that we have to do a bit of changes in this project, in this thing. Okay, so I will come here and do a like again a JSBin I'll do, and in this JSBin I'll do a JavaScript and output again, and this I will remove it. Okay, this I will write 𝐤𝐞𝐗s and call back. I'll write call back, and now what I'm going to do in this callback. So this way, anyways, it is not working. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this get post here, and I'm going to send it as a second parameter in this thing. Okay, second parameter in this thing, which is like this, get post. I'm sending it as a second parameter, post. Okay, so now I'm sending it as second parameter, means I'm receiving it here. So I'll not call it get posted, I'll call it something else. Like, and most common thing is to call it is known as a callback. We call it a callback. You can name it anything else also, but there is industry standard to call it callback. So I'm calling it callback. So I'm only using the sending the function reference here. So what I'm going to do here, after this I'll come here and do this callback. I'll call this callback. Call this callback like this. Okay, so the main thing is that I'll call this callback, and so now what will happen, now again let us see how the program will run. So it will now only I have create post, and create post I'm passing two functions here, two parameters here. First is a post I'm passing, and second is a callback. Callback I'm passing. Okay, second is a callback, which is a function. So it will come here and it will run after 2 seconds, and it is running after 1 second. That doesn't matter. It is run after 2 seconds. First thing is that post.push is done. So already this will be pushed, and after that this callback will run, and callback will run. Show this get post will run. Total now also it will take 3 seconds, and this callback will run. Then it will run after 1 second, but it doesn't matter, and it will show me the three things. So I will do it like this, and see the third thing will also come. So that is how it works. Okay, so that is as I've told, callback is a bit old way. So we have something in 2015. Promises were introduced. With promises there is a method known as then and catch was introduced. So first we're going to learn that, and that it is not like an old method. We the next method which I'm going to tell, people use both of them equally. Okay, so first let us see this thing, and like I'll do a JSBin, and again JavaScript and output will be there. And now again I will actually copy all of this thing, okay, and paste it, and now it is like a, it will be like promises, and then also inside that there is a, this method is known as then and catch. There is another method is also there. Okay, so in that what will happen, first thing is there, we are not going to send it like this. Okay, so this callback thing doesn't happen there. Okay, first thing is that it doesn't happen there. This will also be not there. So first thing is it doesn't happen like this. Okay, next thing is that in this callback will not be shown like this. Okay, so there is nothing like this, and this callback will also not be there. So promises are what? Promises are like the promise in real life. Okay, so they've created it like that. When you do some promise, you either resolve it or reject it. Promises means that only. And promises, there is a different format to write the promises, which is like we have to follow that format. And I would write a return here, return and new promise, return new promise, and resolve comma reject, resolve comma reject I have to do, and then I have to do this arrow function like this, and I will put all of this set timeout inside this. I put all of this set timeout inside this. I'll do, and then I'll do like this. Okay, so this I'll do like this, and now promise takes two things, resolve and reject, and it also have to return something. Resolve or the reject, it is taking these two parameters, and it also have to send this thing back, resolve and the reject. And in most code, like most probably you see this kind of code in a node.js, and this node.js only. And what I'm writing here, because we're going to see a front-end kind of code later on, if you're not understanding this, at least understand the last part, which is a very important code in JavaScript, React, anything. I'm going to tell that code after another 3-4 minutes. Okay, so that is there. So what happens in the promise thing? Suppose this is a Node.js kind of a code. This is a Node.js kind of code, and then we have some complicated logic that if something happens, then send the resolve back to the front end. If something happens, then send the reject back to the front end. But I cannot. I'm not writing those complicated logic right now. So let us do some dummy kind of logic. So const num equal to 5 I'll do, and then I'll have a num is greater than 4. Okay, then it will be resolve. Resolve will be there, or recheck will be there. Error, something is wrong. Something is wrong is there. Okay, so now what is there? If num is greater than 4, which is true, 5 is greater than 4, so it will send the resolve. And resolve, when a resolve is been sent, so then there is a then is there, dot then is there, and in this then we have this, in this then we'll have this get post, and then we'll have a catch also here, catch. And in this catch, catch is mostly for error we'll do it, and it is like also document dot body dot inner html, inner text. Let us take inner text to Yeah. Okay, so let me run it and let me see whether it is coming. Okay, strange. No, it is scam. Sometimes it is very slow, this JSBin. So that is there. And how that does this run? This run like again I'm so this will come here, create post. Okay, first time this create post will run. This only this line will run. Okay, this line will run. And this will go here and this promise is there. And set time it is it's after 2 seconds, but 2 seconds it will send back some result. So what it will see okay, the promise is getting resolved because 5 is greater than 4. So it will this resolve will send back something here, send back something here. So now what happens, it is again like something someone is throwing back a ball, but there is a designated player who only can catch that ball, and that player is like this. Then whenever resolve is been sent from a promise, then only can catch it. So resolve is been sent, so then will catch it. And in the then I have put this get post. So now this get post will run, and now already have inserted one post. So this async basics will also come. This is how it will run. Okay, so that is there. And the next thing is there, and this catch. Okay, so this catch, when it will run, catch will run when it is like suppose I make it a 4. I make it a 4, and 4 is not greater than 4. So error, something is wrong is coming. Okay, because the when the reject is being shown, the catch will run. So this is how then and catch block is run. Okay, so that is there. And now we have one more way, and that is a much more newer way. It was introduced in 2018. It is promises only, but that way is known as async await way, and some people like it much better than then and catch block. Some people like then and catch block, and so you have to learn both of them. So if you go to a project in which everyone is using a then and catch block, you use the then and catch block. If you are using, see, nothing is like the moment you go to some project, everything is a standard. So till you do it on your own, it's a hobbyist thing. You are doing it for getting a job or for hobby. You are going doing it. The moment you go to a project, you have to follow the what the team lead follow do there, what the senior people does there, because there is a pattern in which the code will be done. Okay, so that you have to follow. So now I will come here and do a like this. This is not then and catch this time. This will be a sync wait. This is like a sync await. Okay, this is like a sync await is there. So now this logic will be like same. This logic will be like same, because the promise logic doesn't change. It means the backend logic will not change, but this logic is going to be changed, and we are not going to have something like this. Here in async await, what happens, we will create a function known as 𝐼NIT. This is not a keyword. You can use the function name as anything. So 𝐼NIT have created and x and v. I'll do like this. Okay, and then I'll also have to call. I've created a function, then I have to call this function like this, and I have to call the, and what will happen, I'll call the get post here, but if I call it like this, nothing means, it will have the same issue like only two things will be shown. So there is nothing async and all. Okay, so asynchronous is not been achieved. So how do I achieve the asynchronous thing? Here what happens, this function, I will write a keyword known as async inside any function which I want to use as async, and this one I will use it as await. I'll add await here. So what is this await? Await means that okay, until this line is complete, don't go to the next line until this line is complete. So this line, once I will go here and again the create post, and the promise will return me this resolve and all, and then it will be, then it will means I've added that thing successfully, and then only once it is done after 2 seconds, then only the get post will be running. So this is like this, it will work, and there's no error handling by default you can do, but this is how it works. So this like async basics is coming right now. So this is like this thing is there. Now as I've told you, if you don't even understand this code, it is okay. I'm going to tell one code which is like very important for a front-end developer. Okay, if you intend to be a backend developer soon, or if you intend to go to some interviews, because interview one question is very, very important. They will ask you what is the promise to write the code of a promise. They will definitely ask you to write a code of a then and catch block. They will definitely going to ask you to write the code of a thing. But there are a lot of interviews. We are going to cover interviews also soon on the channel. So there are some interviews in which all these things are not asked. Nothing is asked. They will just give you a code and take home some code, some assignment, and that is how all the startups interviews are. So because they want the real thing, they want their employee to be productive from day one. So this is not all the means the thing. Anyway, the front end engineer is not going to work on that, and most of the time the front end engineers are different from the back end engineer. People ask for full stack, full stack. Very less full stack requirements are there because projects are very big. So you will not get time even if you know this thing. It is good to know, good to be full stack, but you will not have time. That's the problem. Okay, so now again I'll do this JSBin, and JavaScript and cons output is there. Now we are going to look into a sync, await, and fetch API. Fetch API is again something which was introduced in 2015 in the browser. So now we can do directly the API call. So this is not something like your promises on all. It also handles, but it is behind the scene. It will handle. So what is the fetch API? So fetch API is okay. So that is like this. Earlier, before 2015, there was some jQuery thing which was used. Okay. So if I open this and open this, so this fetch API is something. What happens with the fetch API? Okay. So there is a problem with fetch API. Not problem. You have to have two. So they've given how it is done with then and catch. We are going to do it with async because most people ask for async only. So see, a response first time we don't get it back. The response object in return does not directly contain the actual JSON response, but instead the representation of the entire HTTP response. So extract the JSON body from the response body using the JSON method. So something is there. In one time it will not return. We will see what does that mean. You can read through it again. Okay, so that is like that. So what we're going to do, we're going to hit this API endpoint. This is this API endpoint you're going to hit, and we're going to get the data back. Okay, so here again we have to have a function here because I'm going to use the async await. If you want to use the then and catch block, this is a very easy way to use the then and catch block. Okay, that is also there. So function and fetch. I will fetch the posts here. So I will write it fetch posts like this, and again let me make it async, and then I will have const res equal to await, and await I have to write, and this fetch API, this I have to write, and this I'll do it like this, and copy it and do this, and now it will get me the data. It will get me the data like this. But what happens with fetch API, it doesn't get me the exact data. Okay, exact data, it gets the data, but it is in a non-readable format. It's in a non-readable format. So what we have to do, okay, so one more thing. Okay, so let me also show the fetch users. I'll do, and let me open the console also. Okay, now I will do a console because someone is asking me this thing, why it is not doing in the first, why it does in the first. Because see, I will, the main thing is that I should get back this data, and how to get back that data. Okay, we use the fetch API. There is some other ways are also there which is applicable only in React, because there is something we have to install some external library which you're going to see today. So I'll do this fetch API. Okay, fetch API. I have run this thing. See, something like this will come back. Okay, so this response will come back, and I cannot see the data anywhere here. So some non-readable thing comes in a blob or something. It comes. Okay, so what happens in fetch API, you have to use another thing here, like const data equal to wait res, whatever the variable it is there, this variable res .json. Why I am taking that? Because they have mentioned this thing, you have to take it like this JSON method. I have not invented it. Okay, so data is there. Now I will clear it, run it. So see, now I'm getting the data back. What data back? I'm getting this data back. And this, actually this much code is the most important code in JavaScript, React, and everything else. Okay, JavaScript and React. Angular, we do it in a different way. JavaScript and React is the most important code. This code can get you a job. Only this 3-4 lines of code can get you a job. I know a person who was like an HTML CSS developer, and he didn't used to know JavaScript. And this code, only this code, gave him a project in his company. They were using vanilla JavaScript thing. So vanilla JavaScript project with this API endpoint, because he didn't knew what is this API endpoint and all those things. Just with these 3 lines of a code, he got that project, and he was so happy, because that is the first stepping stone to React. Means even a lot of people are there who are HTML CSS developers. For them, JavaScript is like a scary thing. Okay, the moment they do this thing, a lot of people even don't know this thing. Okay, so how to do this fetch API and all. Okay, those who don't learn. So this is there, but thing is that React also will use similar code. The only difference is that after this thing, what will happen? I got the data back, and now what? Now I have to show the data. React will show it in a different way, and JavaScript will show it in this way, which we have already seen. Okay, we are going to show it in this way, and which is like this, because we have already written the code. Why to write some other code again? So I will do this, and maybe, okay, so only one thing which I have to remove. This is data, so I have to look through the data, and this is all okay. And one more thing is that there is a not summary. There is a title and body is there. So this is, you have to see the endpoint. Okay, what is it is coming like this: title and body. Okay, and this is where everything changes. See, Amazon will also give the data like this only. Amazon will also come the data like this. Then you show it in a nice CSS, and so CSS is also required. You show it through like a box, you show it in a box. So this thing will differ then. This thing will differ. But most probably Amazon, see, Amazon is using React and all. Okay, everybody uses React except Google. Google is created Angular. So there you have a React code, and we are going to see how to do that in React. Okay, so now if I run it, so this, all of the data I'm getting like this. Okay. So this is how it is there. So this async await fetch API, I have used your what it is called, your async await. Okay, so they have given us the data for your like this also, they have given us data. Okay, so let us see then and catch block async await fetch API. This is async await. Let us quickly see like async await, and so you can have both of these things. See, both of them thing are very new, then and catch. So they've given us already the code. Let me do this thing like this, and then console.log and all. I am doing this and all, and let me have the same thing again. So here what will happen? You don't need a and all. Data is there coming like this, and then after this I have got more thing. So data is coming like this. So I have to make it like this, and then I have to this. Okay. So let me only comment this out, because then it will not run. And with JS, and I'm getting the data. So this is how it will run. Okay, this is how it will run. And okay, so this is how it will run. Okay, so with this, no sir, I cannot do it in Hindi. So as I have told earlier also, a lot of people from a lot of the different part of the country do this, especially from the south. And without English, you cannot be a web app developer. That is the harsh truth of a country, because the problem is that most of the projects are from the US people. You can become a HTML, CSS developer, or maybe a WordPress developer very easily. Not in that also you'll face a lot of problem, because the problem is that clients are US clients. So that's the problem. So I think I should have told this thing. There is an entry barrier to become a developer. That is a non-knowledge of English, because I've talked with people from Indore also. Those who don't know, Indore is in the heart of means Hindi speaking place. Okay, so talk to CEOs also there, and they told me, okay, so coding is all okay, but you need communication. And for that reason, if you don't know, in our channel we run communications series also, because I'm not like that. Okay, I will teach it in Hindi, you'll understand, you'll make merry. Okay, because you will not get a job at the end of the day. You'll not get a job. My main criteria is for you to get a job. I'm not like those old channel. Okay, so if you want to understand those things, okay, suppose you'll see, okay, I'm not understanding, maybe I'll learn English later on. So there is a very good channel known as Code with Harry. You can learn from that channel, Code with Harry. And that is not harm. Code with Harry is there, then Technical Thapa is there. Please do learn from that channel, because my main aim is to get you a job. At the end of the day, my main aim is to get you a job. As simple as that. I want to get you a job. Okay, so I want you all to get a job. So that is there. So my main criteria to get a job, and we run free, and we have started English your English communication also there. If you go through a channel, you'll find that we have brought a very good English teacher also, and she's on leave, and she will start from next week also. So we are running that also, because our main aim is to get you a high paying web app developer job. Okay, so with this, what is there, we are going to stop here, and we are going to take maybe we are going to come back at 11 and 11 a.m. and 10-15 minute break we are going to take, and we're going to start with ES6. Okay, so thank you all, and taking a 15 minutes break. I require that thing. Okay, and one more thing, I will paste the first attendance also here. Okay, so that I will do. Okay. Hello all. So one sec. Yeah. So we are going to start. So we're still going to start with ES6 now. So let me also. Okay. Okay. One sec. To open something. So what is ES6? ES6 is let me show it through presentation only. Okay. What is ES6? Okay. So I have a slide, so I'll show. We'll go through ES6 with this. ES6 is a very important thing. In fact, it is the first important thing. Means to start with React. It is the most important thing to start with it, and you'll find this much more easier than what async and all those things we have learned. It is much more easier. It is actually just some functionalities were added in 2015 in JavaScript because for the 20 years from 1995 till 2000. Uh, 2015 from 1995 till 2015 there were a lot of issues in JavaScript which I have already shared. Those bugs were there like let and like var bug was there, then there a lot of other things were there. Var, not var bug, var was having creating a function scope. So in ES6 only that let thing was introduced, so block level scope and all this thing. Beside that a lot of other things, other nice features were introduced, and those features are so nice that the framework of Angular and the library of React, they picked them up. The moment it was out, they picked them up. And all of those features are used in both of these things, okay, Angular and ReactJS. Okay, so that's why it is very important to learn ES6 before going to that. So don't concentrate on too much high level, like JavaScript is actually very easy to learn but very difficult to master. So don't master JavaScript, learn JavaScript and then jump to React or Angular. Okay, learn JavaScript as much as is required for React or Angular if you're going to Angular for that. Okay, so all these things we are telling, only that much is required. And but ES6, good knowledge of ES6 is required, because especially in React almost everything which I'm going to tell now in ES6 it is going to use. So like the first thing is that let, var and const. Let, var and const are there. So the thing is that what is the difference between let and var? We've already seen. So I'm not, some of the things which are already shown. So I'm not going to cover them again. So let we use, you are going to use the block scope, which has seen that. But const is having some special features. In fact, const nowadays people use const even more than let. Why they do like that? We're going to see that now. Okay. So again, we're going to do this part also in JSBin. But soon we are going to get rid of JSBin when we are going to do start with React next. After ES6, it is React time. So JavaScript and console have opened, and so we are going to learn about const. There is something about const which we need to learn. Okay, so that is like const first age equal to, suppose it is 6. So I cannot do something like this we have seen earlier also. I cannot do something like this. First age equal to 8. I cannot do something like that, and console dot log of age like this, and it will give me error. It is not allowed. So it is not allowed. Okay. So like this, if I have something like a, suppose I have a const child age like this, I have. I cannot do, again I cannot do something like this, like if I want to do child age. Suppose I want to add a 12 here, add a 12 to the child age. I cannot again do this thing and comment this out also, and I will again get some error. So I'll again get the error. I cannot do it. But what I can do with array and object, and that is the reason why const is used even more than let. Generally, we don't change a variable which you declare, and but with arrays and object, what we do, we declare some array and object, and then I can push something to it. So I can use all the array methods here to add something to it. So if I do something like this in a const, let, anyways, let and var, everything is allowed. So child ages dot push, and like 12 I'll do. So now it is very much allowed. Console dot log of and ages I'm going to do, and it run it. So yeah, it will be shown like this. 12 has been added there. Okay, so that is there. That is how it is worked. So this is what is allowed here. So now suppose we have an object here. Okay, we have an object like this. We have an object here. A person object is the name and skills are there. So object, it is even more good in objects. What happens in object? I can change a value of a key. I can add a new key value pair also. Both of those things are allowed. So what are allowed, like this person obj dot skill. Instead of JavaScript, I'll make it as React this and person obj dot profession. So I will add a new profession. Okay, add a new key value pair of profession trainer. Okay, then I do a console dot log of person obj. So now this object is coming. The name, the profession has been added. A new key value pair of profession is added. Skill has been updated. So this is now an object, as we have seen earlier also. This object update is a bug in JSBin, that ignore that. And objects comes in a alphabetical order. Okay, so that's why name is there after that profession is coming like this. So this is what we can do to objects. Okay, so again let me go back to this. Yes, 6 9. So now the next thing is a fat arrow function. We are not going to see this in fat arrow function because we already seen this fat arrow function sometime back only. This fat arrow. Okay, the arrow function is also known as fat arrow function. Okay, so now we are going to see another thing, which is like, okay, next thing I'm go, and this is like a default parameter. So what is a default parameter? This is a very important concept. Default parameters and default values can be applied in the parameter which are taken when no values are passed. This applies to both normal function and arrow function, and we're going to see that. So JSBin, JavaScript and console I'm going to do, and like this default parameters. Here I'll have a const. Suppose the function is equal is there, and which is having. So I can take arrow function also, normal function also, but I prefer to take arrow function, and that is the most modern way to take the function in JavaScript. There's some issues which you are going to learn when we are going to do React. That arrow function, why arrow functions are required very much. So now what I will do, console.log of num1 and num2, and do a return num1 equal to num2 and do and cut it, and now I have to run this function. So I'll run it as is equal and so I will pass anything here, maybe like a 10 comma 10 and pass 10 comma 10 and pass, and now what will happen, like 10 comma 10 have passed. It is a normal thing right now. It will, okay, why it is not, okay, it is returning something. If something is written, then what happens, we have to catch it. So I forgot to catch it, so I'll do a console dot log of like this is equal, and I just do clear it, run it, 10 10, and true will come. Okay, so num1 is 10, num2 is 10. I want to see what is there, and return, what is this there, return I'm doing, return I'm comparing it, like 10 and 10 are equal. Whatever is there I'm passing, whether it is equal or not, I'm comparing that, and then it will pass true or false. Whatever is there, it will pass true or false, whatever is there. Okay, so we can do comparing like this also, and it will return a boolean. Okay, so it will return that true is there. So now what is there? Suppose in JavaScript is a loosely typed language, so it can happen like I don't pass the second parameter. It is a very big error in Java or other language, but it's not error in JavaScript, and this was there from the start only. So what will happen, the second parameter will be get as undefined, and anyways 10, when I'm doing the comparison, I've told this earlier also, 3 equal to is the very much required in JavaScript. 2 equal to gives some problem, so always is 3 equal to, so it is giving me false because 10 is not equal to undefined. But then also checking it with undefined is not a good thing. So what I'm going to do, this is known as default parameters, and it was introduced in 2015. Okay, so I will make it as 20 equal to 20. So suppose in this case I'm not passing anything, so I'll run it, see what will happen. The second one is getting passed as 20, and now it is false. Okay, it is false, but this is a very important case. A lot of programs you'll have it like this. If the user don't pass anything, if the to this, it will be taking the default parameter. It's a very important case. Okay, so now Control C and Control V. What happens if I pass something? Like again, I will pass 10. What will happen? Let it run it. See what will happen. It will override the default parameters. 20 has been overwritten in the num2. So if we pass, then it will overwritten. If you don't pass, the default parameters will take. So that's why it is known as default parameters. Okay. So now the next thing which we let me comment it out. Next thing which we are going to learn is like object literal extension and dynamic fields. Actually, both of them are different. Object literal extension, we can now have extension for a key of an object. So what does that mean? And object literals extensions, object literal extensions. Okay, so here what is happening, here what will happen, I'll have a let, suppose I have a obj equal to name. So like this I have two things. Okay, and then I'll just, this is a normal thing, this is not object literal as extension. Console dot log of obj I'll do, and it will give me anyways, it is not an issue, it will give me. Okay, so but suppose I want to pass these variables from outside. So what if I want to pass this variable from outside? So what? So I will write a variable like let named named equal to this, and let aged equal to t, and then I will pass this two things only. Named is this named, and this I will pass. This I will pass, and this I'll pass. Then what will happen? It will be like this only. This I'll pass. It will be like this only. Nothing is different is there. So, but this seems like a bit different. Why named and aged? Instead of this, I'll pass a name and age only. Name and age only. Name and age or name and age only. So this key is here and value is coming from here. So it is also, it will do the same thing. But in ES6, this is not ES6. ES6, what happened with object literal extension, I can actually remove this thing. Remove this thing. Remove this thing. And I can remove this thing. This is actually a shortcut. Object literal extension is a shortcut. So I'm removing this thing because the key value pair was the same. Actually, intentionally I took at the same name. So they're the same name. So I am able to remove it. I have removed it because they were the same name. So I will run it now. It will again give me the same thing. It will again give me the same thing. I think I'll see the same thing is been done. Okay. So this is known as the object literal extension. Okay. Now the next thing is the dynamic fields. What is dynamic? Dynamic fields, we can assign dynamic values to the key in an object. Dynamic values. So actually this is very much important. Maybe we're going to see one example in React also for this dynamic fields. Okay, so with it is known as dynamic fields. Dynamic fields. Here what will happen, suppose I have an age field equal to age I will have. Okay, and then let dynamic obj equal to and this is not a shortcut, and this is actually a shortcut, but you'll see people use it a lot. this is actually something which we require a lot of time. What happens here, we are able to actually we are able to give the key as dynamic. So I will put the age field here, and like this 40 is there, and then console log. So see this, what happened in a, it is the dynamic totally. When this happened means in the age field was changed to age field was changed to age. At that time the age field was changed to age in the dynamic. So you can write anything here, like anything I can write here in the, anything I can write here. So that is actually a very powerful thing in this dynamic. This thing is a very powerful thing. Okay, so that is there, that is very powerful. So that is done. Okay, one sec. So after this is what we have, rest and spread operator. One sec. This is actually a very important topic, rest and spread operator. It is used in almost, one sec. Okay, so what is this rest operator? Rest operator, we can pass argument to function and it gets converted to an array. What does that mean? Okay, and spread operator is actually more important, but both of them the format is exactly same. We have three dots. So if you have seen some JavaScript code lately, you'll see this three dots being used a lot. So JavaScript and console I'll again open, and we are going to learn first the rest operator. Rest operator we are going to learn here. What is happen? Suppose I have a function like array func I'll have, and in that I will, suppose I want something like I will pass something to this array. I'll pass something to this array, and I want it to be converted to an array. So I will pass some parameter like this. I will pass something like 9 comma 5 comma 2 comma 4 comma 6. I'll do something like this. Okay, and then I want this to be converted to an array. So if a normal view are going to do, I have to do a lot of things here. I have to do a lot of things like let and all, a lot of things, a lot of logic I have to write. So I don't we can write that logic. It will take around 10-15 lines to write that logic, and that also will be not foolproof, because one more criteria is that this parameters can change. This parameters can, it is not like I'm passing 5 parameters, I can pass 10 parameters also. So then it will be even more tougher. So with the rest operator, what happens, and again it was introduced in 2015, I'll do dot 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 arr is not a keyword, you can take a also, doesn't matter. And I'll do a console.log AR. How it works? Internally it works, and they have written the logic internally. Okay, so I'll do this and run it, and it is getting converted to an array. And it is totally dynamic. My dynamic means I will do a 13. Get it, run it. 13 is added. So it can be of any size. It is totally dynamic. So this is the rest operators. Okay, now we look into spread operator. Spread operator is even more important than rest operator and used at more places than the rest operator. It is even used more than the rest operator. And let us see the definition first. Rest spread operator is the opposite of the rest operator, which takes an array and converts it into a list of arguments. So it takes an array and converts it into a list of arguments. So suppose let me take this array only. I want to quickly tell a use of it. Then we are going to see more uses of it. Okay. So where is the equal to? Equal to is like this, and then I will have a console.log of, and have something like there is a thing known as, there is a function in JavaScript like math.min, with that, what we can do, you can get the minimum of anything. Math.max, you can get the minimum of everything. Okay, so but the problem with this method is that it always expects a parameter. You cannot pass an array here, but right now I want to get the minimum of this array. So minimum only we can get in this way. Okay, only we can get in this way. We comment on this. Okay, so this way only will, okay, again it is showing me this thing. Okay, so yeah, 2 it is coming, so I can get a minimum in this way. But with the spread operator, what I can do, instead of this, I want to pass the a somehow. Dot a I will pass and see. Again give me 2. Similar to this, I'll pass. There is a max, min.max. In that, I will again pass this 13. Okay, so it will come as 13. It is like, it will be like this. Dot just min and dot max. It is max is 13. So what it is actually doing, when this array is coming here, it is like spreading it in a spreading it like this. Spreading it like this is a spread operator. But this is not the main use case of a spread operator. Main use case of a spread operator, there are a lot of use cases of a spread operator, and a spread operator are used in objects also. But what is one of the main use case of a spread operator we are going to learn? And spread operator is used to solve one of the very big problem in computer science, and that problem is now, like, in every language have its own implementations. Like Java will have its own implementation to solve it. So JavaScript has its own implementation to solve it. And with the spread operator, this is how we solve it. Before ES6, there were some external libraries. I don't remember the name of the external library. There is very popular external library. Some jQuery libraries were there to solve this issue. Okay, before React and all came into picture, people used to use jQuery a lot. Okay, before React and Angular. So that is there, and there is a problem of call by reference. Okay, call by reference problem. In computer science, this problem is there. Why in computer science this problem is there? I will tell. So call by reference problem is like this. Suppose I have this let x equal to, I have, like, suppose I have like this, let x, like, and array is there like this. I'll have then suppose I want to copy this array. So what is the most natural thing which comes to your mind if you want to copy one array to another array? It is like that. Okay, I'll do a let y equal to x, I'll do. Okay, and then it is copied. But always there is one thing is there in all programming language. When we copy something, we don't want the original thing to be changed. So that is a very bad thing in programming, or else it will create a lot of issues, because maybe that variable is used at 10 different places. So we never want to change the original variable. When copy, we want it to be a copy. But the problem here is that, so suppose now I'll show the problem first, and then I'll tell. Push and 5 is there. Push not 5, maybe 17 I'll push. Okay, 17 I'll push, and then console.log of y and console.log of x I'll do. So both of them I'm doing. Clear it, run it. See, but y is also having this 17, x is also having this 17. I only changed the y, but why it came in the x? This came in the x because of the problem in computer science known as a call by reference problem. And what is this call by reference problem? This is how the computer actually works. How the computer actually works. And this briefly I've told earlier also how the computer works. See, when I create a variable like this, y variable like this, and it is like a array, it can be a normal variable also, it doesn't matter. So in arrays, what happen, it creates in the RAM of the computer a continuous memory block. Okay, like this is there. Continuous memory block is there, and in the y it will give the reference to the first memory, whatever is there, first memory. And this is how the hardware people, like electronics thing, is there. So the first uh, first uh, first first address will be given in the x. So when the first address is given in x, what will happen? It will only have that. And when we have in the next statement, when you have a y equal to x, so what is happening here? Y, the reference of that object is that pointer. It is something like a pointer. That pointer will come to y also. The same pointer, the same address reference will come to y also. So now what will happen? Both of them have become the same thing. So if I put something in y, x will also change. If I put something in x, y will also change. So this is like this. This is the call by reference problem. This is not specific to JavaScript. It's specific to computer science. Computer science specific. So now we'll have a. This is actually generally solved by something known as a call by value, and that is a solution with spread. So this is solved by call by value. So now how to solve it call by value? So suppose I have again the something like, okay, let me have something different, like maybe I'll have this. Let c equal to this. I will have let's see c equal to this. I'll have, and now it is giving me error. C equal to double equal to I have done. So like this I'll have, okay, c equal to this I'll have. And now okay, I will also comment this out, or else it will be there. So now again I will have a variable like d. Let d I will have, okay, let d I will have. And what will happen in this let d? Okay, so I cannot do a c. Again it will have the same issue. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to come here and create first thing I'll do, I will not create it like this. I will like do dot c. Dot c, what will do dot c? It's an array. So what the dot c do? It will expand it. It will means it will make it an argument. It will make it as an argument. Okay, it will make it as an argument. Then what will happen? I will come here and do a array, because I don't want it to be an argument. I want it to be inside an array. So I put it inside an array. So like this I put it inside an array. So like this I've done. Okay, expanded it, put it inside an array, expanded it and put it inside an array. So now let us again do the same thing, like that d dot push, and maybe 17 I'll do. And then I'll do, okay, console dot log of d, and console dot log of c. I'll do, run it and see. Now what happened? D is having this 17, C is not having this. So it's a copy of it. It's a copy of it. So this is how we do a solution with the spread operator. So now with the spread operator, we can do one more very good thing, which is like your merging of two or more array. So I'll do a merging with spread. Merging with spread. Okay, merging with spread, and let x1 equal to maybe 952, and I can give a comma and do a x2. Okay, why? Because it will also be a let. Okay, so I will do it like this. Okay, and 4 6 13 4 6 13 and comma x3 equal to 17 and 23, like this. And then let maybe d1. I want to merge them all. So again I want to merge them all. I don't want to like that copy thing. I don't want that error again. So I will again pass it in an object. I'll do dot x1 comma dot x2 comma dot x3 and console dot log of d1. Console dot log of d1 I'll do, and clear it, run it, and so see this all these things. Okay, let me also comment this out, clear it, and it is coming like this 952. So this is how you do it. Okay, so that is done. Now this same thing is been used in objects, your objects also. So this spread operator is used in objects also. So let us learn how it is used in object. And object is actually very important. Why it is very important in object? Because in React it is required. That's why it is important. So spread operator in objects. So now what we are going to have, we are going to have an object like let obj1 equal to foo and bar. So I have this object, and what I want to copy this object. Again, copying this object, we are going to do it like this. But in an object, what happens? I have an object that cloned obj equal to dot obj1. Okay. So this is like this we'll do, and it will again copy by value and all. So console dot log, not going to show again. So this is a cloned object, and let it run it, it will be like this. Okay, cloned object. And why it is known as cloned? See, I am not written like this clone, just like I was thinking to write it as a clone and all. Okay, so not like that. Everything in the programming language have a reason. So these kind of things are known as clone because they are literally clone. Clone in the sense means, clone are what? Clone are a copy of the original thing, like a Dolly the sheep, the clone. She's the copy of the original thing. But Dolly the sheep was different than the clone from the parent from when which it was made. Okay, so like that. So the clone are like their exact copy of the of the thing from which they are made. In this case also, but they will behave differently. I can add something to it, and it will behave. It has got its own identity. So that's why it is known as cloning. If you copy something like this, it is known as cloning in programming, in JavaScript especially. Okay, so like this I'll do, and now I'll have a obj2 also. So this obj2, now we'll just look into the merging. So how to do the merging? So I'll have this obj2 like this, and let me comment this out. So see, obj1 and obj2 have foo common, like foo bar and foo bars is there, but x and y are different. So let's now do the let merge obj equal to like dot obj1 comma dot obj2, like this is there. And then we'll have console dot log of merged obj, like this, clear it. And if I run it, see what will happen here. Foo of, it is not bar, it is like bars. Foo of bars, the second one is there, and x and y. Then why two times foo was not taken? There is a property in object. The property is like the key value pair is always unique. Not key value pair, the key is always unique. So I cannot have the foo key twice. So that's why the last one is always taken. So this is something which you should always keep in mind. Okay, when you're merging two things, the last thing will always be taken. So this is how we merge also the whole object. And this merging thing which we are going to use a lot in React. Okay, this merging thing. So that is done. Let us see the next thing. Like next thing is the template literal, which we're again not going to see. Why we're not going to see? Because we have seen this earlier also, this template literal. Okay. One sec. So the next thing which we are going to do is the array and object destructuring. One sec. So what is this array and object destructuring? Okay, array and object destructuring. They're again a shortcut, but they're a very good shortcut. With this destructuring syntax, you can extract a small factor from an array and object. And this is again, whenever I say this is a shortcut, it is not like a mandatory feature. And it's not a mandatory feature, but it is used heavily in React. Again, array and object destructuring, and so we have to learn it. So suppose I will come here in a JSBin I'll do, and here I will have again a JavaScript and console and HTML and output and all. I'm going to do a array DSTRUCTURNG array destructuring, and here I will have a const RGB equal to 255 comma 200 comma 0. So I have an array. Okay, so the thing is that I want to access all the element of an array. So normally how I do it like const r. I have taken, you can take red also, anything. So I'll do equal to RGB of 0, const g of 1, const b of 2. Now if I do console.log of r comma g comma b, like this, and it will be shown like this. Okay, RGB, and this is the normal way. But what is the shortcut in array destructuring? I will now comment this out. In array destructuring, what happens, and this format is a bit weird, kind of just like the dynamic fields format. Okay, I feel it like a bit weird. So like this, you have to do this r comma g comma b, and then I'll do equal to RGB. So what it does actually, it will do something like this only, RGB. So internally it will do the first one will have the first value, second one will have the second value, third one will have the third value of the object. So if I clear it and run it, it will show me the same thing. So this is known as the array destructuring. So now we will look into the object destructuring. So object destructuring, we are going to have an object now. So this object is like this. Okay, so I have a object of developer, first name, last name, country. So now let us see the normal way to get all these things. Okay, the normal way is like, I'll have a variable const. Maybe let us take the same variable name. It is not required to take the same. I'm taking it. First name equal to developer, because we access the object like this. Okay, developer, and just like this we access the array. So developer dot first name, and last name, last name, entry, entry, like this, and then console.log of first name, comma, last name, comma, entry, hello, and it will show me all these things. So such a big thing I have taken. Now here the object destructuring is much more useful. So you see such a big statements I have taken. So instead of this, I'll have a const like this, and the first name, last name, and country I'll put here, because array destructuring I have to take this array like this, array structure. Okay, here I have taken the object structure, here I have taken the array structure, and then I will make it equal to developer developer, and it will do the same thing. So this is the array and object destructuring. So what we have next? Oh, we have a very complicated topic next, which is known as the classes in ES6. Okay. Okay. So classes in ES6. Yeah. So finally, classes made its way to JavaScript in 2015 with ES6, and earlier classes was not there for 20 years. And JavaScript thought, okay, like Java will also have classes, but the concept dot inheritance and all those things are also there, and all those things. So we'll see a simple classes, because classes are used in React also, but nowadays they are also moving to functional. So we need to know at least some things of classes, like the what is a constructor and all those things we need to know of the classes. So let us understand. And if you're coming from a Java background, this will be like piece of cake, because we are going to see a very simple class here. Java or C++, you know, a bit of classes. Okay, so we'll see this, and this is known as ES6 classes. And with constructor. We'll see with constructor. We'll see it with constructor. Okay, there is there class create room. So one more thing, classes just like functions are there. Functions are to divide everything in smaller chunks. Classes are also like that one, divide everything in smaller chunks. But one more difference, and you use the class keyword here. One more difference is that the classes, the way naming convention. So naming convention is actually very important. In JavaScript, we follow the camel case, as I have told. The first thing is always small, like this is a camel case. But for functions and all, but for classes, even in JavaScript, we use this as a capital and Pascal case for classes. Okay, so that is like that. And now we'll start with this, and we are going to first write a constructor like this. Name is there, and then it is like, so what is this constructor? What is this constructor? Constructor is something when we declare the class, it is by default it will run. Means we don't have to write something like okay constructor and all. So classes have two important things. One is the constructor and one is the functions. Inside classes we have functions also. Okay, so but we call it in a different way. Okay, so this dot room, and again the one of very deadly concept comes there, which is the concept of this keyword. I will try to explain it now also, and later on also I am going to try to explain it. So this keyword is there. So dollar name, in the this keyword I'm just storing the room variable is there, in which I'm storing the names room. Means names room is what, whatever something I'm going to pass here, it will be stored here. And then I will have a clean room also. Now this is a function in which I'll have a soap. Okay, and now console.log and cleaning dollar this dot room with dollar soap. Okay, so this is like this I have written here. Now this is a class have like this constructor and function. Okay, and what is this dot room? Let me explain briefly what is this dot room. So this dot room is this keyword is used to declare variables, but variables, they are like variables which you can access at a different part of a class. Mainly this keyword is used inside the classes, and you can use at various part of the class. See, if I use a var here, var is also having something known as a functional scope. So this is a function. Constructor is a kind of a function. So if I use var here, suppose instead of this dot room I use var room names dot room, then I will not be able to use it here, because its scope will end there only. Even var will scopes will is a functional scope, it will end there. But if I'm using a this, there's a special functionality in the this keyword. Inside a class I can use it at any places. There are some limitations to that we can see later on, but the main thing is that this keyword I can use at various places in a class. Various places I can use in a class, inside a class only. Various places I can use. So that's the reason always we use a lot of this keyword in a class. Okay, so that is the reason. And now this we are going to learn. Okay, so now const. So I will now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create, actually I'm going to create three variables like naps room, class room, and village room, and with the new keyword. So new create room I've done. Okay, one sec, someone is telling something I've not seen. Okay, so someone was telling something I have not seen yet. Okay, you want the PPT? Okay, that I will send. Okay, that maybe I'll put in the description. It doesn't matter. That is not a PPT. I mean, that is this is known as a slide. This is not a PPT. This is a slide. This is known as slide. There is no harm in sharing this. I will share. It doesn't matter. This is known as a slide, not a PPT. Okay, this is a slide. Okay, yeah, it is a PPT. Okay, okay, it's a Google. Okay, sorry, it is a PPT only, but it's a Google PPT. Okay, Google PPT. Okay, it's on the browser. Okay, so I've send it. Okay, you can do that. And anyways, this JSBins will be also be there. You can refer it. No problem. So I'm not sending in the WhatsApp group. So sorry, I'm not sending in the WhatsApp group. WhatsApp group, there are 150 people, and are you seeing 150 people attending this? No, they are not attending it. So those who attend it will get everything. Those who don't attend, they will not get anything. It will be there in the live chat. Maybe I'll put it in the description also. So if you come to the YouTube, this I'll put in the description also. You'll come to the YouTube and you'll get it there from there, but not in the WhatsApp group. So these things cannot be sent in the WhatsApp groups. Okay, so that is there. Now what we were learning. Okay, so this classes, this is how we create the objects in class in apps room, and these are known as objects. These are classes objects. These are different objects. If you're coming from a JavaScript background, no Java background, you'll know that the classical definition of a class is like a class is a blueprint, which always everybody say class is a blueprint, like and this is a example which everybody gives, that class is a blueprint like that of a blueprint of a car. Car have so many doors and all those things are there. And when we want to create a car, we create it through object, like object we give. And I want a red car, so like object, different objects we are going to pass. And maybe in the instead of create room, we'll have create car, and we'll pass the color there. Maybe we'll pass the color there. Okay, so we can have it like this. Okay, so okay, so that is like that, it is there. And so what happens in JavaScript or in Java, any other language, it is always the concept is like the same. When you create an object, there's the one problem which happens. When you create an object, and we have to create an object with a new keyword, and this is different than a JavaScript object. When you create a class object, we'll learn later. When I create a class object with a new keyword with a create room, first thing I'm passing this thing Nabendu here. So what will be happening? This constructor will be called automatically. This constructor will call automatically whenever I'm passing something here. Constructor will call automatically, and in this Nabendu's room will store here. Sika's room will store. Hriday's room will be stored. But how they are stored differently? See, the problem or the way classes work is that it creates its own copy. Whenever I create an object, what it will do internally, it will create its own copy of this class. So it will have its own this dot room variable. Mainly it will have its own this dot room variable. It will have its own function clean room. This is how it works. Maybe I think I will tell this in detail internal working in next week JavaScript advanced to master class. And this again is something which you don't need to know for the working, but if you know, it is okay, it is good. So that is there. And this is how it works, means it creates its own copy. And it creates its own copy. That's the reason if I do something like this, like if I do something like this, apps room dot clean room domex, with domex I'll do. And if I run it, and so 1 second, I'll come. So see, now naps room dot clean room with domex I'm doing. So it is coming, cleaning Nabendu's room with domex, cleaning Shikha's room with Lysol, cleaning Sridhar's room with Dettol. But how does it knows? How does it know that? Okay, so I have to do like this. This dot room from here only it is because I'm calling this function. So this is how you call a function which is inside a class. You call the function with the object name. Okay, object name you're going to call, and then only it will do it like this. So this is a very basic thing. In React we use the classes, we don't call it in this way, but this thing will be like that also in React. and this thing will not call it in this way. We're going to call it in a component way. How we are going to call it, you're going to see it later on, okay, how we are going to call it. And that is there. And the thing is that this way of doing things is actually very bad way of doing things. And classes are actually, they might say that okay, object oriented is good and all, but React also faced a lot of problem with this approach. And all of us also faced a lot of problem with this approach. Why this? I'm telling that like this one thing I told, like this object, I'm creating this object, and when I create the object, what happens, it gets its own copy of this dot room, it gets its own copy of this clean room, it will get its own copy of that. So suppose I create 100 object, it will get 100 copies of this will be made. This is something which is not doesn't happen in a function. Functions are very easy. So this thing happens, and this thing happens with Java also. Java is the main object-oriented programming language. And then Java have something known as garbage collector. You can search about it. Garbage collector is there in Java, which actually cleans this thing. Okay, so a lot of objects are created in the RAM of the system, in the RAM of your computer, in the RAM of your computer. So that will be cleaned, and that is the reason why your Android phones are slower than the Apple phones. Those of you iPhones, those though the people know how fast an iPhone is, especially after 1 year. You take an Android phone after 1 year, it becomes slow, and it becomes slow for this technical reason. This is a technical reason your Android phones become slow, because this garbage collection, the moment the garbage collection is done, but there is something which is deleted from the RAM of your Android phone continuously. It is deleted, and it then hampers those things. And that is why, because Android phones, the apps and all, most of the things are made in Java. In Java it is created, Android's operating system, everything is in Java. So that's the reason Java is slow, Android phone is slow. iPhone is being created in Objective C. It is not slow. It is a C. It's a functional programming language. Okay, so that is there. So everything have a reason. Your Android phone gets slow for these classes only. So even React team got this thing. So the React programs are getting slower. So that's why they are moving towards a functional approach with the hooks. And that is something which we're soon going to start, because A6 is soon going to end, and we are going to have a 10 minutes break, because this is a major topic which is going to complete. Okay, so now the next thing which is there, which is remaining, is is the array helper method, and they are very important. These array helper methods are actually very important. Let us see all of these 4 array helper method, which are the most important. Out of this, for each, map and filter are the most important. People thought that okay, reduce will also be very important, but reduce is never. People means the inventors thought that the reduce will be very important, because the ES6 and all, but it was not important. We'll see why it is not important. So okay, so let us start with like for each. What is the case of a for each and all, we are going to understand. Okay, so JavaScript console I'm going to do. And now we are going to learn, like first we are going to learn about for each. What is for each and why, where it is used. We already seen about for each, and it is a replacement for traditional for loop, especially when we do some array. So I will use a traditional, first I'll see a traditional for loop. And okay, they are using arrays only, so you can use this for each. If you are using a for each, you can use it in array only, not anything else. Like, and if you want to use a for loop for something else, then you cannot use a for loop. Like, there are a lot of cases in which it is not an array. So for each is used to iterate over an array. Okay, so that is there. So suppose I have a const language equal to Pascal and Kotlin and Java script, Pascal, Kotlin and JavaScript I have. And now I want to loop through it. So what is the traditional way? Traditional way is for let traditional for loop for let I equal to 0. And we have seen this earlier also, I is less than lang dot length. I was making a mistake here only. I plus plus. I always write the length spelling as wrong. And then console.log of lang, although I was using VS Code, it would have auto corrected me. Lang of I'll do, and it will be showing me this thing. Okay, this is a traditional way. And for each, in for each, what happens if you come here and do a for each? For each uses your arrow functions a lot for and for each like this. So I'll do a lang. I have to take the array dot for each. So E is capital. Okay, E is capital. Okay, that is very important. Camel case. Then I have to call this thing. And now I will call this item as anything which you have seen earlier also a lot of time. I can call this, and I can call this item. Let me call it item. Item, and like this, and console.log of item, and get it, run it. It will show all these things like this. Okay, it will show all these things. Okay, so that is there how this for each works. And for each is like means it's like a for loop only. It will run and that it's done. So now we'll see map. Okay, map is the next thing which you're going to see, which you're not seen yet. So I will write this also. This is a for each. Okay, so I will write here map. Okay, so I will write first we'll see a map use case, but map use case is actually huge because map is used heavily in React. So let us see a simple use case of map, which is like maybe what it is like. Okay, suppose I have an array like let nums. um, I have a numbers array, and it is like 4, 4, comma 6, comma 8, and I want to double it. Double it in the sense 4 into 2, 6 into 2, 8 into 2. But I want an array to be written. I want an array to be written. Okay, so how we are going to do that? How we are going to do that? Okay, for that, in the normal case, I will have a without map. Let bould double. I'll have this one like this, empty array, and then I will have a for let I equal to 0. I is less than numbers dot h I plus plus I'll do, and then I'll have a d doubled dot push. See, I've taken an empty array, double dot push, and I'll do a numbers I'll take a I will take into 2. I'll do numbers I into 2. Okay, so what will happen? It will come here, and numbers of 0 is 4. 4 into 2. 4 into 2 will be pushed in the double. 6 into 2 will push in the double. 8 into 2 will be pushed into the double. So like now I'll have a console.log of double. It's so much logic I have to write for just this thing, and it will be showing me this thing. Okay. So much logic I have to write. But with map, we can just like what we can do. We can just do a numbers dot map, and then maybe I'll do this time I'll do a number. This is always a good way to have a plural. If a plural is there in the your array, singular you can take. Okay, number, and this I'll do number into 2, but nothing will come here. Why? Because this map always returns something. For each doesn't return something. Map always returns a variable which is a new array, it returns. So I have to directly assign it to a const. Maybe I will call it doubled es6. Already taken a double variable. I will actually comment this out, double ds6. Now a new array will be in this double ds6, and then I'll do a this thing like console.log of doubled es6. I'll do, and I'll clear it, run it. See, it will come like this. So this is means what it is there. So how does this work? It works in a very simple way. Like it will go here in the numbers array, and it will take each of the item and it will multiply it by 2. So internally it will multiply it by 2 and keep on keeping it in a array only. So this double array is the double ES6. It will keep on putting in that. So again it will do. So whatever I will give here, it will do it there. And see, as for each, you might have seen for each, I'm not returning anything. So for each like a normal for loop, but map always returns something, and that is very important to have it in a variable, catch it in a variable. So that is the map. So now let us look into the your filter. Let us look into the filter. Okay, filter. Maybe we are going to look into filter through a good example. Because filter is very important also. Filter is also used a lot in React. But one thing which I will tell the difference between a lot of people have confusion the difference between filter and map. Okay. And one difference between filter and for each is that the for each is I am using it to return some element and all. And map will always return an array. Map will always return an array back. Okay. So that is it. So JSBin, JavaScript and console I'm going to do. Let's take a real example like maybe I will have that fake API store. Fake API store I'll have, and maybe I'll have these products. Okay, why it is slow? No problem. It doesn't want us to use the fake API store. Okay, so it is very slow. So let us use something else. So filter because the fake API store was also giving something like this. We have same thing. So will use something like this. Okay, maybe if fake API store is very slow, then Amazon will also be very slow. So suppose I have like this let products is there, a products array is there, and as I told Amazon also, if you go to Amazon also, it will hit some API endpoint like this only. It will hit some API endpoint like this, and so and in the home page I'll see everything. But if I want to see something, so I will go here and do anything like this. Like computers and accessories I'll do, and it will show me the computers and accessories. I don't know why it is also very slow, but you know how this works. This everybody knows. It will only show me the computers now. Amazon is also, because I'm streaming, so maybe that reason it is very slow for me. Okay, so that is there. So what happens in Amazon also, in the home page there is a very big JSON object, something like that will come, and it will have name, category, and it will have a lot of things like name, category, uh, price, picture will be also be there. All those things will be there. But when you filter something, like when I filtered something, then there is a logic which is actually written in the front end only. It will filter that. Suppose I will have taken a very small case, and here what will happen, I will now suppose someone user came and they filter on the smartphone, so they will get all the smartphones. So we are taking a small thing. So without ES6, without your filter, how we used to use earlier before 2015, and I have written this code like this, okay, earlier also. Let filtered and filtered is equal to like this again. Without ES6 we used to use a lot of empty arrays and all those things, two three layers of for loop, and ES6 changed everything. Like all these methods are like one liners. Okay, so let filtered is there, then for let I equal to 0 and I is less than products dot length I plus plus I'll do, and if again we have to go through all those things, if products I dot category, products I dot category triple equal to As I told, I want to choose only the smartphone. So I'll choose only the smartphone like this. The product side dot category is the smartphone. Then filtered dot push and apply. So much logic I have to write. And again, we are using some logic like this, which we have done here, empty array thing. And now we have to go to this filter. So filtered console dot log of filtered, and I will run it. And I will get this object again. This object ignore it, because if you see it in the real console, you'll see that okay. So this array of object will come like this. Okay, so it is like this. This gives some array. So where there is object, it writes objects. I don't know why. Okay, so that is there. JSBin. This is JSBin error. So this filter is like this. Okay, so again, walk through the code. Products I. So it will when it will loop through it. So product I will give me the first object. Product I will give me the first object, and it is like your product I will give me the first object. Then dot category I'm checking. I have a if statement inside. Dot category first time it will be smartphone. So smartphone equal to smartphone. Yeah, it is. So I'm pushing it. Second time also it is smartphone, I'm pushing it. Third time it is not a smartphone, it's a laptop. So this will give me laptop. So laptop is not equal to laptop, so I'm not pushing. So I'm only pushing two things. So this is how we used to work earlier. But filter has changed a lot of things. So filter has become very easy. Filter. So let filtered ES6 filter directly. Again, filter also returns something. Okay. So I'll have this products dot filter, and then I'll have a maybe I'll have this time item because you can take item also. Item dot category triple equal to, and let us take laptop now. Laptop I'll do, and now console dot log of ES6 and do it like this. And okay, so products dot filter. So let me run it first, and so this second one is coming from here, so it is working fine. So I'm getting all the laptops here, and it is working fine. Again, it is why it is showing this thing. Okay, sometimes it doesn't refreshes even if you. Okay, it's showing only this thing. Again, it works like this. Okay, it goes to each of the item, and whenever this is true, it will only put that item. It will only put that item in the array, means in the array which is written. Okay, so array which is written. Again, it also gives array only. Filter also gives array only. Filter and map always returns back an array, and the for each it returns back anything. Okay, but there is a difference between filter and map. So a lot of people might have some confusion. What is the difference between filter and a map? So there is a difference like that. In map, if I send an array of, if I loop through an array, or if I go through an array of length 3, I'll get back an array of length 3 only, not less than that, not less than that, more than that. But in filter, if you can see, I am looping through, I'm using array of length 4, but I'm getting an array back of length 2. I can get an array back of length 4 also. I can get an array back of length 3 also, 2 also, 1 also. In fact, I can get an array back of computer of 0 also. A lot of time in Amazon.com or some smaller sites, you might have seen, I select some category and nothing is been shown. I've seen that in a lot of smaller sites a lot of time. So everybody uses filter logic somewhere, either in this way or this way. Every e-commerce site uses it like this. So smaller website, when you select some category, so although the program has made the code, but that category itself is not there. So this gives us blank. So all these things are there. So that is there. Then we have come to the last topic here in the ES6, which is like the reduce. Reduce is the last topic. So JSBin and reduce was something which was actually very powerful. And yes, that JavaScript people thought, okay, everybody will use reduce, because reduce is something in which you can create a for each map and everything. But people thought that the code was way too much complicated for that. People never use reduce. So we'll see a very simple use case of reduce which actually you'll see that the use case is much more easier than the like this normal means how we are going to use the reduce. Okay, so let us see that thing anyways. So okay, so we will have a use case of reduce. We'll have a numbers like this, let numbers equal to there like this, and then suppose I want to get the sum of all the numbers, get the sum of number 40 plus 30 plus 20. I want the sum of the number of an array. It is not that much easy, which you might be thinking. So with the normal way, what I will do, var sum, again I have to take a sum of 0, I will take, and then I will have a for loop, traditional for loop, for let I equal to 0, I is less than numbers dot length, and I plus plus I'll do, and sum plus equal to numbers I. So what does this I done? Okay, and then console dot log of sum. If I run it, I'll get 90. So how does this work? And what is plus equal to? Plus equal to means sum equal to sum plus number size. So let us go through it. So first sum is 0, then it will iterate over it. So numbers dot length is 3 actually. So it will come here, and sum is sum equal to sum plus number size, means sum equal to 0 plus 0 plus your 0 plus 20 is 20. Next iteration it will come, sum is 20, 20 plus 30 like that. Next iteration 40, so it will go to 3 only, so it is 20 90. Now the same thing we are going to convert into reduce we are going to convert, and this will be like const sum reduce. Again it returns something, const sum reduce equal to NUMBERS numbers dot reduce, and we'll have like this ACC dot CORR per current. Okay, it has got two things. Most of the things takes only one thing, or like this. If you go here, we have this item, and one thing only takes, but it takes two things. One is the ACC, one is the cur, and both of them, ACC means accumulator, current means the current. Okay, it will take like this. And one more thing, we have to give it give this curly bracket, because here also we could have given the curly bracket and the return statement, because that is a single statement, we are not giving it. But here we give it for a reason, because this we have to take a 0 here. The sum equal to 0. If you remember, sum equal to 0, I have taken the initial value is 0. So this initial value we have to take it like this. This 0 I have to take. Then what I am going to do is return ACC plus CURR ACC plus cur. So what if I do now this const console dot log of sum reduce, I'll do, and run it, and see it is showing the 90. It is showing me the 90, that we remove it and showing me 90. So how does this work? So this works like this. Let me comment it. How does this? So it will again go through the iteration. So first iteration it will come, and it will see this accumulator value. Accumulator value is whatever I give it here. So accumulator value is 0. So 0 plus current is 20. 0 plus 20 equal to, it will make it as 20. Then what it will do? 20, because the accumulator is 20 now. 20 plus 30 equal to 50. Now the accumulator is 50. So 50 plus 40 is equal to 90. It will be shown like this. Okay. So this is like this. One more thing here, I can change the initial value like this. I can do it like 10. I'll do, and it will be 100 like this. Okay. So that is there. I can make it 0, so that you can have it. So this is there. This is all ES6. We have completed all ES6 and all. So we are going to start with React. We're going to start with React in the next 15 minutes. We're going to start with React. So and React is something. Okay, I'll also tell in the every forum, because we're going to start in React in 15 minutes. Okay, I'll write also. We will start with React in 15 minutes. Okay. In 15 minutes, we're going to start with React, and then maybe after class base is done, or maybe at 2, we'll have the lunch. Okay. So we'll start with React, and I'll see you all with React. hello all. So we'll start now, and yeah. So so we will start with React now. So what is React and all? So I don't want to tell much of theory. You know, but React is the most demanded JavaScript framework. Or the moment you have at least even 4 5 projects in React, they start getting call from recruiters. And how to get start getting call from recruiters? Just post all the projects on your LinkedIn profile, one after the another, and that is my guarantee. You'll get a call from someone. Okay, unless you have like a very small LinkedIn following, like 10 15 like that. Okay, and that is something which I always say. Okay, and that I told on day one also. You have to have some LinkedIn following, like daily, every week. Add those 50 people, have a connection of at least 1,000 people. Then you will see the magic, and you start posting a React.js project, and you will see the magic. Okay, that is there. Okay, so let's get started with React. And here I'm not sharing my screen, so let me share my screen first. Okay, as I told, not much theory and all I will going to tell. So React.js is a JavaScript library, not a framework like Angular. And Angular also soon we are going to cover on the channel. Means Angular is actually much more tougher than React.js. Okay, and React is much more easier than Angular. So that is one thing. And okay, which I'm using. Maybe I'll not use Firefox. Maybe I'll use don't require Firefox, and I'll use Chrome only. Okay, so from where to add React and all. Okay, so one thing is that the browser doesn't understand means React and all. So it understand only JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It understand. So there is a package, and React is created, developed, maintained by Facebook, which is like the second biggest company on the planet. Okay, after Google and all. Okay, so and people like React more than Angular, which is created, maintained by Google. But React is way ahead in the competition because it is a very small thing to learn, and it is the ecosystem is also very good. It has developed and all, and startups love it. The main thing is that startups love it. In enterprise, you will find more Angular, but in startup world, but nowadays it is also not like that. All the fan companies is Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. So except Google, everybody is using React. Even Microsoft, okay, in the fan company, Microsoft is not there. Even Microsoft is using Google because using React, because I know a lot of people from Microsoft also, and I get a lot of interview calls also from Microsoft because of that React. I know a lot of React. Okay, so that is there. So React is used everywhere. Every company uses React. So how to create a project in React? So that is the main thing. And from here, you need to know a bit of command line. It is very much required to know a bit of command line, because most of the things which we are going to do here are from command line. Means not most of the thing like installing and all. After that, we're going to go into VS Code and all. So React, from where to install React and all. So React, there is something known as a create React app, again created by Facebook, of course. So don't go to this link, go to the GitHub link. React is completely open source, so you'll get everything in this create React app. Okay, so that is there, and they will tell you how to add it. So it is using something known as npx. Okay, one thing is required. You need to have Node installed on your system. So you need to have a Node.js installed on your system for React.js, and I'm not going to go through all those things, how to install Node.js and all. You just go to nodejs.org and you install it. For Windows also it will come some exe file, it will come, and it will give you this 16.5 point what is the install this one, not the current one, install this one. So Node.js is like a package manager, and all the open source projects are on Node.js only. Okay, so Node.js comes with npm also, Node package manager. Npm full form is Node package manager, and it consists of lot of means all the React and everything you're going to install with npm only. So npm is something through which all the open source thing, big thing you're going to install. And there is a newer version of npm known as npx. It is saying that npx means npm 5.2 and higher. You need that to run React. So how to check those things? There are two things which you need to check. Once you install this Node.js, from here you have to come to terminal, and again the terminal is now very important. And as I told earlier, use git bash. If you're using Windows, please use git bash. Cmd is okay, but cmd is not good. The command line of Windows is not good. You install something known as a git bash, and you will have some. This is a very good thing, good terminal. Why? Because it comes inbuilt with Git also, so you can use that with Git. Means you can add your code to GitHub, or else you have to use install Git separately. But it's much more better in Windows to have it. In in Linux and Mac are like same. This is inbuilt, it is Git is there. Okay, so that is not required. Okay, so this, so first when you install this Node.js, what you have to do? You have to do a node dash v. So it will give you a node version which is 16, which is quite good for me, 16.2. And you have to do a npm dash v, because they're telling us that npm version should be 5.2 and higher. So it is 8.1, it's okay. So I will now do this thing, npx create react app, and I will start creating this react app, and we will start creating this react app, and it will take around 2-3 minutes to create, because it adds a lot of things there. So it will take around 2-3 minutes. And so that is it. And one more thing you're going to see means, if you're going to watch my means some of my JavaScript projects and all, so they're like DOM programming, you'll see. So the DOM projects are actually much more difficult than the React projects. I teach a lot of students, they also tell that okay, so the DOM projects are much more difficult than React. And as I tell them, it is okay, but you have to know a bit of DOM projects also, because the interviewer is going to ask you. But the thing is that you're not going to work on DOM project ever in your life. So you have to go in, you're going to work on some React project, you're going to do some Angular project. And if you're going to go to some startups, most of the time they will not even ask about DOM projects and all. They'll just ask if you know React or not. Okay, so React is done. So it is starts. It was very, very fast. And it will give you this thing. Okay. We suggest you begin typing cd and you will start and happy hacking. Happy hacking doesn't mean hacking. Happy hacking means programming. Okay. So let's say that. So I'll do a cd, and because one of my students was asking this thing, why it is telling us to happy hacking? Hacking means bad thing. No, hacking also means coding. Okay. So cd my app I'll do, and then I will not do the npm start right now, because I want to open it with VS Code. So instead of going in the folder and opening through VS Code, it is very important to do it through there. So see, we are using React, so we started using some of the command line things like npm, which is required, npx, which is required. You have to use cd also. Then I'm using code dot. Code dot means open all of this code in this current directory. So code dot is there, and code dot is again means it will be installed on your system in windows. All windows it will be there definitely, and it will open all of my project here. Code dot, what does it? Opens the current directory in Visual Studio Code. Instead of dragging it, we can directly open it like this. Okay, so like this I have done, and this will, this is a lot of things were created by React. Okay, and we are going to go through each one of them. What are they? Okay, then one more thing we are going to do, watch what they have told us to do, which is npm start. Npm start I'm going to do. Okay, npm start I've done. So see, now it will automatically open this in a localhost 3000, which is the default React port. It will open in a default browser also. And the thing with React is that till now, when we are done HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or HTML, CSS project, we were using something like live server. Here we don't have to use a live server. By default, it gives us the live server. The moment you do npm start, it will open it in localhost 3000, and the live server is there. So this thing is there with all the JavaScript libraries and frameworks. Like Angular opens at localhost 4200, and it is also like that. With all these libraries and framework, it is like the some live server kind of a thing is there. The moment you change something, it will automatically reflect it and it will be done. And these features of React is known as hot reloading. Okay, and actually this feature came first, then this live server came, because people love this feature. Means earlier in HTML, JavaScript, people have to refresh that thing. That live server feature came later on, after this React and Angular features were there, which are known as hot reloading. Then that live server feature came. Okay, because people just can't wait. Okay, so I do something, then refresh it and all those things. Okay, that was there. So let us now, it is showing this famous React logo and all, and which is revolving, and from where it is coming and all. Let me also tell those things. And first, let me, what is the structure? So I will take through the structure of this thing, then we're going to start. Readme is, by force it is the readme, you can read it. And then this package.json, which is a very important file. Package.json is a file which will be there in all the even node project you will create. That package.json file will be there. And what is this package.json file? It contains all the dependencies which are there, which are required, which are actually required to run this project. It is there. And see, all the internet nowadays works on open source projects. all the big companies also put heavily on open source. React.js is complete open source, although a lot of Facebook engineers run update React.js. And the creator of React.js name is Dan Avramov. He is also a Facebook employee. Dan Avramov, he's like a legend. So that guy is there, and so that guy is also a Facebook employee. And uh, so, but the React code is completely open source. You can go and check the React code. Okay, they will not approve your pull request. There is something known as pull request. They will not approve it. But if you are one of the contributor, even if you're not in Facebook, you can add something to the React because it is an open source. Okay, so that is there. But here one of the main thing in this package.json is there. So this is dependencies is there. So this was something which are installed by default in this program project. Okay, so that is there. And there is one thing which is very important here. This react and react dom are written. So take any one of them. So its version is 18.1. So React also goes through some upgradations, like versions keeps on changing every year. Like 1 year 16 version will come, then 16 point in a 16 only they will keep everything 16.2, 16.3, 16.4. Why I'm telling this 16? Because React 16.2 version is very important, because at that time React had got through some major upgradation. Again, they have not done some changes, upgradation they have done. What they had done earlier, everything in React, the main component, we are soon going to learn component, was class based component. And people used to learn React in a class based approach, and functional component were there, but they were only dummy component. So React uses both functional component and class based component. They are like they use function also and class also. So what happened with the class based approach, there were some issues were coming, like this hot reloading thing I have told. Hot reloading was not happening correctly. Then classes are very complicated to understand, that was there. Some minification internal issue was there, and people were finding classes a bit tough. And React is one thing is there, React always try to make everything very very easy. So they released this hook based approach, and it is like not backward compatible. So if today also we are going to start with class based approach first, and later on go to hook based, because there is something in class based which you need to learn, that without that you cannot learn hook based. That what I think, because in class based there were two things which were earlier not in functional. One of them is known as state, which is not there. State is a major React concept, and the other concept is known as lifecycle method, which is again not there in functional, but both of them are added. Especially this for lifecycle methods, that you have to learn through class based first. And another thing which I have earlier told, that see, it came in 2020 mid, and it was people started using it in 2021. So the old projects, and in almost all the industry, most of the projects run 10, 20, 30, 40 years. So even if it is a 5, 6 years old project, all of the functional components will be React.js, or will be class based. Maybe you can use the functional component there, but I was working in a React.js project, and in that everybody was using class based. So the thing was that everybody had to use class based only. And okay, and the another problem is that you cannot use a function state in a functional component, or hooks. It is known as hooks in React version 16.2 or earlier. And in production project, what happens, people don't upgrade the versions, because if they upgrade the process, a lot of things fails. So they will never upgrade the versions so easily. It is easily 2-3 months of work. So nobody touches the versions. Okay, the version is there, it will be like that. So let's just start it now more. Okay, so this is a package of JSON, again very important. And then we have a git ignore. So git ignore have something known as node module. See, all open source projects work on something known as node modules. So node modules are these small programs, and this node module is actually a very big part of it. If you open HTML CSS JavaScript project, it is very small, but this node module itself, this folder, if you open it, it is actually around 300 to 400 MB. Yeah, you heard it right, MB. And what happens if this node modules keep on going to your GitHub, the limit is everything you have to put on GitHub. That's how people will know. Your GitHub will be filled very soon, because GitHub, the limit is 2 GB. So 300 MB means hardly means 7-8 projects it will fill it. So React come inbuilt with this git ignore. If you're doing some Node.js code, you have to write it on your own. And in git ignore, it is mentioned that node modules is there. So node modules will not go to your GitHub. But then how will this project run later on? So whatever the dependencies are there, that will be written in this package.json file. And you have to do something known as npm install. And npm install in that directory. So it will install those things in your local computer. Local computer, you can have 300 MB. It is not like that. Okay. But for me, all that 300 MB is also sometimes it is way too much, and I have to keep on cleaning those node modules because it fills up quite soon. Okay, so that is it. So let us understand more about how React actually works, how we are seeing this thing, how seeing this revolving thing. Okay, so React actually works from this. In the public folder there is an index.html is there. React works from here, this index.html. Okay, a lot of commenting is there. So this is how you, it's a HTML file, so commenting is like this. Maybe I will remove this commenting so that it is much more easier to see. It's not required this commenting and all. And so let me save it, nothing will happen. So head part is there, like HTML document, the head part is there. Head part, I have everything like the link and all. So title is like React app, so title you can see the React app. Maybe I will write something different, learn React, like this I'll do learn React. Okay, and if I save it, see hot reloading is there, and it is showing the learn React. Okay, then we have this div id root. Okay, this is actually very important. This is a bit of DOM programming type of code, but you don't have to understand much of it because this is not how we work. So but only the logic I'm telling how React works. So there is in the body we have only one thing, div id of root. So this index.html, but how it is shown here. So index.html actually run from here. Okay, this index.js, this index.js file is very important. So it will run from here. So what will happen here, so there is so this coding also you don't have to learn much, no, not at all, but just I'm explaining it. Okay, so React DOM, a root variable I'm taking, and React DOM not create root, something internal to React, it is done that. And what it will do, this document dot get element by id root. So this is some JavaScript code which we are doing. Document dot get element by id root means it is getting this thing, document dot get element by id. And then what is doing, root.render is root.render and app. So what it generally does, this strict mode is like, you can ignore it, it is not a strict mode like Angular. Okay, so React root.render I'm doing, and doing the app. So what I'm doing here actually, I'm taking this ID of root and putting the app in it. App is something. What is app? Let me click it, and you can do a control here and you can click on this app. So app is app.js and everything is JS in React. This is a real React component. We are going to start working from here only. Index.html, index.js was to just to explain. So from here, and this has been shown here. See this, if you can see closely, this logo is like this logo. Edit app.js to reload this file, and this button is there like this. So this is how it works. It is having some CSS also. This is how React works and all. And we are going to now work from this app.js. And React, let me tell one more thing. React uses something like a weird kind of a thing which is known as a JSX. JSX stands for JavaScript XML. So in React what happens, the JavaScript and the HTML are combined to form a different language known as JSX. It is not very difficult language to understand. Okay, it is very easy thing. It is mostly, you'll see, it is mostly HTML and JavaScript to combine. But see, you see this thing. It's a JS file, but I'm writing HTML in it. Inside the JS file, I'm writing HTML. Okay, so that is there. So that is means that CSS is like normal in normal CSS, but we are going to learn about some other ways to use CSS in React also. So it is like a normal CSS, like what we'll do it. So it is coming because of that. So this is there. And there's a little bit of difference in the HTML which we write because of JSX and all. I'm going to see that whenever it comes. Okay, so that is there. And now, as I've told, there are two kind of components, and we're going to see both of the components right now. But we are not going to see in the functional component the state and all. First, we're going to mainly concentrate on the class-based component. Then we're going to do the functional component. Maybe the functional component after the lunch, maybe, because class-based component takes a lot of time. Okay, so that is there. So this function app is there, and this div and all these things are there. So generally what happens when you start a React project, you remove all these things and put start from your app.js also. Here only start. And if you can see closely, it is a functional component, like a JavaScript function I'm taking, and it is like that. Okay, that is there. So the next thing which we are going to do is create our own components. That is how you work in React. So the component, most of the time what people do in the SRC, they will create a components folder. You also have to do like this. Maybe in the company you get, it will have a different structure. So then here I will have a, maybe, okay, I will have a, okay, one sec. I'll have a, greetings.js. Okay, greet, greet, okay, or greet.js. I'll have a component greet.js. First we will learn about the functional component, and then we are going to learn about the class based also, and then we are going to consider more on class based. So function component, which already seen that using the function keyword, but nowadays nobody uses the function keyword and all. Everybody love the arrow based function, and you can use both of them. If you're not comfortable with this, you can anyways use this thing. Okay, so that is there. And so how I am going to use it here. So first thing is that I'm going to import React from React. We have to do this thing, and I think it is not required that much nowadays, but it's okay to do it. So then what you are going to do, we are going to write the const read equal to like this, and then from this much. Yes, also. This is a normal things I think I have written, and then I'll do a export. See, all the components in React are on its own. All the components or the files are on its own. So you have to export it to use. So I have exported it. Okay, I have exported the grid, and hello world is there. And there are two ways to export it. This way is known as named export. Named export, and I will import it. Now I will actually remove all of these things because we don't want the default thing. I'll keep the div of app because it gives some style to have everything in the center. So I'll keep that. Now I have to show this greet component. So I'll do this GREET. So, and VS Code will give me some suggestion like this. And when it gives some suggestion like this, please enter that, enter. So what it will do, it will help me to do the import. See, import, or else you have to write it on its own. So as I told, this is known as named. Okay, this is not like this. This is a self-ending. Okay, this is a named import. So named import is there. So I have to do import with a curly bracket, and if it doesn't give, you have to write it on your own. So whenever you export like this, you have to import it like this, great, and you have to give the exact path. The path is like this. So now I will save it. Hello world is coming. Hello world is coming. Okay, so this hello world is coming. So this is how you start with React project, and I have created a simple functional component, and app.js is always the parent component, and from here you will call all those things. So this is a named import. This is known as named import. This is known as named export. Named import and named export. So one more thing is there. Okay, so what is the benefit of using something like this? So there is one more benefit of using named export, and named export is something which we use hardly 5% of the time. The next thing which I'm going to tell is the default export, which is like this. We're going to create a component with default export, which we use 95% of the time. Okay, so if I named export, what is the thing? You can do multiple exports from here, and but the name will be different. Suppose I will write a React grid, and hello React, save it. So now I can come, and again I have to call it like this. Okay, REACT grid, React grid, and it will actually add with a comma in the curly bracket. Okay, named export, named import. Hello React is coming. So as I told, we don't use mostly like this. So we are going to use create another file or component. It is known as component. I will not use the term file. It is known as component. Greeting dot js, greeting.js, all right. And okay, and one more thing. So I have written this component on my own and all. So then again there is a shortcut, just like in html barebone code, we make it with the dot and the no not, and then we give this like this, it will create the barebone thing. Okay, this we know. But react doesn't, VS Code doesn't have something like to do this with React. For that we have to add one external program, like external extension. It's an extension, and that extension is known as this extension, ES7 React Redux. React Redux is very popular extensions, more than more than 50 lakhs. Okay, more than 50 lakhs installations are there. But the benefit of it, you have to like write something which most of people start remembering it, and it will create the component for you. So for functional component it's a bit different, for class based component it's a bit different. So functional component we generally write RAFC. Especially I write it because I like arrow functions more than the normal functions. So I'll write like this, and see, it will give me the whole of the structure, including the default statement. And this way of exporting is known as default export. And here the thing is that here I can have multiple exports, but here I can have only one export, because generally we export only one time only. So this is like this default export, greetings from React. Yeah, maybe it will be H3. See, I'm writing HTML statement so easily. But if you want to write HTML statement in a JavaScript file, in a JavaScript DOM project, you cannot write like normal HTML. You have to write like create element, this and that, and all those things you have to do. You have to remember that way. But in React, it is very easy. I'm writing a normal HTML in a JavaScript file. This is one of the superpower of React. So I'll save it, and then what I'm going to do, this greeting is there, so I have to come here and I have to again import it. So I will do it, import it, pre TREETING greeting. I'll do like this, and I'll save it, and see, greeting from React is coming. This is how like this it is there. So now let us go to the class based component. Okay, class based component. Yeah, you can get a job with React.js only, nothing else is required. Okay, so nothing else in the sense you cannot learn React.js with HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So first is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then React.js, then a job. Okay, nothing else is required. Nothing else is required. Just having React.js on your resume can do wonders with. Not in resume, you have to do a projects, of course. Don't even learn anything else. Just as on day one, I have told HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, because React is a JavaScript library. See, I'm using HTML here. If you don't understand HTML, what you will do? If you don't understand a bit of JavaScript, then what you will do? If you don't understand CSS, you will not able to style any project, and that is one of the main work of a front end developer. Okay, so I always tell people to first become a front end developer, then go become a full stack, and whatever else you want to become, you can learn hundreds of things, because there's so much thing to learn that it will take a lifetime to learn. Okay, so that is there. And most people are confused like that. They will learn some Python, they will learn some PHP, then they will learn something, and in a blink 2 3 years pass away. So that is there. So greetings are done. So now the next thing is that we'll write a class based, we'll write a class based code here. Okay, so this class based, I have to write a class based. Okay, so class based, again I'm going to create like this. In component I'm going to create a welcome.js, and it is like I'll write a RCC is there, and RCC is again a shortcut from that. Okay, RCC, and then default welcome. Okay, so now this is a bit different, and we're not started here. Constructor is also the constructor we're going to learn later on. So this is a class based, and I've just taught React means in class also in ES6. So see, we have started using all the ES6 concept. So classes are here also in React, and it used to be one of the major component in React. The functional component were not used that much earlier because class based was having some superpowers of React, of state and lifecycle method, which we're going to learn soon. Okay, so class is like this. Class is, you can see like welcome is there, and extends component I am doing extends component. Extend is again a class thing. Okay, class thing, it is known as inheritance. Okay, extend is the inheritance, and here what is extending from your component, which I'm getting from React. So it is getting some core React features because it is extending from React. Don't have to learn much about it. This is the skeleton of it, but only learn because it is extending, then only it can get some core features of React, like a state and lifecycle matters, like those. And then there is one more difference from the functional component, which is like there, here we have a render thing. So render method is there. Here we don't have any render method. Return was not directly, return was there. So but here your render method is there because render method has some special features here. So inside the render only you can have a return here. So this is like this, it is there. And now we'll use it. It also does the default export, so not much different. And we'll have a welcome like this. Like this, I'll save it. So welcome is coming like this. Okay, and so that is there. So now it's time to, okay, start with the props. But even before the props, I want to tell just one small things here. See this, you're seeing this class name here, div of class name equal to app. What is this class name? Actually this is a class in JavaScript, not in JavaScript, HTML. We have this class, and then we why we do the class in HTML? We give the class in HTML because we want to style them. See, there is a dot app is there. I want to style them. So this class name is there in React. It is similar to that class in HTML, but this is one of the difference which JSX have with plain HTML. So why we use class name here? See, because class, this is at the end of the, I'm using a JavaScript file. Class is a keyword here. So that's why React people came out with this class name thing. So whenever you use some class for that CSS purpose, you have to do the class name. That is one of the difference. Some other differences are there, which I will tell later on, but not very heavy differences are there. Okay. So now we will learn about one of the other very important topic in React.js, which is known as the props. Props is in the React.js. So this is the first important topic. Okay, it's the first important topic. And please do like and subscribe if you're not done it yet. Please do that. It will help. Doing this is like more than like 8 hours to yesterday, and it is like 9, 10, more than 5 hours today. Okay, so that is it. Please do like and subscribe so that it can help us to create content like this. So then now we are going to learn about props. Props are a way to pass data from a component. It is very important in React, or even anything you see, even in Angular and all, you go pass data from one component to another. So pass data from this parent component to the child component. Okay, parent component. So, okay, this is known as parent component because this is calling all of these things. Okay, this is known as parent component, and this is known as a child component and all. Okay, so that is there. And how, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to comment out this thing. Okay, React, how to comment in any language, you select everything and do a control and backslash, it will comment it. But you should know that, okay, React, the comment is like this you should know. And I'll comment this also. In fact, I'll comment the welcome also, because welcome we're going to see a bit later on. So I only have this greetings now. So greetings from React is coming. So now greetings from React is coming, but maybe I will take it a which one. Greetings from React is there, but I want to show the greetings from something else. Greeting from JavaScript, greetings from Golang ship, and it should depend. It should depend whatever is getting passed here. So how to do that actually? So to do that, here we use in React something known as the props. So here in this component, and this component you might be seeing it is like a normal HTML tag only, but this backslash is there, which actually makes it like a self-closing HTML component. And HTML components, HTML tags and all, also you can self close like that input tag. You can give something like that at the end. And React, it is mandatory to give these things. Okay, if you don't give it, then it will give me an error. Okay, so this is mandatory to give this thing. So now I'll pass something like a name. I'll pass name. So this is not a keyword, you can use anything here. Name equal to, I'll do a, maybe I'll do a JavaScript. And JavaScript, this is at all not a keyword. So name equal to JavaScript I have written. And name equal to Golang I'll written, right? And name equal to React. So I'm passing three different things here. Name equal to JavaScript, name equal to Golang, name equal to React. Okay, name equal to React. Okay, name is also not a keyword. You can write anything, key you can write or anything, but all of these things should be have the same thing. Like name is should be there because we are going to use like that. Okay, I'll save it. And then here we'll go in the greeting we're going to do. And here props I'll do. And here, okay, so here something is comes as props. What is this props? Let us see. Console.log of props. Console.log of props. And so console.log of props are done. So I have to open it and inspect it, and I have to go to the console. And okay, it is coming 2 times. Okay, so this is not a bug in Java, in React and all. It is showing 2 times. I have to do something. So React recently upgraded to version 18 actually. Before that, version 17.9 is there. And I have seen this thing whenever React updates to some new version. There is one thing which always causes a problem. And this is not a big thing in the index.js. Is strict mode. It causes it is causing this to come 2 times and not even know where it is coming. So just this is a fix which, see, all open source projects have some small bugs are there. So I know this you will do, it will go away. Okay, so that is there. And see, now we'll see correctly. So what is this props? So this props is like, you will be seeing this props is like the object. Okay, object is there, object is there of props. And I'm passing it like name equal to JavaScript, but it is coming as a, like props, which is the object, it is coming, it is coming as an object it is coming of name. And in the name JavaScript, this is what internally React does. Okay, I'm passing something here, it will come as an object of name and JavaScript, it is like that. So now how to use this thing, okay, name and JavaScript, how to use this thing. So to use this thing, okay, use this thing. And I have to use it like this, props dot, because it's an object, so I have to use it like props dot name. I have to use it props dot name. Okay, because it's an object, I want to get the value JavaScript, Golang and React. So props dot name. And in React, what happens, if you want to show some variable, you have to give it in this curly bracket. Do this thing and see. Now see here, greetings from JavaScript, greetings from Golang, greeting from React is coming. Same component, I'm reusing that component, it is showing like this. So this is the power of React. But now in props, there is one more thing like this. And most of the 95% of times you're going to pass props like this. But sometime you have to pass something like, maybe like in JavaScript you can also do something like this, the complete way. I'll save it. So, and it will not break anything. But I've done this thing for a reason. The reason behind that is that I will now pass something here, language of the web. I do this language of the web. And now if I language of the web, I have written the in JavaScript. Okay, the rest of them I have not written anything. I'll save it. See, now in the first one, the console log is coming. I have something known as children. I have not written it, but if I pass something here in the inside of a any component, it comes as a children props. Now what I can do, I can show this thing. Okay, greeting from this, and then I can show this thing. Okay, let me show this in the next line maybe. Okay, I will show a p, and which is like I will directly show like this, because I know it is like a props dot children. It is like a props dot children. Props dot children. It is okay. So like this, I'll save it. But it gave me an error. It was also showing error. If some error is there, you can see the error will be shown in the VS Code also. It is a very good feature. VS Code also the error will be shown. Okay, so here also the error is been shown, and some error is been shown, and it is written. The error is very self-descriptive. It is telling adjacent JSX element must be wrapped in an enclosing tag. Did you want to use a JSX fragment? Okay, like this, JSX fragment. It is giving me. So I have to use something known as JSX fragment. Now, what is JSX fragment? Why this error have done? Error is like this because in React you cannot use it. It is not like that. If something started with the H1, it have to start. You have to end with the H1. We cannot do like that. Okay, everything cannot be an H1. So we have a. This is only 2 lines of code. Most of the React applications will have 100 lines of code. Okay, 100 lines of HTML. So that is there. So we cannot start something with something and something with something. So earlier what people used to do, wrap everything with a div. Wrap everything with a div. See, if I wrap everything with a div like this, you'll see this error will go away. This error will go away, and I'll save it. And now this error is gone away. But they told us to use a fragment. We will not use a fragment. They told us to use a fragment for a reason, because this div used to cause a, at the end of the React is HTML CSS. HTML CSS are also there. This div used to cause a lot of problem with the CSS, because CSS, most of the people nowadays use Flexbox and Grid. Flexbox and Grid, if you remember, we have taught yesterday. Flexbox and Grid, what happened? If I have a div, it will work. It will be like a children. Suppose I have a Flexbox here in the app, and then I want this only to be the children. This only to be the children's, not this thing, not this. That it will start becoming the children, and it will cause a lot of style issue. It used to cause a lot of style issues. So this fragment means nothing. Fragment means nothing. I'm also going to show this thing. Okay, so let me show this thing quickly. And one more thing, this our props or children is coming. Okay, props or children is coming here correctly. So I'll show this thing. I'll inspect it and see this div app is there, and this it is like a div. Every time a div is in wrap, every time a div is in wrap, which is actually not a good thing unless you needed it. Sometimes you need this thing also. It's not a good thing. But instead of this, suppose I take a this thing. This is another fragment. In React term, it means nothing. It means nothing. It will be, but it can be treated as two different tags. So that's why I'll not get the error, because this doesn't exist in HTML. So it's an empty thing like this. Save it. So now you come here back here. So come here and you see this inside the app. I have like this H1P, H1P, H1P. No div is there. So it will not cause me style problems. Okay. Sometime you require that div for maybe some styling, but it will not cause a problem. So now the next thing is that we are going to look into this how to pass the props in a this thing, how to pass the props in a class-based function. So class-based function we need to pass again. So okay, so like let us uncomment this also, and maybe I will have a HR here so that I can differentiate it. Okay, welcome is not different because I have uncommented it out. So like this, welcome is there, and now welcome also will have like name equal to data, name equal to um, get native. So and here, so let us directly have some children also, because we know we can pass children also, language of for cross mobile development. Okay, like this I'll write. Okay, so now nothing is coming because we have not given anything. So we'll go here, and instead of this I will go give a h1 here. H1 I'll give, and this h1 I will again have a fragment, and here h1 will be there, and a p will be there, and welcome. But I don't have anything like this props and all, something like I don't have any parameters. How do you pass this parameter? And so here the this keyword comes into play. So this is how React team has done it. The this keyword will come into play. So it will be like this dot props dot name, this dot props dot name, and this will be this dot props. Instead of this dot props dot name, I have this dot props dot name. Instead of this dot props dot name, I have a children, children. This dot props dot children. So this is like this, and this is how it comes, like the welcome Flutter, and only this was having children. So children is coming, welcome React Native, welcome Shift, welcome React Native. So it is like this, it is there. So this is the what the props are all about. So now we will learn about state. Okay, we'll learn about state. So let us learn about that. And state is a very important concept. And state we are going to now learn only in a class-based component. Later on, when we're going to learn hooks, we're going to learn state in a functional component also. Earlier, before 2020, there was no concept of state in a functional component. Hooks changed everything. Okay, and React is popular from 2015 actually. Okay, released in 2013, but it became very popular in 2015 and overtook Angular. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new, okay. So I'm going to create a new component like counter.js is there, and then again I'll create a RCC for default counter. This, yeah, and here, okay, one more thing, let us add this counter. So I will do one thing, I will actually comment out all of these things, this is how you comment it out. Okay, now I will have this counter counter, and it will now only show this counter. So what I want here, I want to show something like a value which click of a button, it will increase the thing. Okay, so let us start with the state. And for that we need something known as state, because we need to hold some value. It is not like some variable you can hold something, and here the concept of state comes. And state you have to declare in something as a constructor. There is a thing in constructor runs only once. Okay, that we've seen in ES6 also. And see, one more thing is there. See this, I forgot to tell, this class is there. This we didn't create an object or something here in React, so that is very easy. So there in the ES6 example, we created an object, and that was like very tough. Like object we have created, and then all those things were done. Just calling it like a functional component and then using it. Okay, but then the constructor is there. And what is the concept of constructor? Constructor is that constructor will run only once, one time only it will run. We soon see more about it in the lifecycle method, but it will run only once. So I'll come here and do a r const, I'll do, and then it will be done, and then cut it, and then I'll do a count of 0. So what is this dot state? Okay, first thing is that, okay, let us understand what is the constructor in a React context. What is this constructor? Constructor, you have to write something as props and super props. So when we have a constructor, see, we are using props from React, okay, with this dot props. So inside from this component, so whenever we do this thing, so this super, you have to do this. This is something which is from a class-based concept. If you use the concept of inheritance, we always have to do a super keyword, and we extend something from the original parent class, like that. So just understand it, this is a boilerplate code. This super props you have to write. Okay, and then the main thing is that this dot state, which I have written, you can use again something else also. So this dot state I have written, and in this dot state, what is there? This dot state, a count of 0 I have taken, count of 0 I have taken. Okay, and this is the state variable. Again, we are using the this keyword. And why we are using this keyword? This I told earlier also. We are using the this keyword because if I use a var here, not let var, I'm telling about var is very much global scope, but var is also means var we cannot use outside it because it's a functional scope. Okay, this we use in most of the classes concept, not only in React, in other places also, because this I can access at a different places within the class, but there are some limitations which we are going to see. Some limitations are there, but this I can use at various places, that is there. So now how to show this thing? Maybe in this counter I want to show this, actually this count 0, that is the main thing. So I will have a maybe I will have a, first I'll have a fragment because I'm soon going to have one more component, so it's better to have a fragment now only. So I'll have h1. In h1 I'll have this count is like this dot state dot count. This dot state dot count is there. This is dot state dot count I made. Okay, so how, why I'm doing this like in a curly bracket? You know I have to show a variable in a curly bracket. But why I am doing this dot state dot count? Because this is this is an object. This dot state is a name, and I want to show this 0. So this dot state dot count. This is how we show the key so that I can get the value. So I'll save it. So I'll get this count of 0. So I'm able to access this. This is how you access the state variable. Okay, so that is there. This is state dot count is there. But how do I increment it? I wanted to increment it. I want to increment it. So let us increment it. So for that, I will come here and do a button here. Button. So see, now again something is there in React. This is very easy. In JavaScript, what we have, event listener and all those blah blah thing are there. So that is a bit tough thing. Okay, event listener and all those things. Here also event listener is there, but see, you see the event listener is very easy. So I will have an increment button like this. I will have an increment button. On click of it, I want this 0 to be changed to 1, then 2, and again click 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, like that I'll do. So then after this button, I will come here. So I will have a on click event listener. On click is there, and on click is like the click event listener we have, which have in JavaScript. And so what it will do, so on click it will do, so whatever I write it here, I can directly call a, so you don't have to write a add event listener and all, just you write it on click. And whenever someone click on this thing, and on click, see, it is very important, this C is capital camel casing, or this is a keyword. Okay, you're gonna change it. So this is there. So whenever someone clicks on this on click, something will be done. So we again we have to pass it in the curly bracket. Actually we can write all the functionalities here also, later on maybe we are going to write that, not right now. So here when someone click on it, I will call a function, just like in JavaScript we call a function. Like when I click on a submit, we gave a different function. We can create a function here also, but later on we'll see, because now the code will get complicated. If I write it here, this dot increment count. So I have a function like this dot increment count. Okay, again we have to use this keyword. In React we have to use this keyword a lot. Lot means lot. This keyword a lot we have to use. Okay, so this dot increment count I have written, and then I have to come here increment count, and then I have to write this function here increment count like this, and then I have to use something known as this dot satisfied. Why I'm using this dot satisfied, I'll come back to that. Why I'm using this dot satisfied, this is very important. But right now understand that I can update the state only through this dot satisfied. But why not like this? Like there's another way to update it. Like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. Why not I can update like this? We'll see that also. Right now understand that we have to update the state with this dot set state, and here I'm passing an object again. Inside that count is this dot state dot count plus 1 I'm writing. Okay, so like this I'm writing, and then hopefully this work. I'll do it and I will inspect it. Console, I'll come and remove it, and I will click it, and it is giving me some error. It is giving me error, cannot read property of undefined reading set state. This is not a problem with React. This is the problem with this keyword in JavaScript actually. So this keyword is very powerful, which I've told, because this keyword I can use it here and I can use it here also. But there are some limitations with this keyword. And this keyword actually doesn't binds well with a function. This keyword in all this place, it should point to the class. Actually it is not pointing to the class. And this keyword, again I'm telling, it's very complicated. That's why React is moving away from the class based concept. But again, you have to learn class based. And this, if you want to learn more about this, next week I'm having a JavaScript advanced to master class, and then I will tell more about this. But right now the problem is that this is actually undefined here. And so to make it work, what we do four ways to make it work in React. We're not going to see the most common way, and it's a very old way, but in the next section we are going to do that. We're going to see all the four ways and the modern way also. But right now there is a bind function in React, not in React, in JavaScript. With that, what we can do, we can bind this keyword with this function, means binding this keyword with this function. And that's something which you have to do it in constructor, this dot increment count. And this you can treat as a boilerplate code. This dot increment count is this dot increment count dot bind this. I'll do this and I will click here. And now if I see, if I increment it, it is incrementing properly, it is working properly. So okay, so this is there, this we are going to use from now. Okay, so that is there. Now the thing is that, as I've told, we'll come back to that thing, why I'm using this dot set state, why I cannot. So I'll comment this out, why I cannot use something like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1. I cannot how you do it like this. Okay, let me also do a console dot log of this dot state dot count. I'll do it. Okay, I opened a console log for a reason. So let me click here. One console dot log, see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 9 10. But see here, it is 0 only. Why it is 0? Because this is one of the major working of the React, and this is what makes React so powerful. Is that this render function? See, when something is changed internally, this thing should be refreshed, and then only it can be shown. But this thing, this count is not. If I'm using it like this, what happens in React, the latest state can only be shown in a class-based component when this render function is run again, or else it will have the old state only. So if you do like this dot state dot count equal to this dot state dot count plus 1, it doesn't run the render function again. There is a special property in this dot set state, and that special property is that it actually it is changing. Okay, it is also changing, this is also changing, but it also rerun the render function so that you can get the updated state. So you cannot do like this in React, it will not work. Okay, so I will comment this out. Maybe I will move it at the top. Okay, like this. Then okay, so now I will make it back like this, save it, close it. Then I will do an increment now. So it is coming. Okay, increment is coming. But since I have opened the console log, you might be seeing that it is always 1 behind it. Now it is 12, it is 13. Now it is 13, it is 40. It is always 1 behind. So why it is always 1 behind? The reason behind that is that in React, what happens, the moment React is very fast, the moment it sees the this dot set state, and on this line, it will go to the render and update it. It will not come to the next line, it will come to the next line once the render is completed. So I will always have one data behind it. So this is not a big issue. But if I want to see the latest data, and sometimes in programming, what happens, this is a very special case. Sometimes even before this dot set state goes to the render, I want to run something else also. Something else also should run. So for that, what we need to do is console x. In bigger project which I have worked, it is like not like this, means you have to do like this. Okay, do a comma here. We used to run some other projects here, other functions and not project, other functions. So I have to run it through an arrow function. Okay, so like this. For now I'm only putting the console log. So I'm putting the console log like this, console log is like this. And now if you see here 1 1 2 2, so it is incrementing properly. So this is how it is done. Okay, so that is done. Now the thing is that we are going to see one more thing here. So like this increment So increment is there. So again, this is a very special case. Suppose I want to increment 5 times and also I will have like a button and like on click is increment 5, increment 5. I have a new function known as increment 5, increment 5. Okay, this new function is there, increment 5, increment 5 is there like this. And okay, so and if, whenever you make a function, you have to write it here also, or else it gives you error. So like this you have to write. So increment 5 is there, and inside the increment 5 I'll call this dot increment count, not 1 times but 5 times I'll call it. So I have a new button. I have a new button in which if I click, so this will work like well. But in which in this if I click, in this if I click, I want it to be incremented to 5. Means it should be becoming 7 now. Okay. So let me click it. But it became 3 only. But if you see here in the console, it is showing me that it ran 5 times. It is doing this. This is not some bug or all. What in React happens, React in bigger project, if the render is done way too many times, it hampers the project. Like a big project like with 1 lakh lines of codes. Okay, so which happens soon, means any production project in 1 year reach 1 lakh line of code, because I have worked in a lot of projects from scratch. It reaches 1 lakh lines of code. So that is there. So what React does, if it sees that okay, this some state is getting changed very soon, means it is getting changed in a random pace. So and if it is getting changed in a random pace, then the render function will also run in a random pace. So it will do some performance optimization, and it will run that thing only once. So this is a problem, but this is not a problem for this is not a problem, because we want this to be run multiple times. If this was a problem, that was okay, but in this case, this is a special kind of case in which we will see, okay, you will always find this kind of case. You will see that okay, this is happening, and then what you have to do, and we are going to see a real scenario for this also. First let me remove this thing. So there is something known as previous state. This is a special way, and we don't use this previous state so often. So what will happen, I'll come here, do a prev state like this, and here I will remove this all, because it is not like this previous state, and here it happens like this. Okay, then this count is like previous state dot count plus 1. What it does, what React internally is doing, it is keeping that previous state. What is the previous state is that it is keeping that. Okay, it is keeping that in mind. Okay, the previous state is there like that, it is keeping there. Okay, so I'll save it, and now if I go here, see, it will increase. Even my increment count will work properly, because you can use previous state anytime, it doesn't matter, but you can use it always. But please always use it when some special case is there, use it at that time. Okay, so previous state is required in this some special cases. So this is all about state. So we have learned a lot of things about state. Now we are going to learn about destructuring. So again, we are going to go back to our this thing. Okay, and open both of those things, it doesn't matter. So destructuring we are going to learn in both class based component and this thing. Okay, so we're going to learn this destructuring. So what is this destructuring? Means destructuring is a shortcut, and again ES6 concept is coming. This object destructuring thing is there, and I show this to a lot of my students, and they some of them say okay, destructuring is very good. Some of them say no, the code will get complicated and all. And but the thing is that you have to use the restructuring. Why? Because in all the production code you'll go, in big company you'll go, people will use the restructuring, your team lead will use the restructuring. Okay, so this is the object destructuring. So first let us see in the function, a bit different ways there. First let us see here in the functional component. So in the functional component there are two ways to do destructuring, two ways, because in functional component we are also getting the props in the parameter. So here the way to do destruction is like, I will first, let me also remove this thing, we don't need it. So here this is also object destruction. So props is coming, so I will have this bracket and do a name comma children, name comma children I'll do, name comma children I'll do, and here I'll have a props dot name and props dot children, props dot name and props dot children. Save it. So if I come here, see, nothing will happen, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. So everything is like the same, so nothing is there, nothing different is there, so everything is like the same. So greeting is coming, everything is the same. Okay, so that is there, nothing is different here. Okay, so this is how the first way to destructure is there. Okay, so the next way to destructure is, the other way to destructure is what? So there is another way to destructure in a functional component also. So let us see the other way to destructure. So instead of destructuring it here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it. Okay, I'm going to cut it and put it back as a props, props props. And this is like a decent. Okay, and what is the benefit of this? You have seen that I have to use one letter less. So some people like it, some people don't like it. But suppose there are 100 places in the project where I'm using it, then this one word is a lot. Okay, so here what we're going to do, const. Now this is a proper object destruction which you have seen earlier, that developer thing in object destructuring. Okay, so that is like that. So I'll save it. So again, see, nothing is happening, so everything is okay. So it means everything is okay. These are two ways to do destructuring in a functional component. But in a class-based component, what is there? There are actually only one way to do destructuring. Why there is only one way to do destructuring? Because we are not passing any parameters here. We are not passing any parameters here. So only one way to do destructuring, which is this way to do destructuring. And this way I'll do comment it out. And here one more thing is that we have to use the destructuring inside the render. But one more thing here is that we don't have props, we have this dot props. So we'll write it this dot prop. But here one benefit of this is there, I'm reducing two words, not one word, I'm reducing two words. So sometimes it is much more beneficial in a class-based component to definitely take it. So I'll save it, I'll save it, and I will save it, and I will get it. I'll save it and I will get it. Okay, so this is how it is done. This is how it is done. Okay, so that is there. And now we will learn about the thing which is like event handling. Okay, event handling we are now. So what event handling? See, in this counter, we have seen one thing, like this thing increment count. We are binding it like this, dot increment count dot bind this we're doing. Okay, so actually this is a very old way to do this thing. This was there in 2015, but it is working now also. There is not a main thing, it's working now also, but there are much more better way to do these things, and we are going to see those better way to do this thing. And I will tell you the latest way to do that thing, and you should use the latest way also only. So let us do this. We'll not use this thing, you're going to use some other component. And again I'm going to comment this out all, and comment this out all. And now okay, so let us create another component which is like SRC components. We have a event bind dot js, event bind dot js, and again I'm going to do a rcc like this, and then I'm going to do export default and event bind like this. And again we are going to have the same problem. We're going to have a constructor, and okay, and short form of constructor is rconst tab. You have to do this. So there are 3-4 shortcuts which you should know, because it is coming because of the extension I'm using. I don't want to write everything. So here I will have a this.state, I will have a message message. I'll write, and here I will write a hello react. So like this I'll write, and then inside our this, maybe I will have a h1 like with this dot state dot message, and so let me show it first, then I will do. So I'll come here and do a event find. So hello React is coming because this is the student message there. Now we quickly have a button. So button I'll have, and I'll have a click here, and in the click I'll do a on click. So what we're seeing here, we're seeing the four methods to solve that binding issue. Okay, so function. So this dot handle click, this dot handle click is there. Okay, and this is again one of the issue with class based. We don't have all this issue in a functional components. Okay, functions are a very easy thing. So again, let us see this problem. Handle click, and this, and like we'll have this dot set hello, maybe hello world of React. Okay, so like this I'm going to have, and again if I inspect it, it will give me the same error. Okay, but why I'm actually getting this error? So let us understand why I'm getting this error. So console.log out, I'll have this keyword, and I'll comment this out, save it, and clear it, and run it. So this is undefined actually. So the problem is with this keyword. And if you want to learn more about this code, please come next week for our JavaScript advanced to master class. It will be at 7 p.m. IST, Monday to Friday, 1 hour each. Okay, so this is there, and the console.log this I have written. Okay, so then after this, what I'm going to do, how to solve this issue. First way to solve this issue, we know that bind way, so we're not going to see that, we're going to see that way. But the other way to solve this is that not using the bind here, we're going to use the bind here. It's first way, let is the first method dot bind this. So binding the this keyword with this function itself. So I'm bind this, and and click it. See, now this is this event bind. As I was telling that this should always be the event bind. Event bind is what? Event bind is our class. So now it is that, and it is also changed to hello world of React. This is the one way to solve it. Number two way, we know what is the number two. The other way to solve it, it is like let me comment it out, like okay, one sec. Yeah, I don't want this much. Okay, so the other way we know, I'm not going to find it here, and I have to actually comment this out the first way. The second way is like this dot handle click equal to this dot handle click dot bind this, save it, clear it, run it, it is done. So this is the second way, and both of this way are actually very old way. Both of this way are actually very old way. So the way which we use a lot is like let me show the second most used way first, and then I am going to show the first most used way. Okay, the second most used way is like, I'll have this thing, and very modern way is to call a arrow function. Okay, arrow function is something which in which the this is binded to the class. Okay, that is how simple I can make it. Okay, so I will call it through an arrow function like this, and when I call it through an arrow function like this, I have to call it like this. Okay, and there is one more benefit in using this way over the last way, which is the main way which I will going to see. So sometimes you also have to pass some parameters here. So in this way only you can pass a parameter. In fact, the next thing which you're going to see is the parameter thing. We're going to see this. So I'll make it this like this. Now if I again do it and click it, it will show me again it is working fine. So this is the, if you but this way is the second most used way, and please use it only if you're going to pass some parameter. Now the main way I'm going to show, and most modern way, and this is also modern way, and that is like I'll comment this out again. Okay, and even if okay, I will comment this also out. It doesn't matter anyways, it was not using, and I will uncomment this thing again out. And now what I'm going to do here, I'll not touch this thing. Okay, I will call it like this only, but I will make this as a arrow function like this. I will make this as an arrow function, and if I now click it, see, it is shown like this. So this is the way to do it, and from now onwards you have to always just the thumb rule is that all the functions inside a class you should make it as an arrow function, and you'll never get the error. Make it as an arrow function, you'll never get the error. So this is the most modern way, and you should work it like this only. So that is there. So now, okay, so we'll do one more topic before going for lunch. Maybe another 20 minutes that topic will be done, and after that we are going to go for lunch. Okay, so for half an hour, and that way is like, so in React what happens if you want to pass some data from the parent to the child, it is very easy. See, I'm passing the data like this, I'm passing the data like this in a props. But if I want to pass some data in the opposite direction, that is also very important case, from the child to the parent, in React it is not that much simple. Okay, in React it is not that much simple. In Angular it is okay, but in React is a small library actually. That is sometimes benefit also, sometimes that is a drawback also. So how do we do here? So we do here through props only, but a special thing known as method as props. Method as props means functions are also known as methods. So we'll pass the props as a function. So how we'll do that? Let us understand that. So here, for seeing that, we will create two component. One is like the parent component dot js, and one will be the child component dot js, parent component and child component dot js I will create. Okay, so now rcc, it will be rcc means class based, or they gives a bit different. I don't like the export here, I always keep it down, but they have given it like this. Anywhere they are giving the skeleton code, who cares, I can change it a bit. So a parent component is there. Okay, so here what we're going to have, we're going to have our const also. Whenever you need a state, you should have a this constructor. Okay, so here I will have a state like parent name. Let us have it properly. Parent name is Robin Singh. It's there. Then what I'm going to have, I'm going to have a function known as greet parent. Greet parent of function will be there, and like this it will be there, and then it will be like alert. Okay, I'm using an alert here, and it will have a hello this dot state dot parent. It is doing in a empty string, it is doing like this, but it is not that much easy. Okay, I am not going to call this from here, I'm going to call it from a child component. And child component, actually child component will be a simple functional component, because we don't want to have any state concept here. So this is there, and I'm going to call the child component from here like this. I'm going to call the child component from here. So, and also I have not yet added the parent component here, so come and do a parent component here. I'll do save it. So the child component will be shown like this. Okay, so that is okay, the child component has been shown like this. And now I want to pass the data from the child to the parent, but for that I need to establish a connection between both of them. So it is a two-step process. So first I need to establish like a pipe, like a connection through both of them. Okay, so how do I establish a connection? So for that, here in this parent component here, I'll pass some props. Okay, let me call this props as greet handler equal to, and I'll have this as this dot greet parent. This dot greet parent is there. Okay, so means what this grid handler is doing, I'm passing a props which is calling actually this function, which is calling actually this, I'm passing a props which is calling actually this function. Okay, now I'll go back to the child component, and here I'm getting a props. So let us have the props here, and in the my child component will mainly have a button, button, and this button will, let us call this button as greet parent, and in this button I will have a on click equal to on click will be equal to props dot, because I have props of greet handler, props of greet handler I'm going to call. So I have a greet handler. So this props I'm passing here, and I'm calling this props of greet handler on the on click. So when what happens when I click on this button, this actually this greet handler goes back, and this greet handler calls this the greet parent. So in a way we are doing it in the opposite direction. We are establish a link in the opposite direction. So if I click here, hello Robin Singh is coming. So coming from the opposite direction, but we have only established a connection. We are not passing any data, right here we were passing some data like name and all. So how to pass the data from here? And here we will pass the data through the, in the previous section we have seen a way for binding that we were doing. So that way we are going to pass, and I have told that we can pass parameters there. So instead of calling it like this, I'll do it like this. I told that it is used sometime. Okay, so here I'll write like this, and I'll write for the thing like this. I'll write, okay, I'll write like this, and then I will come here, okay, and then I have to show these things. So how I'll show these things? In the grid parent, I'll have a, now I have a, okay, in the grid parent I'm getting back some parameters. So what will happen in this, I'm getting back a parameter. So maybe I'll have a child here, and then I'll have alert this from $child is there like this. I'll now greet is the child is also coming from 𝐶𝐨𝐵, it is coming. So I am established the opposite direction I have established. So this is how it works, opposite direction established. So that is done. So that is there, and now we are going to check the last thing before lunch, and which is like a conditional rendering. Or conditional rendering is something. So in React, what happens, sometimes you don't want to render all part of the project. Okay, so and that time you do something known as conditional rendering. So again I will comment this out, and we'll see the conditional rendering now. So here I'll come here and do a user greeting.js is there, and here see again for default user greeting, and then is logged in. So is false. We have a thing like is logged in is false, a boolean variable. So what is this? Like suppose in the return I'll have like h1 as and h1 as welcome test. So we have two things. Okay, I have not even shown this thing. So I'll come here and do a user greeting like this. I'll save it and see both of them are coming. But what I want, like in real case scenario also, if some is logged in variable is there, it actually comes from the database. You might have seen that some websites are there, when you log in, so it will give your name, which will take it from your logged in credentials, and if you not log in, it will show you welcome guest. So something like that we are making. So in most cases you get it from somewhere. Okay, so that is the way we're making. So if logged in is false, I should see the welcome guest. Okay, so that is the my main criteria. But and to do these things, there are again 4 ways in React. Actually 3 ways. The 4th way is like a different thing. So as you might have guessed, so the first way is like the if there is if else statement, also we can use it here. So how do we use the if else statement? So if else statement, inside this render I'll come, and inside this render I'll write if this dot state dot is logged in, which will be like right now is dot this is logged in is false, so that means this will not run. Then I will have this return. Okay, not like this, return is like this, return will be like this. Okay, and in if a statement, if you have a single statement, you can omit the curly bracket. Okay, so else, this is JavaScript thing, else we'll have this thing return return like this, welcome guest. I'll remove this thing, save it, and see welcome guest is coming. Because this is not true, welcome guest is coming. And if I make it true, this will come. Okay, so this way is there, but this way is there is a drawback, or people say this is not a good pattern. Why this is not a good pattern? You should not return multiple times from the renter. So to make this as a good pattern, the second method is there. In the second method, what we will do, I'll have a let message I will have, and then inside this let message I've done. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to, instead of this return, I'll have this message like this, message equal to message equal to like this I will have, and then at the end I will come and do a return return, and like this message I'll do done, and message I'll do like this. Okay, so I'm showing the message. So it will store this variable in this message, but obviously what it is doing, so true is it is coming like this, false it is showing like this, so it is there like this, it is done. So again, there is a much better way in React to do this, and most of the time you'll see the most programmers doing the third way, which I'm going to tell now. And that third way is like the ternary operator. When I was teaching ternary operator, I told that ternary operator is a very important thing. Okay, so that ternary operator, all this logics, you can do it in one line. So we'll come here and do a return. That's why people in React love this thing. Okay, this like this dot state dot is logged in, and I'll do a ternary operator with this. Okay, welcome Nabendu and welcome guest is done. So this, but obviously means if false is there, so if it will check, okay, this dot state dot is logged in, whatever is the value, okay, it is true, then this will run. If it is not true, then this will run. So this I've told this ternary operator, I think yesterday only I told it at the end. So welcome guest will be shown here. If I make it as true, then welcome Nabendu will be shown. This is how it works. Okay, so there is a fourth way. Actually there are only three ways. The fourth way is used, but I want to tell it here, and that is like all these cases you're seeing, they are if else statement. In that fourth case, what is there? There's only if statement is there, not no else statement is there. So that way is like return this dot state dot is logged in, and okay, we completed exactly at 2:1. Okay, that is good. Okay, so this is there, and this is the and operator, which we have seen this and or operator there, but we use and operator a lot in React. Okay, so what it does, so if it is true, it is showing, but the problem is that if it is false, it will not show anything, so that's why I'm telling but it is used at a lot of places. Okay, so that's why I'm telling here. So in true, why it is showing, and false, why it is not showing. So it is like this is state the logged in is true. In most cases, what and an operator works, it compare both of those things, both of the left hand operand and the right hand operand. But there is a way internally the and operator works. What is that like that? Internally means, so generally in if a statement you will give both of these things. And an operator, there is a special property in that if the left hand side is like false, it never goes to the right hand side. Because when I was teaching and I told that and even one thing is false, it doesn't matter, it cannot go inside. Okay, so what it had to save the speed, save the calculation, if the left hand side is wrong, if the left hand side is false, it will not go to the right hand side. So but if it is true, then it will go, but the moment it is false, it will not go here. And so and an operator is also known as short circuit operator in React. Okay, and you'll see this used a lot. Okay, so we have covered a lot, but still a lot is remaining in class based. And I'll also give the attendance. Okay, second attendance I'll give. Please fill the second attendance. Okay, 1 second. No, no, second. Please mark your second attendance here. This message also I'm going to pin it so that it is there. So please mark your second attendance here. And as I've told, we are taking a half an hour break and for the lunch, and we'll come after that. Okay. So thank you. Hello all. So yeah, we're going to start now, and thank you all. So we're going to start with the complete the class based. A lot of things are still remaining in class. Class is actually very huge. Okay, so let's try. Okay, maybe in the next 1 hour we're going to complete. So let me share my screen again. Okay, so till this we were here. So now what we're going to do now we're going to do the first thing which we're going to do is the list rendering. Okay, so how to do render list in React. Okay, so as I've always told, map is a very important thing in React. Okay, even more important than for each and all. For each I've hardly seen people use. Okay, so we're going to see the map and all. So for that I'll create a new component, like I'll call it post list. Let us take something real here, post list.js, and here I will, because we're going to see this soon. Okay, it is okay to take it a functional component because we're not going to use state here. So I'll have this post list, and let us see that it is known as post list because we have still not learned how to do API call from React. We are soon going to learn how to do API call from React, and it is actually similar to what we do it in JavaScript and all. Okay, so let us, for that time, what we are going to do here, we are going to do some hard coding. Means we're going to get the data from there. So I'll have a const posts equal to like this. So remove this user ID, remove this user ID, this user ID, and remove a bit of it so that it is much easier to see and all. Okay. So we have this thing. Our post is this. So how do we loop over this and show this thing? So that is very important. How do we loop over it and show this thing? So let us do that. And for that, as I've told, we are going to use a map. We're going to use a map, and that is the only, not only way, that is the main way to show it in there. So, and one more thing, if we have only one statement in React, we can omit this bracket. Okay, so I'll do this posts dot map like this, and wait a second, I also have to show this post post list. So post list is included. Save it. Close the user greetings. So this post list. So what I am doing here, I am doing a post.map and looping through each of the posts, which is an object, and then in a div. Okay, I will actually remove this thing first. I want to show something. Okay, post.title. I'm only showing the post.title. I'm showing only the post.title, and this is a very important thing because through map, what we can do, map returns us the same thing, but it is an array. Means it returns us something in which I'm using adding a div. So in React, always we try to have everything as a. Am I sharing? Yeah, I'm sharing. Sometimes I forgot. Okay, so in React, we what we do. What we do, we actually add some div or something like HTML we add to the array, and through that we can show it easily. So HTML we are adding like this div with HTML we are adding, and we're showing it. So this is the most common way in React to show something. Okay, so that is there. Now everything seems to be okay, but there is an issue. If you open the, if in the inspect, and if I go to the console, you'll see a very big error is there. Okay, let me click it and let me refresh it again. So this is the, it's a warning with a red warning. What is a red warning? Red warning means something is wrong. Is it? Each child in a list should have a unique key prop See this for more information. Each child in the list should have a unique key props. Oh, it is telling me. Okay. So what happens in React? It will work, but it will keep on giving you this warning if you don't do it, and then your manager will tell you that, okay, why this red warning is there, all of these things, because every day opens the console, okay, and this doesn't look good. And internally, what happens in React, for some performance optimization, each of the element of an array should be unique. So in this case, it is not unique. Okay, it is unique, but React should know it is unique. So that's why we have to always, in the main div or anything which you're using, we have to pass something which is unique, and we can get this ID. See, whenever a real API endpoint, we hit some API endpoint from the backend, it is the backend developer responsibility to give the ID. See, when we store something in Oracle or MySQL or MongoDB, it always provides us with a unique ID, and that is the backend developer responsibility. In the API endpoint, they have to give this unique ID, because this unique ID is used at a lot of places in a lot of different programming languages also. So we have this unique ID, this ID 123. If you go here, so all of these are unique. All of these are unique. Okay, I'll do this fast. All of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 till 100 it is there. Till 100 is there. Okay. So now what I am going to do here in this div post is there. I'm going to give a key equal to post.id equal to post.id. Will save it, and now I save it. If you click it, see, nothing is coming. Nothing is coming. So this is what it is. Okay, so that is there. And now we are going to do a bit more real here. Okay, so most of the time what happens in React, we don't show it here. We take this all these things to next component. Suppose I want to show everything like a title and a body. If I show the title and the body also here, the code will be like too much, and generally we take it to a different component. So let us do that. Okay, so a different component I'll make, which I will call as post item.js, post item.js, and this is like RAFCE again, and then save it. And then I'll call this, I will not call this, I will pass this post item like this. I will call this post item, call it like this, and because it will show me 3 times. But what I'm going to pass here, I'm going to pass here the key. I'm going to pass here the key and the ID. Okay, so key equal to person dot ID, not personal bar, it is person dot. Okay, why it is taking, sometimes it just take this weird kind of, okay, why I'm taking person, it is a post dot ID, and so key anyways you have to take, and then I'm sending the whole post post equal to post. I'm sending the whole post here. So whole post means each of the object I'm sending as a props. I'm sending the whole object. Now I'm sending the whole object as a props, so I can directly means destructure it. Maybe directly destructure is like post. I'll destructure, and then what I'm going to do here, let us show those things. Like, okay, div, let the div be there. We're soon going to use the div to do something. Okay, and I will have a h1. Yeah, h1 is okay, and in h1 I'll do the ID. Let me show the ID also. Post dot ID and post dot title and body. Post dot, maybe, okay, maybe the title I will make, maybe I'll show it as 3, and post dot body I'll show. So show it, it will be shown like this. Okay, so it is shown like this, and this is how we actually do. Okay, we take each of them to a different component, and there is a benefit of that. And the next thing which we are going to learn, it will be benefited with that. And the next thing is like styling React component. Okay, so one way to style React component we all have seen like this app.css way. Okay, which is there. Okay, so there, beside that, there are some other very good ways, and we're going to style this component only. Okay, so first let us see that way, means that CSS way, normal CSS way. So in that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a like this component. So this post item is there. So if I want to create some CSS, it's always, but CSS is like this only. So post item dot CSS I'm going to do, and then maybe I will have a class name equal to container, and I will take this dot container, and maybe no, I don't want much anything. I think I just want a background color. Light blue is okay. I'll save it, but it will not come because I have to include it to come that only. And see here how you include it. Including is very easy. I'll do a import and dot post item dot CSS. I'll do and I'll save it. And see this, it has been shown like this thing is there. Okay, let us add some padding also. It is looking very bad. Okay, so padding. Padding 10 pixel I've done, so it is showing like this. Maybe margin bottom of 5 pixel, just some basic styling again. So it is showing like this. Okay, so this is the one way to give this thing. Beside this, there are the inline CSS. This is very popular amongst ReactJS developer to give inline CSS. Sometime again, see, one more problem is there with giving the CSS like this. The problem is that CSS is actually global. Not only here, in every project CSS is global. So CSS is global in every project. So the problem here also is that only, means if I suppose I give something common like the container, maybe someone else is also using the container. Container is a very common class name actually because it is using Bootstrap. So it will override that thing. So that is a problem. And sometimes I have seen developers use a lot of like inline CSS in real projects, production projects. How the inline CSS is, because inline CSS will always be in that file only. So the way to use inline CSS is a bit different than what we used to be doing in the HTML part. Okay, a bit different. Okay, so let us do that. And for that, inline CSS in Java, in React, what happens? Suppose I want to do the const header style. So I will have a variable const header style. Here I will have a font, not my font size, maybe the background color is like dark and maybe and magenta, and the padding is always good. Padding of 10 pixel like this. I would have both both of these things. And now how to use this thing? Oh, I have done okay. Yeah. No, I have done not nothing. And nothing is wrong. So it is okay. So header style. So I will give this actually H1 style. Okay, with this. So one thing notice here. CSS is like it seems like an object, but it's not an object. And every time I have a semicolon, that means it doesn't have an object. And see, background color, I have a dash here, bottom I have a dash here, but this is actually a pure object. Background color, C is capital, camel case, comma is there, and then it is there. And always the right hand side, one more rule is there, always the right hand side means the value is always in quotes. Even if it is 10 pixel, here it was 10 pixel, it was not in quotes, but here it is in quotes. Every time it will be quotes. Background color also, see, you will see it is light blue, but here it is in quotes. So that is some of the rule which we have when we give this inline CSS. Okay, and anyways, if you're using VS Code, it will automatically tell everything for you. So here, but how to use it now? style equal to like this you have to do, and then you have to you can just style tag. Style is there in HTML also. Okay, so thus then you have to use this. Okay, like this. So I'm going to use it, save it, and it is showing like this. Okay, color is not been shown. So let us do one more thing. Yeah, color is dark on dark is not good, right? So it has been showing like this. Okay, that is okay. Dark on dark was not good. So now it is showing color. So there is another way to use this. So you might be saying, okay, so this is there, it's coming like this. Okay, so why cannot I use it directly? And that is the way most developer use it. Okay, if they have to do this thing, they will add it in some other component. Most developer, what they do, instead of this style equal to C directly, suppose maybe I will take the similar style, I'll change it a bit later on. Suppose I want to use again the style. So you're seeing this is an object. So why not I just copy it like this and put it inside it? So it is like, see, it is not even giving me error. So instead of dark magenta, I will make it as a dark blue. Padding is okay, color is okay, and why I'm saying it as an ID? This is not an ID. This is a title, title. Okay. So now if I save it, it will be shown correctly. But the problem is that, okay, maybe I don't want the background color. Maybe I want only the color to be dark blue. So like this is shown. And one more good thing is that you should not use it like this. You should use it in one line. So it doesn't shows good. So you should use it in one line. And try to not give more than two because it doesn't fit well. So, okay, and it doesn't shows well. So like this, I'm using only two. So I'm using. So this is directly you can use it like this. Okay. So now we're going to see one more way. So these are like same which we have a lot of places, but we're not going to see a relational kind of way, which is there only in React.js, and that way is known as style component. You're going to come across that style component a lot in different places and all. So that style component is what? Style component is a CSS in JS library, and it is like this. If you go here and documentation and all, you go, and then I will go to this installation. You have to install this style component with, it's a third party library, so you have to install it. So let me open this thing, because internet this integrated terminal with control J you can open, because I don't want to close that. Okay, so you have to use style component with npm in. So in React, I have done a lot of projects also in React. So if you see the projects, you have to use a lot of means like lot of external libraries in React you use, and that's why React is so popular. Also, you get libraries for almost everything. npm I style component I'll do, and it will install it. Okay, npm I style component, and it will install the style component. Now how to use it? How to use it? We have added it, but how to use it? So let us see how they are using it and what is the benefit that they are used. So first, maybe we are going to use it like this. What they're doing. So suppose this is a p. Okay, so one more thing which they are not giving us is like import styled from style component. This is something which you have to do. So then after that, what will happen? Suppose this p I have to style, and it is not ID, it is like, maybe I will directly put it like this. A body is there. Okay, so I want to use the style component here. So how to use the style component here? So instead of p, I will write something good. So like I write const. Okay, one more thing in style component, you always write it as capital. It always write it in Pascal case. Styled para, I will write equal to styled.p. See, style.p you have to write, and you have to give this, what you have to give? You have to give this template string, and then inside this you can write all these things, like maybe the these things I write. Okay. Font size and all, I will write this thing. And notice one thing, this is like plain CSS I'm using. It is not like object and all. One benefit, object and all. And what is the main benefit of style? Main benefit of style company is that your style is always stored there only, means localized. Even if you create another style component file, your style will be localized and it will not become global. That is a big problem in bigger project. It is a big problem. When you go to some big project, you will always see that CSS causes a lot of issue in React.js projects and all, because people see, if 10 people works on the same project, they're going to use the same style, and that is when it causes a problem. Okay, so style para I have done, and it is doing like this. Font size, text line setter, and color is there. So now what I'm going to do, this is, I have to use it. So I have to use it like this. Okay, this is how you use it, and it seems like a component, but it's not a component. It's coming from here. I will save it, and if I go here, see, this is coming like this, but this is a very bad color, so I will make it as a something dark. I will make dark dark cyan maybe. Is this a color cyan? Okay, maybe it is color, and this is way too big because it is showing bigger than my S3. Maybe I'll remove it. Okay, now it is showing correctly. Okay, maybe it is not even showing dark red arrow. Okay, so it is okay, so it is shown like this. But one of the benefit of style component is not this. So the another benefit of style component I will show. So it is the code reuse, and they have given us a very good example. Suppose I have two buttons, and those two buttons are like completely same, only they are reversed like this. It's text is like this color, red color, and the background is like white. This text is white color and the background is like red, so they're opposite. So in real world means in the CSS, what you do generally, you create two different classes for both of them, and it will be the code repetition. But here you can do it like in one code, and we're going to see this quickly. So like this, I'll come here and I will have a button. So this is like style dot button. So I will copy this also. So I will just taking their example also. There's some other benefits are also for style component. So I will do this and all. I don't want to have this thing. Okay. So that is like this. See here what is there. This much is the common styling, and the background and the color was changing. Okay, let me save it now, and let me make it small again because we're done with this. And see now our both of the buttons are been shown, and how it is been shown differently. It is like see what is happening here. See these two buttons. In the first button I'm not passing anything, and it is style dot button, and when it is come here to the background, here is there is something known as props, and this props is totally different than React props. Okay, so a lot of this component use the same thing, so this props is totally different. So it is checking, okay, props is there. If props dot primary is true, then make the background as pale violet. In the first case there is no props I'm passing. Here props we pass it in a different way, just we pass the name. So props dot primary is not true, so background is made as white in the first case, and color again props dot primary is not, a color is pale violet red. In the second case, what is there, the primary I'm passing. So primary I'm passing, so what will happen in this primary I'm passing, so the background will be this pale violet red and the color will be like this white. Okay, so that is there. So that is how this works. Okay, style component. Okay, so we're done with the CSS styling. So now the next thing which we are going to learn is the control component. Control component is very important. Why? Because in CSS, control component is what? Control component is another name for your forms. Okay, forms. So again, as I was doing the React JavaScript, I told that forms are very important. Forms are very, very important. So in React, we use forms in a different way. Okay, so we are going to learn about that way, the way in which we use the forms. Okay, so comment it out, and now we are going to use the forms. Okay, so I will have a new, and all of these codes and all you are going to have demo form.js, and here RCC is there. Code default demo form, and here I'll have a. So we're checking how the forms are made. So we are going to have one maybe a email like this. So for forms we need to have a state. In React, for forms we need to have a state. So what we need to do here, so we'll come here and we'll wrap this in a form. A lot of different, it is a lot different than the HTML form which we use. Okay, so again I will have a div first, and inside this div I will have a label. And see, there is one thing which I have not told yet. Okay, so let me first do the email, and email, and input type text. So yesterday we have learned about the forms and all. So id equal to email, and value equal to this dot state dot email. This dot state dot email is the value. Okay, so that is like this. I will save it. So one more thing I want to tell, the difference in JSX, there is a for in label. So for is connected with the ID. So instead of for, we take HTML for why? Because for this is JavaScript file. Maybe I can use a for loop somewhere. So for loop, yeah, we can use a for loop. So for loop, if I use a for loop, for is a keyword. So that's why we cannot use a for here. So we use the HTML for. And then this is a simple label and input is there. But another one thing is important in React is that we don't use the name word in the input. So instead of a name, value we use. Value is very important. So like a value, this dot state dot email is this. Okay. So now I'll add this demo form. I'll add demo form like this. I'll add the demo form. So the demo form will be shown. There should be some space here. So I'll put some space and this email will be there like this. Okay. So email is there like this. Now let me come here and let me try to type something here. See, I'm typing something here actually, but it is not coming. Why it is not coming? It is not coming because of the problem with React. The problem with React in the sense the render doesn't happens like that. So now what is happening? The render, even if we're typing something, the render is not having something. And in React, we do it in a different way. Means let me tell how we do it. Okay, so we'll have a on change handler. See, this is some boilerplate code, but it is very important to understand what I'm doing. So every time you have to do like this only. So I'll have a on change handler. So what is the on change handler? It will fire whenever there is some changes in this input type text. So some changes means if some user types something, this on change handler will fire, and this is like this dot handle email change. This dot handle email change. I will do the function name. Okay, handle email change, and now I will go here and handle email change because this is because we have to use an arrow function or else it gives error. Okay, and I'm having this event have just told that event or we can take. And there is one more thing here. If we in this event, if we have this event dot target dot value, or maybe we can take e also. E is much better because people take e dot target dot value. So then whatever the user types here, it will be there. So now it works in a kind of a loop. So first let me show. If I type something here now, it will be given there. So now how it works, let us understand it. So if I type n here, so what happens? See, no, let me come back here, write this like this. Initial part, when it is started, this component will load, and email is like this dot state dot email, which is like an empty string. Okay, empty string is there. Now it is waiting for the change to happen. So the moment I type n, what is happening? On change handler will fire. On change handler fire will go to this dot email change. It will go, and when it will go to this dot email change, what is happening? Okay, I know don't like it like this. You can use it like this. Okay, so what will happen? This will go here in the email change, handle email change, and then the set state email is equal to e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value captures this n. Actually, what is e dot target dot value at this moment? It is the n. So email will be now become n. And we all know when this dot set state renders runs again. So renders run again. So render will run again, and it will come here and put the value as n. This dot state dot email, because value is now this dot state dot email is now n. So these things goes on in a loop kind of thing. So again and again it happens. So so anytime we type something, it will happen like this. This is the main concept how you use this in React. Okay, this your forms in React. Okay, so now now what will happen if you have something more like maybe I will have a comment like comment I will have like this. Then I'm going to have a text area also. Let us see a text area, how the text area is there, div is there, and label is there, and HTML4 is there, and I will have a comment, and I will have a comment, and then I'll have a text area. Calls and this I don't require. And name, this is giving me name we never use in React. Okay, there is one use case we use a name, but that is like this comment I'll do. And again the same thing we have to do, like here value equal to this dot state dot comment, and on change equal to this dot handle comment change. Actually, the logic you'll see again, it is the same, only the text area is there. So handle comment change I'm going to have, this e I'm going to have, and this will be exactly that's like the same. Okay, comment is e dot target dot value, and again the same thing will be happening. And like I can do like this, write anything here. So this is again the same thing. Maybe I should have some break over here. Save it like this. And see, in React everything have list, like if it is self-closing, it is mandatory to have this backslash, or else it gives us error. If I try to do this, it will give me error. In HTML it doesn't give us error because it is not mandatory, but actually we should put it. So save it like this, it will be coming showing like this. Okay, so that is there. Now we are going to look into one more thing, which is like select, okay, a drop down, and you can look into the checkboxes and radio boxes that I'm not going to show because there are a lot of input types, and checkbox or radio box is a bit different, and that you can check it from the internet and all, where how to do this. Okay, so I'll have a div again, and this inside this I will have a label, and this time I will have a 𝐿𝐴𝐁𝐴GE, and this is like language, and select name again I don't need, ID is a language, value is equal to this dot state dot language. This is a state. Oh, I have to copy it. This is a state dot language, and there is a on change equal to this dot handle lang change. This dot handle lang change is there, and then I don't want to write the complete thing. Okay, so then I will have an option of value is React, and this is React, and then view Angular, like this I'll have. Okay, so like this I'll have, and it will actually show it like this. The two things which we are missing right now, which we have not done, which is like this language. Okay, so this is a drop down. So here I can take something like I'll not take React because React by default is there. I'll take view. Okay, I'll take a view. Take a view here. So whatever we take it here, by default it will be 0. That is the default value. See, the in options we have value also, so that is not a reacting, this is the HTML thing. Okay, so we have the value, but the on change will be like this only. So and on change, in fact the on change we have to write exactly like what we have written here. On change handle change will be e, and in here I will have a this dot state dot language is e dot target dot value we have. Okay, like that. Okay, so now I can change it also, and by default it is the view is coming. Okay, so I can change it. So that is all done, but now how to submit this thing? Okay, so how to submit this thing, how to get the data in React. So let us understand that thing. And for that we'll have, after this we'll have a button. So I'll come here and do a br and a div I'm going to do, and inside this div I'm going to have a this button. Okay, input type submit button, SUBMIT button also you can take. Okay, I have taken input type submit previously, but you can take button type submit. Inside a form you can take a button type submit also, and but the main thing is that submit should be there, type submit should be there. So I have this button I have. Okay, so now how to submit this thing? And because it's a form, I can have an on click handler here also, but most of the time please don't have an on click handler. If you are using a button inside a form, have a on click handler in this. Okay, on submit handler, on submit equal to this dot handle submit. So anything like this dot handle submit my sign, it's a function name, but on submit is a handler. So then we'll go here, and here I will have a handle submit equal to, again I have to take a e. Why I have to take a e? Because whenever we submit a form, submit a form. Again, the same JavaScript problem happens. We have to do the e.prevent default, or else it refreshes the browser. After that, we'll just do a console log. This is the state, because we're not sending to the backend. If you have to send to the backend, all this code will be same. Only we have to send it from here, like to the backend, like some. And this will be the code for a post API. What is post API? When you post something to the backend, okay, that is known as post API. So I will inspect it and I'll go to the console. Let me write something like this is good. Instead of view, I'll choose a React, submit, and it is going. See this. And what will happen in when you are going to send it to the backend, like, and maybe we're going to send it differently, like name and this all we can send. So but we got this all. Okay, so this is how this control component are there. So now we are going to learn about lifecycle method. Actually, this lifecycle methods we are going to learn later on also. This lifecycle methods when we're going to start with your functional component, we're going to revisit the lifecycle method, because lifecycle methods are very important functional component. There is a use effect hook which changes all the lifecycle method. Okay, so we have to see that also, and we'll see it with a class based first. Okay? So lifecycle matters. I have to show it with some slide actually, and okay, so lifecycle matters. So there are actually React. What happens, the data flow in any component, it happens in a manner. So there is a mounting life cycle. There are different phases. Mounting life cycle phases, updating, unmounting, error handling we don't use that much, but mounting, updating, and unmounting are very important. So mounting is, it is written when an instance of the component is created and inserted into the DOM. The first one, basically it means that whenever we see a component and we don't interact with it, like there was a input box in the previous component and we didn't interact with it at that time, certain lifecycle method runs which are known as mounting. But when you start interacting with it, maybe we have written something in the text box, we have, or you have clicked some button, then some updating happens. Because it happens because when a component is re-rendered as a result of changes, either it props or statement, or maybe some API call was done, something like that. So then it is done. So and then there is unmounting. Unmounting we are going to not see right now. Unmounting we are going to see when we are going to see the React tools. Then we are going to see the class-based unmounting also. Okay, so that is there. So lifecycle method names are like this in mounting. Some of them are there. So these are the names. Then a mounting lifecycle method. So we're going to see mainly two types of lifecycle method. One is mounting lifecycle method. One is that updating lifecycle method. So mounting lifecycle method are constructor, static get derived state from props, render, and component did mount. Constructor we know what it is. Render we know what it is. Static get derived from props we don't know. Component did mount we don't know. We'll learn about it. So constructor, what is a constructor? So constructor, it's a special function which is been called whenever a new component is been created. We know these things. Okay, the constructor is the perfect for initializing state or binding event handler. We know this also. Initializing of state, this dot state, binding event handler, this dot something equal to this dot something dot bind this. And don't do HTTP request from the constructor. Yeah, we should not do. Need to call a special function super props. This is required to access to this dot props in a computer, and this is the reason we have super props again. And can set state directly with this dot state only in constructor. And at the rest of the place, we have to do this dot set state. Okay. So then the other thing is that mounting methods. Okay, mounting methods are like okay. So the thing is that get derived state from mounting methods or what? So one second, I'm getting some water. Okay, so in the mounting method, we have this get derived state from prompts, and this is a really used lifecycle method. And we are also not going to learn much about it. I hope that React team should remove this in the future version, because in class based also I have never used it in the production in my whole of my career. This get derived state from props, and in functional they have not taken this method. Okay, get derived state from props. So this is a really used lifecycle method. It is used when the state of the component depends on the change in props over time. Blah blah blah. We don't use it, so I will not going to. I'm going to show it, but we are not going to cover it in great details. Okay, render. Render is like, it is the only required method. So even if you don't give a constructor, it is okay, but you have to give the render. Read props and state and return JSX. We know this thing. Don't change state and interact with the DOM or do SSD request on render. You don't have to do this thing. Children component lifecycle methods are also executed after render. Okay, so this is something important. And component did mount. This is a very important method which we have not learned, because this method is used to do the API calls also, like the JavaScript fetch API we are doing, but you have to do it with this thing. Okay, this method will be called only once. This is very important. It is invoked after the component and its children component are rendered in the DOM. Perfect place to interact with the DOM or do HTTP request. Children lifecycle methods are also executed after the render. And just like constructor, this is called only once, and it is invoked after the component and its child components are been rendered in the DOM. So this is very important statement. Why? Because see, when I was telling that JavaScript, we always write at the end. When you do HTML, JavaScript project, script tag, we always do at the end for a reason. Let the DOM be loaded first. DOM means whatever the data is that will load, and then the JavaScript will do. Or we can do the API calls also in the main.js and whatever we have done there. Here also, it is very important in React to do all those things after some changes and all. After the whole of the component, everything has been rendered. So we never do some API calls or something in constructor. Constructor always done before the render. Once the render is done, user have not interacted on, then component did mount also run. So if you want to do some API call, you do it here. If you want to do something else also which is changing something, you do it here. So we are done. We have seen this thing. Now updating life, before going to updating lifecycle, we will see an example. Of course, everything we will see it with an example. So let us see it with an example. And again, we are going to have two methods here. So one is like parent life cycle .js and RCC similar to this. I will have a child life cycle.js RCC and lifecycle.js. I'm not going to do now. Okay. So in the parent lifecycle.js will come, and here let us add all those lifecycle method which we have just learned. All the lifecycle method means this all these things we are going to add. So let us do that. And here first thing is and we'll put a lot of console.log. Okay, rconst, and then here I will write a name is like life cycle, then console.log parent lifecycle constructor. We have written the constructor, it is the parent lifecycle constructor. And now because we want to see how the flow happens, okay, that is the main reason. Then I will have a static get the derived state from path. It takes props and state, two things. And here I will have a parent lifecycle get derived state from path, and I'm also returning a null, which is required actually. Then I'll have a component did mount, and like this I'll have, and then here I'll have a again a console.log. Now I'll have a console.log inside the render also. I'll have a console.log inside the render so that I can know when the render runs. Console.log and parent lifecycle render. And let me have this as h1. I'll have in this h1 I'll have like this dot state dot name. This dot state dot name I'll have. Save it. Now I'll come here and do the parent life cycle like this and save it, and so it will be showing like this. So parent life cycle. So we have put all those things which are required, and if I open the console, we can, okay, let me cut it and let me refresh it, so we can see the exactly the way in which everything is running now. Okay, and first the constructor was run. First the constructor was run. Let me do one thing. Let me make it a bit bigger. Maybe here I'll do. First the constructor was run, then the get derived state from props is done, then the render was run, then the component demand was run. See one thing. This it is render is like here and component demand is here, but the render run first and then the component did mount. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Component did mount run at the last, which is a very important thing. Now we're going to see one more thing here, like what will happen if I have a child also. If I have a child lifecycle method, then what will happen? So this actually we're going to call this child lifecycle from here. Child lifecycle from here. I'll call it, save it, and okay, let me show it later on. So now one more thing is there. I am actually okay. I'm going to do one thing. Copy this thing because we're going to have the same thing again. So I'll remove this thing, and wherever there is a parent life cycle, these 4 places. Guest, I will remove it with, because I want to have this all these things. Okay, so I'll remove it with the child. So child is coming from all these things. So so the child is here. I will save it. But my parent is not coming. Yeah, so see now how it will run. So if I have a child also, so parent constructor is run, get derived state from props is run, render is run, constructor is run. Okay, so after render, the parent component didn't run. After the constructor get derived from state props, render, child component demand also run, last the component demand of parent run. Okay, so that is like, and when we're going to do your hook, we are going to see a much better example, like a practical kind of example of all these things that we are just not seeing on the console logs. Okay, so that is there. So this component did mount will parent component did mount will run at the last. It is very important for the parent component did mount is running at the last is very important, and that is the reason if you want to do some API call, always do the higher component, like the parent component, always do that. So now we are going to look into the next things, which are like, so from here mounting lifecycle methods were done. So we are now going to see the updating lifecycle method. Updating lifecycle method we're going to see. So updating lifecycle method are like this guy. There are some difference on that. Okay, static data set from process, again it is there. Should component update, new method, render, old method, get snapshot before update, new method, component interpret, new method. After this should component update we don't use, get a snapshot update we don't use, and in hooks also we don't have. So component and hooks is the latest thing. Okay, so we should mostly concentrate on hooks only. So first get derived step, now we've seen this thing. Then should the component update, actually it was used sometimes in like I have used this in production sometimes, decides whether the component should re-render or not. This method is mainly used for performance optimization. We use this thing, but nowadays performance optimization done is in a different way. I'm going to show that also. Don't do HTTP request from this method. Render we know, get snapshot before update, and again we don't use this method. Component data, it is a very important method in the re-render cycle. Re-render call after the render is finished in the re-render cycle. Okay, and can be used to do HTTP request. Actually this is the equivalent of your component did mount, component did update. Okay, so that is like this. So let us do that now. So what we're going to do, we are going to use add some 3 new methods. So let us add those new methods. Like here only in the parent, I am going to come and I'm going to do a should component update like this, and parent lifecycle method component did update into. Then I will have a get snapshot before update. It will take the prev props and prev state, it will take, and then I'll again have this console again, and then the last thing is the component did update. Okay, component did update again. I'll have, and here I will have this thing. Okay, but one more thing is here. This things doesn't run until the state is updated. So how do I update the state? So I've taken the state for that reason also, and just I'll update the state quickly with a button. With a button, I'll update the state. So before this child, I will have a BOTTO, and so I've kept the state only for that reason, to show that it is updated. So I will have a change state on click equal to, like, we can directly also do it here also. Okay, so this I think I have not told earlier. This dot set state like this, and name is the web dev. So if you're not subscribed to the web dev, please do subscribe to the web dev. Okay, so like this it is there. So, and this is all okay, but we are going to have these 3 new components in our child also. And again I will have a control F, and like I will change it, save it. So this I'll do, and then I will refresh it again. So see, now again the components which have come right now, they are not our updating lifecycle methods. Okay, there are mounting lifecycle methods. Again, the constructor and all are coming. So I will delete it. Okay, I will delete it. Now I will change the state. The web dev is shown. See, now it is very important. The mounting lifecycle methods have not come. No constructor was run this time. No component did mount was run this time, but a new set of things were run. Get static derived from straight from prop, then should component update, then render of parent child. Then after the render goes here, get get derived state from props, should component update, again the render, again the get snapshot before update is run from here. Then it goes back to this parent, get a snapshot before update. Then it goes to the child, like this child it will go. And at the last, component did update of the parent will run. Component did update is a very important method. Half of the methods here are we don't use it, but component did update and render are very, in this thing actually 2 things are only important: the render and the component did update. Rest of the things we don't use. So one thing to notice is that component did update runs at the last, and this is something which as a tool we're going to revisit when we are going to do your hooks also. Okay, so we're going to revisit this. So this is done now. Okay, so let us do, still have 3 things remaining here. Okay, so we're going to look into something known as refs in, maybe we're going to extend this thing, because unless I'm done with hooks, maybe it will go till 5:30 or maybe 5:45. Okay, so that is there, because for me it is very important to complete everything. So now we're going to look into refs. What are refs? Refs are like sometime what happens, you need, okay, for refs also I want to open this demo form. It is very important. See, this is control component is the way in which we access this your forms and all. So there is another way which is known as refs. Refs are something in which we get deep access, like a JavaScript kind of access to the DOM. And JavaScript actually have more access to the DOM than React. React is made in a different way, like this. I'm doing this dot state and all those things, but I can access like with the ref also. Ref gives me more access, and some of time earlier when React came in 2015, there was very less npm libraries, so we used to use refs or not. Nowadays you'll find npm libraries for everything, because in the past Means 7 years everything changed, means everything has become React. So this is there. Then I will come here and do a refs demo.js. That's demo.js I'm going to do. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do a RCC, and refs are used to get direct access, DOM node access. Okay, and React team say, okay, don't use refs unless it is required, because you should not directly access the DOM in React. It makes React slow. Actually, it doesn't make React that slow, because if it, unless you use it at Flipkart level, it will not be slow. For a small projects, medium range project, enterprise projects also, it doesn't get slow with the refs. I know that thing, because uh, unless you are a Flipkart also uses React. Everybody uses React. As I told earlier, only Google doesn't use React. Everybody else uses React. Okay, and some other companies like enterprise company which were uh, much more comfortable with Angular, they use Angular. Everybody else uses React. Okay, so that is there. And 1 sec. Okay, so okay, so we'll have a okay. Let's do one thing. Okay, first. Let's try to see that how we can change this. Okay, change this. Okay, so let me take the first two thing, and I will try to make this like that only. So this form we are going to change it to a ref. Maybe we'll take the first two only, not more than that. This, I don't want to take the level and all, so I'll put it here. And I will have this thing also. Now how to change it with refs? So refs, what happens, we need to take something known as with create ref, and that we take it in the constructor. So we'll take to our const. But in refs we don't have the concept of state. We directly access something. How we directly access something with just like this dot. Suppose I have two things, this dot email ref, this dot email ref equal to react dot create ref, and the other one is comment ref maybe. Okay, this dot comment ref equal to this dot create ref. Now I can actually access it directly. I don't want those what value and it is changing and all those things. I don't require. Directly I can come here in this id, let the id be there, and I will remove this thing because we don't have concept like this there, and it is very easy actually. So just we don't need the value and all those things. Just do a ref equal to this dot email ref, and here ref equal to this dot comment ref. Only we need to do this thing. Okay, these two things we need to do. I will save it, and anyways this will not show because I have not included it. So let me include it. Refs demo I will include, save it, and this will be shown like this. See one thing, I am directly able to type it here. I don't want those. I don't need to do all these things on change and all those things. And that is one of the reason I've seen in a lot of people like this ref. And even React say not to use it. React says it's an anti-pattern. Only use it when it is ultimately required. And when does React want us to use it? See, there are a lot of things in the DOM which is still not available to your next React. Suppose there is a function in the DOM which is known as the focus. Focus, what happens? See, when this is opened, then what happens? If I refresh it, nothing is there. So okay, so if I click here, I want the, see this mouse is blinking here. So this is the user have to do this step. Okay, so this form is not, you have to come here and then click it here. So if I want it to, directly the pointer to be there, directly this to be there. There's a function in your DOM which is known as a focus function. So we can do that thing. So where do we add the focus function? Okay, this is a real use case scenario of component did mount. So I'll do a component did mount, I will do, and then I will do like this, and here I will write, okay, I will write this dot I want the email to be blinked. This dot email left, whatever I want to be blinked, dot current dot focus. And why I have put it in the component did mount? Again, the same reason. Let the whole component be loaded. So this is a real use case scenario of component did mount also. What is this current dot focus does? You'll see what it does. So I'll refresh it and I'll put it. See, by default it is coming here. I didn't test it. It will always come here. So the user have one step less. So React tells us, Facebook tells us, okay, only use refs when you are doing something like this. Don't use for this thing, okay? But I have seen people in production code use refs more than this, because this is much more easier code than this, and you get very deep level access to this. There are some very good use cases of refs also, and sometime like very deep level access you want, you can use it, okay? So that is there. And now let us complete this code, because the complete code was like I want to get the value here. So I was getting the value with this dot set. So how to get the value here? So again, I have this button type submit on submit. Again, when I'm going to copy this thing, we'll have on submit here also. It is not like that we cannot have on submit here. I have a on submit here. Okay, on submit is this, like this. Handle submit. Handle submit is E, and then like this I'll have E dot, and this dot email ref dot current dot value. So everything will have this current thing, or current dot focus, current dot value. Only this thing is required. Okay, so I will inspect it and console it, and I will come here, do a Nabendu. This is awesome. I will submit it and this will come like this. Okay, so this is much more easy. This is what refs are all about. So now we are going to learn about something known as a context API. Context API in React. See, React, the way in which pass data from props is like not that much powerful, and we are passing data from one props to another. So we have seen this like this. We are passing, and we want it in the opposite direction. We were getting it and all. So React passing the data is a very big problem. So solve this problem, there is a Redux thing is there, which is like I have another playlist for that, but it's something overkill for mid and small and mid-level projects. So there is something known as context API, which is nowadays very popular, and I've seen people use it more than Redux. But Redux is also something which is required, but sometimes you can get around with context API. Context API you can get around. Okay, so that is there. And so why this is used, why this is required and all. Okay, so I will show one thing. Context API or even Redux is required. Redux we are not going to learn here. Redux is a very big topic. It's like 5 classes for Redux. Okay, so I have done Redux a lot. So suppose here I'm passing something like passing some data from app component to component C. So I have to pass the data to component, and only the component C needs that data. Component A and B doesn't need the data, but the way is that it will be passed like this. Component A, B, C, it will pass like this. So what will happen here? Like I will pass the data from app component. So I have to forcibly pass to component A, component B, and component B will pass to component C. Suppose not only like this, two components, there are 100 components between them, then I have to pass it to 100 components. And this problem is known as prop drilling in React. This is a very bad problem because I forcibly have to write more code. So React team, there is two ways to solve it. One is to Redux, which we are not going to see, which is very complicated right now to teach. It will take 5 hours to teach. And it is external library also. It is, you can work with React without Redux also. And the other thing is like your context, which is like inbuilt in React and all. You don't have to install anything. So let us use that. Okay, and how we are going to use that, let us see. So here we're going to have something like this only. So for that we are going to have a, and we're going to see this context API again in the hooks also, child.js, and RCC and export default child like this, and it will be h1 child component, then parent.js. I'll have just parent access component, and from here I'm going to return the I'm going to have this child. I'm going to call this child like this. Okay, so parent will call this child, and then we are going to have a grandparent also. RCC so here parent alpha and save it. So the parent will, and I'm going to finally call the okay, there's too much commenting is there, so I'll actually remove this comment. Too much comment is there. I will do a grandparent here. So if I do grandparent, so the child component will be shown because grandparent is app is calling grandparent, grandparent is calling the parent, parent is calling the child, and child is showing the line. And if I want to pass something through props, I have to pass to here. From here it will go to here. From here it will go here, and finally it will go to the child, which is a bad way to do that. So we'll use the context API instead of that. So how do we use the context API instead of that? So context API we have to create, and we can do it in app.js. We are going to see it this in our hooks also, and then I'm going to tell another way, like way to do it. This the code will be almost same, but now we are going to see another way in which I'm going to create a different file known as user context.js, and then here I will have a first I will have import React from React, and then I will have like const user context equal to react.create context and const. Okay, so react.create const, and context have two things. One is the user provider and one is the const user consumer. One is the provider, one is the consumer. Okay, consumer. Okay, like this I have to do, and I have to do a export user provider and user consumer. I have exported both of them. I'll save it, and now what will happen here? See, wherever I want to pass some data, I have to wrap it with the user pattern. Wherever I want to get some data, I have to use the user consumer. So provider, from provider we send the data, and from consumer we consume the data, and directly we can do it. We don't want anything. We don't need 100 of components. It doesn't matter. So from here, passing the value like this, it is very easy. User provider I will do, and what I have to do, I have to wrap this. I have to wrap the grandparent here like this, and this, and then value equal to, so I'm passing this Nabendu. So now how to get this data? So we're going to see that how to get this data. So getting this data is a bit different and difficult. Okay, it is not better. Is there two pattern in that? One is known as the render prop pattern. This is the old pattern. It is a bit complicated, and the other is a new kind of pattern. We're going to see both the pattern. First, we're going to see the render prop pattern. I want to get this Nabendu. It's like a prop. But one thing is that the value is not a value, is a keyword. It is not like there I have taken name, there I could have taken age also in the pros, but here it's a keyword. Value, you have to give value, but you can pass any string here, you can pass. Okay, so now in the render, in the return, what I'm going to have, how I should have that data. First thing is that I'm going to remove this thing. Okay, this is not easy. Okay, so user consumer I have to do, and then I have to do this like this, and then curly bracket. Then I have to write this use anything. Okay, one thing is that this user I can write anything. Okay, then I have to do this, then again this, and then return like this, and then here I will do maybe inside this h1 child component and h2 hello user, like this. So this user, now if it save it, see hello Nabendu is coming. So I'm able to pass Nabendu here, but the pattern is too much complicated. I have to use this and too much complicated. This is a render process pattern, now old pattern in React, and React always goes towards making everything easy, as I've told earlier. React always try to do that. And the next pattern which we have to see, we have to do a export default and user context like this. So we have to send it completely. Okay, and then we can do it in the child also, but I'm going to do it in the parent because I want this code to be there. So parent we are going to do here. What we have to do here, first thing is that I have to use this here, but one problem is there, everything is a keyword. We are going to see a much better thing in hooks. We are going to see a much better thing. Static on text type equal to user context, like this, and user context we have to import it, and then here child, and h1 is like welcome from app, and directly I have to do, and again I have to use something like known as this dot context. So there here everything is easy, but there too much keywords are there. I feel like too many keywords are there. Static is a keyword, context type is a keyword, this dot context is a keyword, and I don't even know why this dot context they have written this should have written the context type. So in hooks this is much more easier. So if I do it, see this welcome from app now in this time. So this is how you do it. Okay? So this is much more easier to consume than that thing which we have seen. Okay, so this is done. Now we're going to come to the final topic of class-based component. Before starting with the hook-based component, maybe we'll take a 5-minute break because I'm doing it for a long time. It's from 2:30 I started. Okay, so we are going to learn how to do HTTP request. Okay, how to do HTTP request from here, and to HTTP request. When I was telling that component did mount, I already told that to do HTTP request. Maybe I'll comment this out. We have to use it through the inside the component did mount, because that runs at the last. React, that is the only way. Class-based component also, and hook-based component also, there is a way to run the component did mount. From that only we need to do it. Okay, so and we are going to use the fetch API, which we have seen. Maybe did we saw it today only? Okay, I think we saw it today only, this fetch API. Okay, yeah, we saw the fetch API today only. So this is how we did the fetch API, and I told that okay, this code will change. Actually, this code will change, and either we'll use this, either we'll use this. Let us see what we are going to use. The both ways to do that thing. Okay, so let us do that, and now that does make something. Okay, I have already made something on the post list. Again, I'm going to hit that same JSON placeholder endpoint. So I will have a list post.js and rcc list post and export default and list post. I'll do, and that the JSON placeholder endpoint, we are going to hit the same JSON placeholder endpoint. So in React, what happens? Okay, this list post is there. So I will do this list post. I can save it. So in React, what happens? See, I'm getting up array of post back. So I have to make a state like that. Array of post, I have to make a state like that. So let us do that here. R const and superpower this dot state. I will make it as a post, which is the empty array, because that is what we are getting returned from that array. From that, okay. Now I will use this thing. You can try. You can find this way also. This is also, you can find it from the internet. And don't have time, you can do this like so. I will have something like this. Where I should have it, like I should have a fetch post. No, in React we have it in the component did mount. So component did mount, actually there is another third-party library known as Axios, and that is much more easier to use. That also we are going to see that in hooks. Okay, now we are not going to see. Actually there are 4 ways to do API call in React. One is this through fetch API async await like this. Second is the fetch API then and catch. Third is the Axios async await, Axios then and catch. Format is a bit different. You can check it all of them do the same thing. So we are going to get this. So component did mount I'll do, and in the component did mount I will write like a const. Maybe I'll do one thing to tell you that everything is same. Maybe I will do this thing. Okay. Like this, I will copy this thing, because this code is same. This code is same. As we know, component did mount runs after this initial render. After this is then component did mount run. But I have used await. So where to use the async? Here I have used to use the async. Component did mount is also function. So what I'm going to do? Async. Async here I will use. Async here I will use, and then it is done. Now I've got the data in the post. So now how to do that? Okay, so let us directly do that, because I know the data in the post will come. So here what I'm going to do, I will just do a this dot set state, and our post is like data. So I'll just put that array of object here. So I have that array of object here. Now how to show it? So let us let us reuse one of the thing. This post item I have written. This post item, okay, it was taking this post. Okay, it was taking this post props, and we hard coded the post list earlier. Oh, where is the post list? So hard coded the post list, and we were sending it like this. Okay, so we are going to reuse this thing. Okay, so this is very easy. What I'm going to do here? Okay, let that return be there. I'm going to copy this, and inside the return I'm going to use this. Okay, the post I'm getting map, and the post item I will enter it, I'll save it. But actually this will give you your error. So this will say that the post is not defined, because this is not post, this is this dot state dot post. So let us it's better to, I can use this dot state dot post also, but let us destructure it. Const post is this dot state dot post. I will save it. See now what is happening here. Reuse our post item component, and we're getting the real data. And real data is like we are getting an 100 data, and the real data we are getting, and we're showing it also nicely because we're sending it here. So this is how the API endpoint works, and this is how it works, okay, in React. So one more thing I want to tell here is there is something known as a post API. Post API is what? See, what I'm doing here is a get API. So in the internet, you'll find a lot of get API. You go to some endpoint, you will get the get API means and all. Okay. So, but there is something in the your what I say in your this endpoint, this post endpoint. So they allow us to do this JSON placeholder endpoint. They allow us to do the post also. Post is something like in Facebook, you go and post something, so it will do the post, and for that is only forms are used, as I told earlier. So let us do one thing. I have not done it yet, and anytime. So this demo form we have, let us make it real. Let us not do a console.log here, and let us send it like this. But one thing is that this JSON placeholder, you have to, in this, you have to pass the user ID, You have to pass the, no, not the user. You have to pass the ID, title, and the body, not the ID. Okay, not no. You don't have to pass the ID. You have to pass the user ID, title, and the body. ID it auto generates. Okay, ID generally post APIs does like that. Okay, so for that, let us change this only. So instead of this, I will have a user ID. Instead of this, I will have a title, and instead of this, let me have this thing so that you can refer it later on. Okay. So because I want three your okay, okay, let us do one thing. Okay, title, and I want a body also, body like this. Again, it's an empty string. So handle, let us change this also. Handle user change will be user ID. Okay, this is like title, this is like body, and this is handle title change, handle body change like this. I have written handle submit is okay. Then first thing is that maybe this user ID, I'm using the same thing, user ID. I'll do this like this, and this dot state dot this dot state dot is very tough to do like this. Okay, user ID I'll do, and this dot handle, oh, I should not have changed. Okay, it's okay, you should have something like real. Okay, so again, I'm not going to use this thing. So I will comment it out because this is a different kind of code. You should have this code, and this I will actually copy this thing and make it your title. Let us take the body in a text area because it's always good to take a body in text. HTML for title, 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 and okay, why I'm using, okay, this is not title change, this is the, you should be capital. The last one is, it's okay, it is a text area, it is okay. And last one is a body. I'll come here and do this body, body. Maybe I did something wrong. It is always happen. Okay, so the body I'll write, and here body change I'll write. Okay, so maybe this is the same thing, body change. Oh yeah, it is the same thing. Okay, so I have done like this, and let me go back here, and I will put the demo form now. Demo form will put, save it. So it is coming. Okay, it is coming like right. And if I console log, yeah, it is coming right. So now what I want to do, I want to do the handle submit, how to submit it to the API endpoint. And as we know, we have this JSON placeholder API endpoint, but in your here we need to okay, so this handle submit, I'm getting this all, so we need to send it. Okay, we need to send it. So how do we send it? So here this handle submit will become async now because we are going to use async await. But the problem here with your fetch, with the fetch is there, access doesn't have this problem. Fetch is that you have to pass the header also. Okay, so that is sometimes some boilerplate code, always you have to pass like that, only the boilerplate code. Okay, so that is there. So first thing is that I want to have this URL. So let me remove this thing, and const URL equal to the same JSON placeholder post. See, this endpoint is like the same. So const settings. So we have to do something known as settings here. So it's not a keyword. So settings, and here I have to put the method as post. So I've told that this is the method as post I have to do, and I will pass a headers also. So this is like a boilerplate code. HEADERS headers as like accept. Okay, content type is application JSON, and we have to do one more thing. Okay, like accept is like application JSON. So these two things we have to do, and then after that we have to pass the body also. So header is body is JSON.stringify this.state. So this.state, we are getting that object in this dot state. Okay, we were getting that object, so that we have to just stringify. Means stringify is the way in which always the data travels between the API endpoint with a string. So a string will be added outside it. Okay, so JSON.stringify, you can check it. It just change that. Okay, so now we need to do something like this only. Okay, so I have already given the URL. So outside this settings, I will do const res equal to await. Okay, so here I have to pass the settings also, which will contain the body, because some data and body, the header is okay, but it will contain the data also. It is very important. The post API will always give the data, and then again, because of this is there, I have to do this. And I don't want to change something like here, and also I just console log it. Okay, console.log data, because we don't change state. Okay, it is gone to the backend. It is gone to the backend. Save it. So like now I will come here and again do a user ID and title like ReactJS, and this is ReactJS, and I will submit it. It took 1 or 2 seconds, and then after that it has gone back. And see, I have got the ID also. I didn't provide the ID 101, and this API endpoint have 100 IDs. Okay, 100 ID 100. So a new ID was auto generated by the database, and our post API is successful. This is how we do the post API. So hope you learn this thing. Okay, so we will quickly have a 10 minutes break only this time, because we have a lot to cover, because the whole of the hooks is remaining. Okay, and one more thing. Okay, so let me also close this, and I will create a new thing, like new already. So because the hooks is like different, so I'll create it, and it takes around 2-3 times. Okay, like why do it like this? I'll do this, and I'll write it as HOOPS hooks, and it will be created. Okay, so let us meet in another 10 minutes, and we are going to do the last thing there. Okay, and that is your hooks. And hooks is not that much big as your class base, but then also it's big. Okay, it is not like
I shop online a lot. Until this day, I'm
Yeah, so we will start now. So with the hooks. So this is the last topic, but and it is not that much big as your class based thing. Okay, but we should know class based as I've always told. Let me now share my screen. And see, our npx is done. So I those who joined now, so I've done this npx create react app hooks. So now I have to go to this hooks. This is a new file, new project which I've created. I'll open it with VS Code, and then as always I have to do npm start. Now again we'll get the famous React logo. Okay. So let's get started now. And hooks, as I told, hooks is introduced in React version 16.2, and with the introduction of hooks, functional component get those superpowers of React, that is of state and lifecycle method. So let us just jump into that state and lifecycle method. And again, I always teach by taking an example of a class-based component. So first we're going to create a class-based component, then we're going to convert it into a hook-based component. Okay. So in the src, see app.js is okay. And one more thing, so nowadays we have to do one setup. As I've done earlier, console.log doesn't work perfectly, it shows twice. So I'm doing this thing. This is like a temporary thing. Every time the react some new version is released, this thing happens. So okay, app.js is there. So now in the src I will create a components folder, and it might happen that will extend till 5:30. Okay, class counter .js, because it might take a bit, means at least 1.5 hour it might take. Okay, so I will first take a class based component and have a state here, and then we're going to convert it into a hook based. Okay, so I will have a class counter here like this, and so default class counter I have here, like I'll come here and constant, it's a simple counter thing is there, and in this there will be a count variable. We have seen this many times. So count variable will be there 0 and like this, and here we'll have a button and count this dot state dot count, and let us have the on click, that changing of state here only, on click equal to this dot set state like this, and it is like count is this dot state. The biggest problem with class-based approach is that there is a lot of this in here, and this is not a very easy topic. Okay, so like this is a state dot count is there, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this class counter. So I'll come here and go here and do the class counter like this. Now save it, and it will show, and it will open, work like it's supposed to work. Now let us change this to a hook. So how do we change it to this to a hook? So I'll create a hook counter dot js, and here as if the function components rfce. I've done like this. Now let me do one thing. Let me open this side by side. Okay, first thing is that I want to have some state variable. How do I have some state variable? We don't have a this dot state. We don't have the this keyword in the functional component. There is no this keyword. Okay, so there is no this keyword. So how do we write a state and all? How React introduces? They introduce with some small programs known as hooks in React, and that we have to import from React. Okay, so and that uses, there is a use state hook, and what it uses something known as your array destructuring. That was the reason I told that array destructuring is very important. So we have it like this, and use state array destructuring, and we have to import it like this. Okay, we can import it with react.uses, but nobody uses like that. Okay, so this is the statement which is there. So what does this statement mean? This statement means that there is a count variable which is of 0, but this is a bit different than this. And here this dot state is actually an object, and inside that there is a count variable. This is a bit different. Here there is a count state variable which is like of a 0, and we are using what? We are using array destructuring. Means that there are actually two values in this array. The set count, there is another set count also is there. And what is this set count? Set count is nothing but the set state which we have here. But in hooks, what happens? Your set state is not there. And hooks React class-based components very much generic. Here set count will be there. Suppose I want to have something other variable, I'm going to show that. First let me complete the code. So let me complete the code first. So again I have this PUTT1 button here, and in this button I'll have a hook count. And first thing, there is no this dot state and all. So directly we can do like this. There is this dot state dot count. Directly I'll do the count. First thing is that. Next thing is that how to use the on click. So to use the on click, equal to, can have to use it if I am working it here. Here set count I'm going to use. Now you might have known what is set count, and it was not an object and all. So what I have to do? I have to do a count, direct count plus 1. I can do direct count plus 1. There is no object. So here set state we have to pass a object, and inside that count is like count this dot state dot count plus 1. No, we don't have to do all this. We'll do this thing. And if I am now going to go here and do a, and enter this also, hook counter like this, save it, come here, the hook count is also working fine. The workings are like same only. So there is no render function, but it doesn't mean that the render doesn't happen. The render does happen, and whenever we change something, it does change here. So here one more thing. Okay, what is this use state? Okay, what is this use state and all? Okay, so if I want to have a, I should not have closed it. If I want to have something, some new state here, so how do I do in a class-based command? I just go here and do a name, and suppose the name I have to do, and name I have to give it as string. So like this I have to do. But I can, if I want to update it, I can update it directly with the this dot set state only. Inside that I will pass it this dot set state. But here in hook counter, what happens if I do something like const, then I have to use something like different. Like set count is different, set name is different. Here set state was same, but as in hook it is very much generic. Okay, with class weight it's very much generic. Here it is like not generic and all. So here everything is different. Okay, so this is how this works. And again here also when we do this click, this return is actually re-rendering. So that's why we are able to see that. And we don't use this dot state or something like that, but this is not a normal variable. This is known as state variable only. This is a state variable, not a normal variable. This will actually, the render will run again when we do this, click on this set count, and it will run again. So this is how the use state hook is used. But there is some problem here in the use state hook, and that problem we're going to see next. The problem, this is not a problem, but it is the way in which the use state hook is being used that is a problem. Okay, so even before that, let us do some more of the things which we have done earlier. So in the component I'll make a hook counter to .js. Yeah, again RAFCE, and we are going to see that example which I've shown earlier. Const initial count equal to 0, like this. I'm taking initial count, then const count and set count is use state initial count I have taken, like this. Use state I have to always import it. Then here I would come, and we're going to see that problem in which we update the count like 5 times. We're going to see the same problem. Okay, so and we have to solve it with the previous state. So I'm just spoiler alert. Okay, I'm telling that count like this, and then we'll have a button like set count. Initial count is reset, and then one is increment and one is decrement. So I have all these three things, and I will save it, and the hook counter is there, and so I will now maybe remove it. Okay, why I should use it so much time? Okay, under 2 like this, save it, and now this will come, and increment and increment it will work, and decrement will work, and reset will work. So all of those things work. Okay, so that is there, and now that is done. Now we are going to see the same problem which we seen earlier, like if you have a increment 5 times in class based, we have to use the previous state. So let us see that thing. So here I will have a button, and increment 5, and on click equal to increment 5. Let us create this function increment 5. So const increment 5 equal to, this time I will have just a for loop to call it 5 times. Set count 5 times I'm calling, set count 5 times I'm calling. So I will save it, and now this all will work. Okay, but this will only increase it once. We know why it is done, because the performance optimization React does. So because the performance optimization, it is seeing a quick succession the set count or set state, whatever we call it, that it is happening. So it will only do it once. And when this kind of special cases are there, what we have to do? We have to do the previous state. But the previous state code is much more simpler here. Previous state, if you see that the previous state code there, compare it with this, so you see the previous state code is much more simpler. Only this much is there. And one more thing is that when I'm changing it to previous state here, it is always advisable to change it at every other place also, but so that the consistency is there. So anyways, this is a very special case. You don't have to use it all the time. Hardly we ever do like this, like increment this thing, but this thing does happens. Okay, so increment 5 now. Again, this will also work fine, but this is the one thing which is working fine here. Okay, so that is done. Now, okay, now we are going to look into one problem with use state. Okay, there is a problem with use state, and that problem is that here in the in your class, what was there, this dot state is an object. Actually, an object have got certain properties and all, but here it is not an object. It is like anything. It can be number, it can be an object, it can be anything, it can be an array, it can be anything. Okay, so it can be an object also. So let us take it as an object, and there is a bit problem here, and that we should know how to solve it, and we will solve it with the spread operator. Okay, so it is there, and I will do again. I have told the thing counter 3 dot js, counter 3 dot js, counter 3 dot js race is there. Then here counter 3 is there. Thank you. Okay, see, we have the capabilities to do this kind of workshop only once a month. This takes lots of effort. It's like 16 hours, so we're soon going to hit the 16 hours. Okay, so we have this workshop only once a month. So const, but on Wednesday, please do come on Wednesday at 9 a.m. We are going to have that JavaScript 10 projects in an hour. Maybe that will also take 5-6 hours. Name, comma, set name. I'm going to have name, comma, set name equal to, this time I'm going to have a use state and a first name and a last name. So I am having an object which have a first name and a last name. Okay. Then after this, I have a form, and then I have a input type text, and value is equal to name dot first name, and on change is equal to e, and set name is first name is e dot target dot value. Now why it is giving me error? It is giving me error because right now it is an object, it is not a normal, it's an object here. So because I have taken it as an object, so I have to change it like this. Okay, object, I'm changing the first name like this. Okay, and I think, okay, so this is done, and here this is the last name is like this, and then I'll have a h2 first name is like name dot first name, and similar to I will have a last name is name dot last name. But actually here we'll have us an error and all, not an error exactly, but we'll have something. So one more thing I want to tell you, that if I want to see the value of something inside a return statement, I cannot do a console here, it is not allowed. Console I can do outside, but if I want to see exactly what is there, I have to use something known as json.stringify. Actually I'm going to use that h2, and because I want to see the value of name, actually what is there in the name, stringify. And this is again a very important trick which I'm telling you. So if you want to say something like json.stringify, will do it, and then I will come to this here, and maybe I'll commit it to 3, save it. Okay, use state is not defined, I have forgot it, I always do forget this thing. Use state is done, save it. So now it will come like this. Okay, so why I have taken this json.stringify? Json.stringify is giving me the whole object, okay, what it is there. So this is how you do it. Okay, so now this is a normal code which we will write to update it, this thing. And now I'll write in the first name, I'll write my name. Closely see this, only first name is very type, and below this object is also there, object also see. When I'm typing something in the first name, last name is going away. Typing something in the last name, first name is going away. Why is this happening? This happens in hooks only, because in class by default everything is an object, and there is an automatic merging of object. You don't have to need to do this. But in hooks, you can take anything. It is not required to take an object. You can take a number, you can take a string, you can take anything. But when object comes, the automatic merging doesn't happen. Automatic merging means when it is I'm changing something in the first name, I don't know much, the last name should have been saved somewhere, it is not saved. And here we are going to use what use I have already told, that spread operator we are going to use spread operator. So when I'm doing the first name, it doesn't matter, I will just do a dot name name, and then I'll do a comma. So dot name will take everything, like but first name is since already there. When we're doing the merging of the object, we've seen that, okay, if the foo is 2 times, the second one was taken. So here also the second one will be taken if your it is already there. So dot name, actually now it will take the last name, and here also I'm going to do a dot. Okay, what? No, that was weird. Okay, let me copy it. It's much better to copy it. So I'll do this like this, save it. Now, again, let me refresh it. Now I'll write Nabendu. Okay, and so it is coming perfectly. So this is how it works. Means it will not now, whenever I'm writing the first name, whatever is there in the last name, it is taking that. First time there is an empty array, so it will take that. Whenever writing something the last name, the first name, whatever it is there, it will take it. Okay, so this is the small issue which was there, which we fixed it. Okay, now okay, one more thing, in arrays also it is like that. You have to use the spread operator anywhere where it is something like this. You have to use the spread operator. Okay, so next thing is that we are going to learn is the use effect. Okay, use effect. So we have learned the state, how to change the state and all. So what is use effect hook does? So the second most important concept in a class-based component was our lifecycle method. So as I've told, we're going to revisit lifecycle method also. We're going to see some very practical example. And the other thing is that this lifecycle method is been changed. It's been changed by only one thing, or there is only one hook which replaces all the other lifecycle method, and all the lifecycle methods of a class-based component. And there are actually three lifecycle methods only, which are very important in a class-based. So React team at Facebook have done, they have implemented only those three lifecycle methods in functional component, and those three methods are component did mount, component did update, and component will unmount. Will unmount we have not seen, we're going to see soon. So these three methods are, these three types of methods are only there. So that's why I always say, see, some people are there who will tell, okay, I will directly learn hooks. So how can you directly learn hooks when I will tell that, okay, this use effect is actually very complicated hook. Run the use effect in the component did mount way. What is component did mount way? You don't know. You don't know how it is running. Use it in the component did update. What is component did update? So you don't know it. So that's why class based is also very much required. So sometimes the basics are also very much required. So let us now quickly do it. And what we are going to do, we are going to use an old thing. Okay, this class counter, I'm going to update it a bit. Okay, so first let me do this class counter. Let's show this class counter here. Okay, save it. Okay, so class count is there, but I don't want to show this count like this. What I'm going to do, I am going to click this much times. I'm just going to write this, click this much times, because so this is okay, it is opening, it is working like this, it is okay. Okay, but what I want to do now, I want to show that this React app you're seeing, instead of the React app, I want to show the number of count like this. Clicked 0 times, clicked 1 times, clicked 2 times. I want to show that thing. So how do I do that thing? So first thing I have to do is I have to use a component did mount. I have to do, why I have to do a component did mount? I have to do a component did mount because I want it to be done once the whole of the component is been rendered. Then only I want it to be done. So I have another thing like document. There is a method like document or title. Document or title. You can directly do it. Clicked this many times. Okay, I have done this thing. Click this many times. So now I will refresh it. So see, it has done. It is showing that clicked 0 times. It is done. And let me try to update it. It is updating, but it is not updating. Why? The main reason, the component did mount only runs in the mounting phase. If the state is getting changed, see, like I'm clicking here, the state is getting changed, then it will not be updated. So we want another hook, another lifecycle method here, which is component did update. Actually, component did update actually take two things, which is one is the priv tops and previous state. And now here also we'll have the same thing, document.title, click this many times. So what happens here, first time this this click 0 times is coming from the component did mount. Next time I'm clicking, it is updating, it is, but next time the component did update will happen. So component did mount and did update always are like that only, means this is the exact replica of it in the update phase, because the second time when I'm changing the state, the update phase is running. Okay, that is there. So now it's time to change it to hooks. So hooks, we are going to change in the hook count, this earlier example which we have. So first thing again, hook count, instead of hook count, I do, okay, click, click, click. So it should be different. So hook click times I've done. So now this hook counter I'm going to do, save it. So hook click times is coming again. If okay, I will refresh it again, I do it. This is only because this I have not yet set up. So now what, we don't have like component did mount, component did update in a hook. So what we have, something known as use effect. Again, it's a hook. So use effect, I'll do it like this, use effect, and then like this is there, and then here I'll do a document dot title, click this time. So I click this time, so I'm going to have, and I'll save it. So click this time is coming. Okay, and use effect, you have to write it like this. Okay, this formats are totally different. Like use data format is different. Here inside it I'm calling a function, and inside this I'll call like this. Okay, so now I will click it. See, it is also changing. Actually, use effect has got I think five ways to run, five different configuration. In the most basic configuration where we don't pass any argument, there are some arguments also which we can pass. Use effect runs in the component did mount plus component did bound did update way. So it will also run during the initial render and also run during when we are going to change the state. So this is actually equivalent to these two things, two lifecycle method, component did mount and component did update. So this is how it is there. So now the it's time to see some other behaviors of use effect. Okay, so what is there? Suppose again we're going to start with the class based approach here. Suppose I have another thing like name here. Name is like empty string. Okay, so like this I will have, and then okay I will have one console log here also, console dot log, and dating document title, updating document title I will write, and what we are learning a conditional use effect. Conditional use effect we are learning, this thing is known as conditional use effect. So now I have another thing. Okay, so what I'm going to have, I'm going to have input here, input type text, and value equal to this dot state dot name, and on change equal to e this dot set state name is e dot. So I'm writing everything here only. Why to write it in some other function, target dot value. So this is how we do it. Okay, so input is also there, and this is also there. So let me save it, and I have to again call this class counter. Save it. So class counter is there, and you see this class counter, this text box is there also. Like okay, let me inspect it. Okay, and then I'll click here. So clicking this will open, and okay, one more important thing, this console log is coming. Okay, updating document title. Okay, because this whole logic of component did mount, component did update, I did for this only, this click this many times. Okay, so let me type in the input box also. Then also the updating document title is coming. Why? And this is a very big performance optimization issue. See, in React, we don't want this component update to run 100 times, even if it is not related to it, even if it means input is not anyways related to this thing. But what happens in React, if you change the state, the component did update will run, definitely run. Although I'm not changing the state which is related to it. I in this component did update, I'm only worried about the count state, not worried about the whatever I do it here. It is not there like that. So how to fix this in a class based thing? In class based thing, we have this previous state is there. So what does this previous state is? Previous state always take into account the previous state which is there. So here we can use something known as like if, like prev state previous state dot count is not equal to this dot state dot count, and I have to like it. So what is this? Previous state dot count not equal to this dot state dot count. Okay, like I'll save it and again I'll show it. And now see, if I clicking it here, it is updating. This console log is running. But if I write something here, the console log is not running. Okay, so why it is happening? So let us understand this code. Previous state is previous state dot count. So suppose in right now I will what is the previous state? Maybe it is 9. Okay, suppose I will click on it. So what was happening? So the previous state dot count is 9 and this dot state dot count is 10 right now. So they are not equal. So it will come inside and run it. But if I write something here like k, I will write. So previous state dot count where it is 9. This dot state dot count is also 9 because that is not changed. So this statement will not run. So you have to use such a complicated logic here. So let us do the same thing in the hook. So we will do the same thing in the hook and I'll see how to do it in the hook. So this is a conditional use effect. How do we run the conditional use effect? So we'll do this here, do this here, do this here, and save it. And now what do I have to do it here? So again, I have to do a console.log here. First thing, console.log of use effect updating document title is there, and let us have another thing here, const name comma set name is used again like this, and here also I'm going to have a input type is text, value is equal to name, and on change is equal to e set name is e dot target dot value. Target dot value is there, and I will save it and see now again this will come, and so again we'll have the same issue. Like if I click it here, this is happening, and if I write it here, this will happen. So in here, how do we change it? How do we do this same kind of logic? We do it here. So here it is very easy. Use effect takes some other parameters also, and which is generally given here. So I'll come here and do a like this. I'll give a count here. What does that mean? This means run the use effect, especially in the first time it will run. So component did mount way, it will always run. But do the component did update only if the count is changed. So run it once the state is updated, run it only when the count is changed. So that's why people love hooks that much, because it does a lot of performance optimization so easily. This is what we did in performance optimization, and this is also we did performance optimization. In real code, what happens, there are actually 10-15 states are there, and we want the use effect to run only when 2-3 states change. So we give a comma, and you can give all those things. Okay, so now let us again do it again. So I will click it. Yeah, it is running, and that I do it. Nabendu, it is not running. So this is how the second way of use effect is there. So use effect doesn't end here. Use effect has other configurations also. So let us look into that. So now enough of this counter example. So let us do a bit different example, and that different example, like we'll do we can do it with the counter also, but it's okay. So now we're going to see what use effect only once. Suppose I want to run only component did mount. So how do I do it in a functional component, because use effect have got both of the things. Okay, so how do I do that? So again, I will first create a components. I'll go and create a class mouse.js, and here rcc I'll do. Export default class mouse I'll do, and here we'll have a r const like this. Okay, so here x of 0 and y of 0. So two variables are there, x and y are there, which I have created that as 0. Then here what I'm going to do, see this, so I will make it the h1. I want to show this x, so x is this dot state dot x, and y is this dot state dot y, like this. I will do plus mouse, and then here we'll do the class mouse. So class mouse will be shown, x and y will be shown like this. Okay, so maybe have a comma also here. But now there is a thing in your React, not in React, in your DOM, which keeps track of the x and y position. That is known as e.clientx and e.clientY. So we have to have that thing, and for that thing we have to have a event listener. Yeah, we can use event listener in React also. How do you use the event listener in React? So in component did mount code, I will add a window dot add event listener here, and mouse move. So this event listener will fire the moment it detects the first mouse move. It will fire this event listener, and event listener will fire only once. Why it will fire only once? Component did mounts only runs once, and the moment the state is changed, it doesn't run. So only during the initial render it runs. Component did mount. That's why I put it in component did mount. I don't want hundreds of add event listener to be fired. So then I will do a handle mouse is equal to e, and like this. Here I'll do this dot set state is x is e dot client x, and y is e dot client y. As I told, we can get access to that. So like this, like I will save it. Now if I come here and move it, so this will change. So one thing to notice here is the windows that add event listener runs only once. After that, what happens is x, I'm moving my mouse even with the slight position, this e dot client x will read it, and then it will render it again. Even I move it a bit more, it will render it. Windows dot add event listener runs only once, okay, not more than that, and that is very important. Okay, so after that it will just update it, because the moment even if something changes in a state, it renders this again. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing is that we're going to change it to a hook. How do we change it to hook? So let us see that. So I'll come here and do a hook mouse.js, and here I'll do a RKFCE again, and then const comma set x. Okay, here we do two things, x comma set x. Okay, and const y comma set y, like this, and then let's show it in h1 hooks x, like x comma y is like y. There's no this dot state here, we know that thing. Okay, so now how to do this? If I run like this, use effect, I will run within this. Okay, use effect, and like this, and I will have this let me have a console log also. Console.log of hook gives effect. Okay, hook gives effect, and then window dot add event listener, and mouse move and handle mouse move. Okay, so let me write this first, then I will change. Okay, see, const handle mouse move equal to e, like this, and then I'll do a set x and set y. I will do e dot client x and e dot client y have done. Okay, so that I have done. But if I run it like this, see, this event list, add event listener will fire hundred of times. Why it will fire hundreds of times? Because the component did update wave will also run. So, and whenever some state will change, this will run again. So the event listener will add it not hundred and thousands of times, because see, it is very means it's it like right now class mouse is running, it will run more times. And if you fire the event listener so many times, our browser will hang. Browser cannot take event listener so many times. So but how to run it only once? To run it only once, I have to come here and do a empty bracket. It's very important, only empty bracket. In other case we have taken the state variable. Here the empty bracket specifies that the use effect is running in the component did update mode. So that's why I always tell that lifecycle methods, knowing it very important. So component did update won't run. Component did update won't run. It is only component did mount will run. So only it will run once. It means it will only run once, not more than that. Only run once. After that, it will not run. So if I save it and do like this, hook mouse and all, mouse, 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 save it. So see, hook mouse use effect has been called. Then it is not called anymore. Okay, that's how it works. So that is there. Now we are going to learn into one of the other thing of use effect, and that is like use effect with cleanup. And this is where we are going to learn about the component will unmount. We have not learned the component will unmount in the class base, because we're going to see an example here also, a class based thing. And so you will learn, okay, so how does component will unmount runs, and why it is very very important. And for that thing, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new component, which is will be called mouse container.js. Mouse container.js will call, and it will be, it is okay, it can be anything like RFCE functional component. And here what will happen here, okay, I want to do one more thing here. Hook use effect, let me have a lot of console logs. Okay, in all of those things it's better to have a here, like only console.log, and handle mouse, handle mouse, sorry, here class mouse component did mount. And here also I want to write a console.log of, okay, so class mouse handle mouse. Okay, so like this I will have a lot of console.logs. And here in the handle mouse I will have a const display comma set display is use state of true, not false, true. I'll have a true. Okay, so then after that, this use state I will also how to enter it. Okay, I have to enter the use state also. Then after that, in this div, I'll come here, and inside this we'll have a button. The button is calling like this set display and doing it not, it is toggling the display. Okay, and then if it is there, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a variable like display, and I'll call the class mouse first. We're going to see the mouse first. So what is happening here? See, the first time when it will be loaded, what will happen? This and again, what I'm going to do actually, this mouse container, I'm going to call this mouse container. Okay, I'm not going to call the hook mouse or anything else. I'm going to call the mouse container. Save it. So the mouse container was actually not created, so it was giving error. So see what happened. So this button is been shown from this container. Button is been shown from here, and it is showing two things. Okay, no problem. So let us come back here. Okay, so what it is showing, see this toggle display, it is showing toggle display from here, and display is right now it is true. Display is right now true, and so it will show the class mouse. Class mouse is showing those two things. Okay, so let us run those two. Let us run again and let us see how it is working. So let me actually remove this thing, and I have to refresh this thing. So class mouse component did mount, this ran. Okay, this ran, and I've got an event listener. Then I'll come here and This will like class mouse, handle mouse is running. That is okay. But if I toggle the display, what will happen? If I toggle the display, this will become false. So class mouse will go away. Toggle the display, class mouse has gone away. Okay. Class mouse is unmounted. This is known as unmounting. Class mouse has gone away, but there is still class mouse event is going on because we didn't remove that event listener. This is also known as memory leak in React, and it causes really big performance issue because see, my whole project is running, but that event listener is also running. That is running. That is not gone away. So in class-based component, how do we solve it? We solve in a class-based component with the thing component will unmount. There is another lifecycle method which will by default it will run whenever we unmount a component. Unmounting means will do something like this, which is unmounting, and there are other ways to unmount also. So I will come here and do a component will unmount, and these are the only three lifecycle methods which are being used nowadays. No, you don't use anything else nowadays. Okay, so here what I'm going to have window.remove event listener. Window.remove event listener. This thing I'll do it now. I will actually come back here, refresh it, class mouse component did mount, running. Toggle display, class mount component will mount is running, and it is not showing anymore. Okay, so this is how we do it here. So how do we do it in the use effect? Where is the component will unmount is there? So how will we show it? So this we show it in a bit different way. Okay, so again, if I okay, so let me again do this thing again here. I'll have a hook mouse, save it. So now what will happen? Come here, refresh it, hook axis coming. So now I'm doing it, it is coming, hook use effect. Well, let me open this thing. Hook use effect was called, hook mouse is going, toggle display, done. But then also it is there because that is the same problem which we have never removed the event listener. But how to remove the event listener here? How to have that component will unmount? Here what happens inside, so this we do it in a different way. No parameters we need to pass. Here what we do, we have a return like this, and then this is a different way, like this is a different return is passing something. It's a, here the code is a bit different. Okay, so then hook mouse cleanup, and here we do the remove event listener. So this kind of a code, it is a replacement of your component will unmount, and this you will see in a lot of code. Okay, so a lot of production code you will see this. Again I'll refresh it. So this is running, toggle display gone, and hook is my and is not there. So this is the other thing. Okay, so that is done. Now what we are going to do, okay, so we are going to do a API call. We're going to do an API call. So let us do that API call, and this time we are going to do with Axios. Okay, Axios is another third-party library which sometimes people find it much more easier to do with Axios than with the Fetch API. Fetch API is like, it has got two parts in it. Okay, so sometimes people don't like the two parts. Okay, like JSON thing, which was recently seen that JSON thing which you have to do. But the problem with Access that it's a third-party library, so you have to install it. So there is one group which don't like it because you have to install something. When you install something in React and you install a lot of things in React gets slow. So okay, that is that. But as I told, React gets slow if you have a Flipkart level of code. Not in the normal code, it will not get slow. If you have like a very small, even in enterprise level code, it will not be slow. What is enterprise level code? Every company have nowadays internet site. Everything is a web app. So internal thing also. So you go to a company. I was working in a project in which we were creating the when you go to a company, you have an identity card module. So all those things, those are also created in React. So everything is created in React because that will be some web app which some security guy will say, and there are a lot of things are there. So those things, everything is in React. Okay, so enterprise level software are also in React. So I will do this and command J, and Access is something which you have to install. So npm iaxios access and install it, and it will be done like this. And in hooks it will install, and you can do this with Fetch API also. I'm not saying that you can do it without Fetch APIs. You can do it, but let us see that code also. Fetch API code will be almost similar to what we have seen in the class based and all. Okay, so again, let me do one thing. Is it open? Okay, my app is there. I'll open it with Sublime Text. folder from project. Okay, let us see side by side. Here, what we have here. Here we have this list post. So this is how we do it. And let us quickly create here also uh, post item and post item not css. Okay, one more thing I forgot here. If I use the post item .js, I have to install that npm _sdyled components npm style components. I do. Okay, that is okay. So I will see like the same thing, but we are going to do it with the with what, with Axios, not with fetch API. You'll see the difference. Post item.js I'll do, and give 1 minute second. Post item.css I'm going to do .js, and instead of list post, this time I'll make something as a post list because there I was already used that component name. So post list dot js post list dot js is okay. The name. Okay, so here it is a RFC is there, and then what we need to do. So we don't have any constructor definitely, and we don't have this dot state dot post. Instead of that, we will going to use a const post dot set post as a react dot use kit. I don't like to use it like this, so nobody uses it like this. Okay, so you should import it, and it's a empty array like this. We have a post is an empty array. Now which way we want to do. Okay, so let us do with the then and catch block. Actually, then and catch block is much more easier to do here. So let us do the then and catch block, and we are going to use the access. So if you're going to use access, we have to import the access also. So we'll have a import access, the third party library. It is not fetch API, it is inbuilt in the browser. It is not there. Import access or access I'm going to do, and then I have to use the use effect in the component did mount way. This is very important words which I've typed in the component did mount way also, because API call you only do it once, and you always do it with the component did mount. Okay, so this is how the component did mount way is there. We have to pass an empty array. Now I can do this axios dot get same thing. Then I'll do, maybe I will use then, and maybe I will do a catch also. Okay, catch is also there. So this is one more good thing is that catch also we can do here. So this is like this, just like this. Means I could have done async of it also, but that you can do it, that a code is a bit different. Okay, so one thing I will tell that the code is much more easier in fetch API when you use this async of it, and in this when you use Axios, this code is much more simpler. That code you'll see a different thing we have to do, because in use effort you cannot use async. That is a homework that you can do. So that is there. So we have done like this, and now we just need to do this thing. Okay, this thing just need to have this thing. So I will have this thing, and here this is known as post only. There is no like destructured thing. There is no this dot state. Only the thing which I have to do is like this. I have to add it. Okay, I have to save it. Maybe this will work. Go here, and anyways I have not imported it. I'll import it. Oh, I always do this issue. Okay, so I always forget to do the famous. This is coming with all this thing. It is coming. All those 100 things, it is coming fine. So this is how we had done it. Okay, so that is done, and Let us also quickly see how to do this thing, how to do this demo, means how to do a post. Okay, how to do a post, we are going to see this thing. Okay, so maybe I will write this time something like post form.js. So we'll do the post API because Access is known to do this post very well. Okay, so it is important to do this thing, but this will be RAFCE like this. Maybe make it a bit smaller. RFCE. Then these three states are there which we have to do. So we have to do a const user ID comma. That user ID is I will have it like this only, like this. Then const title and set title, and const body and set body, it is there. Then what? Okay, so then let us copy this code and all. Okay, I think we cannot copy this thing, but let us see what I can do. First thing is that I will remove this thing. Okay, so next thing is that, okay, there is no state like this, so I will remove this thing. Okay, this thing is also not there. This thing is not there. In fact, this keyword is not there. Why I am even having this keyword? Okay, so this is there. Now how to do this thing? Okay, set user ID is like this. I could have done it. Okay, whatever is that. Handle title is like this, and then handle body is like this. This is there. Okay, so now it's time to do the handle submit. So how to do the handle submit here? Okay, let me do one thing. Let me also check whether it is running or not. Sometimes there are a lot of errors. Okay, so okay, and anyways I have to make a handle submit, or else it will give me error. I know this thing, handle submit equal to save it, and let me see whether this is coming or not. So I'll do this post form and post form, post form, post form, save it, and the use state is not there. It is not defined. It is not defined. So why it is showing this? Oh. Got it. First thing is that let's fix it. Use state, and use state is defined. Now, okay, it's telling me this all is not defined. So this is happening because what happens in a functional component, we have to give a const here like this, const here like this, const here like this, and const here like this. Save it. So now it is coming, and maybe I'm able to type also. Okay, yeah, I'm able to type. Okay, so now I will do a import Axios. From Axios is done. Okay, so now what I need to do, this handle submit, how do I do it here? How do you do with the Axios? So where is the code? Okay, so this is how we had done with your okay, handle submit, and a lot of code we have to do like this. We have to pass the settings and all. So let us see how we do it here. So here, first thing is that e.prevent default we have to do, and then we are again here. It is much more easier to do with your then and catch. That async commit I'm not going to do. Async commit is a bit tougher in this Axios, okay, but you can see it out if you find it easy. So here I will directly pass the user ID, title, and the body in the second part. See, there is no header or something is there, and then I have to just then and catch. It will be done, okay. So like this, it is there. Maybe I will have this. Generally, I like to have this here, and generally I like to have it in one line. Like this. It should go in the next line. So this is how it is there. Save it, and we just need to do a console.log as you've seen earlier also. So what I'm doing here, okay. So this is how it is done. Let me close it, and then inspect console. React, and this is React. Submit it, and it is done. Okay. Ooh. Okay, it is actually rest.data. I know this thing. This is rest.data. I can submit it. Yeah, 101. So this is how it is there. This is how it is there. Okay, so that is done, and now we have two topics left. We are going to do those two topics. One is the use context hook is there. Okay, use context hook is there, and one is the use ref hook. Okay, because we've already done how to do the API call. This is one of the main topic. So let us quickly do the use context hook, how to do this. Okay, half of the concept will be like same only, but a bit the use again, there is a use context hook which is like very cool, which is like very easy to use. Okay, so again the same problem which we have, like this one, that's why I opened it. So we're going to again do that thing. So here I'm going to do the component. I'm going to come and going to do a child.js, and it will, but this time I will make it a functional component because we're using functional component. rfc child is there. Then I'm going to do a parent.js, and again rafce parent is there. Save it. Then I will have a grand grandparent.js, rafce there. Okay, so let us fix all those things. So the grandparent, okay, the child is there, so the child will be called from the parent. child child will be called from the parent, and the parent will be called from the parent will be called from here. Save it, and then this grandparent, I will call this grandparent from here. I will save it. Now I will call it, so child will be shown. Okay, like this child will be shown. So again we are going to pass the data, like how to pass the data now. And as I told, there is one another way to use that context. The provider and the provider we can create here only, here also. Instead of having some other file, we'll have the provider here only. So for that, what we are going to do here, first here I will come and do a export const user context equal to react.create context. Okay, react.create context, I'll show you one thing. It will give me error because there is no react defined. Actually nowadays what happening, this react is not included. Earlier it was included. I import react from react, it will show like this. And then what we have to do, we have to wrap the grandparent with a provider. So we'll directly do it. User context dot provider value. I'm not going to pass something weird like this. Okay, so I will just pass my name directly. Nabendu, I can pass, and then I'll do this user context dot provider. I'll do and do it like this. Save it. Okay. So now I have to use it in the child. So we are first going to see that weird way to do it, that render process way. So let us do that. So here I will first, let me remove this thing, and then I will have a user context dot consumer. User context dot consumer is there, and then come here and do a user like this, and then do a return, and okay, so return is there, and inside this return I'll have a h1 and h1 child component with context is like user, and so this is there, and save it, and okay, so that is there. One sec, I have to come. Someone is at the door. One sec. Okay. Okay, so sorry for that, someone is at the door, nobody is at home. Okay, so this child component with context, so this is how we do. We saw this earlier also. So okay, so let now do it in the much more easier way, and we'll do it in the parent. And this is actually, the way is way too much easier than your what it is sold, the in the class based component. Okay, so let us do that. So here what happens, I have to, and no keywords are there. So I will come here and do a const user equal to use context. So what is use context? Use context is an API, and here I will do this user context. Like user context also I have to import it like this. I have to import it, and instead of this render cross pattern, I will have a much better pattern. This is a much better pattern. Just now I can use it anywhere. Okay, just I can use it anywhere maybe. So I will use some fragment, and then I will have a h1, and I will have a use context, and directly the user I will save it. So like this I am directly able to use it. So this is how we can do it easily here. Okay, so that is there. And now last topic of our bootcamp, which is the ref. Okay, the ref is there. We are going to use the ref. Okay, so for that, let us take the earlier example also, because that is opened and all. So earlier example means this one. So where do we have this? We have some refs demo. Okay, so let us see this thing, refs demo, and we are going to use this thing only. Okay, so but we don't have anything like refs demo. Again the same concept is there, and here but I will have a RAFCE, and I will have this. Okay, I will actually comment this out because I want to give all this code to all of you. So all of this code will be there. Same repo will be there, which we have. I put that in the description of yesterday's. Okay, so refs demo is like this, and it will be shown. So now let us reuse all of these things. Okay, and there is the only little bit difference here. Instead of this react.createRef, what we have here, we have use ref. Okay, and use ref is there, and again we don't have to use. One more thing is that we don't have to use it in a constructor. Anyways, there is no constructor in a constructor here, so we can directly use it. Like, okay, so instead of this, I will, and no this keyword and all those things are required here. Okay, no this keyword and all those things, but here this keyword was very important. Okay, so here we can directly use it in a const, because there is no keyword also here. This const input, but I will have the same thing. Okay, email ref equal to use ref, and we should have a null here. Okay, use ref. Okay, use ref is again a hook, so we have to import it like this. Okay, and then I will have a const comment ref equal to like this. So again, I'm going to change this thing only. So now what will happen? Let me use this form like this, and let me do the changes then. This form is there, and first thing first, there is no handle sum. This keyword is not there. So, and ref also, only the thing which is actually changed is like this keyword I will remove it, and the code is like the same like this. Okay, this ref is directly I'm doing this email ref, and comment ref I'm directly doing it, and so that is done. And let us directly do this component did want also. So component did want, because the focus was coming from there, so let us do that also. So use effect, and use effect in component did mount way, which we all know what it is. The use effect in component did mount empty array, and then we have to do this. I want this email ref to be shown, so email ref dot current dot focus I'll do. So only one we need. Okay, no, two we don't need. So now this thing handle submit, let us write the code for the handle submit. It will be okay. Okay, const is there, or else it will give me error. Const handle submit is like, it will be d.prevent default and console.log. I'm doing both of them at once. It is okay. And comma I'm going to give. So same thing. So same thing is there, or maybe I'll use this only. And instead of this, I'll remove. See, most of the code is like the same only, and most of the code is same. Now I have this. I will inspect it. Console it. Good. And one more thing. Okay. So by default it will come because of this use effect, and then I will write this will end a bootcamp. Now submit it, and this will end the bootcamp exam, and this will end the bootcamp. We are done with the bootcamp. I thought it will take till another 5. Okay, one more thing is remaining. Oh, I forgot it. And I will give the final attendance, and I will also talk a bit about how to get the completion certificate, which we have told how to get the completion final attendance is like this, and how to get the completion certificate. Okay, so that is something which I wanted to tell. So it is mentioned there that you have to complete one project in CSS from front-end mentor. So what is front-end mentor? You don't want to use your you don't have to do it on your own. From our channel only you have to complete it. Okay, so from a channel where, so let me also tell a bit about it. Okay, because people are filling the form and all. So I'll go to this YouTube, and please do subscribe to our channel. If you have not subscribed yet, please do subscribe to our channel. And your channel, I'll go here, and it's okay, this is already running. So please do subscribe. If you're not subscribed, we have done so much, 16 hours long. Okay, it is way too much. And here, if you go to this playlist, there are some good playlists are there. Okay, see, we do spoken English also. It will start soon because the trainer is now away, so it will start soon. And from where you need to do the React. Okay, not in videos, it will be there. So okay, so create any project from this video. JavaScript project you create from this video. So this video and all these videos I will provide in the details. Okay, details will provide. So you have to go from these videos. There are 5 JavaScript projects there. Do any one of them. So from here, and from where I will do the CSS project. CSS project. Okay, I might have that thing. Okay, I might have CSS playlist is. Okay, we have another playlist for front-end mentor. So this is the CSS playlist is there, which is having 10 CSS front-end mentor projects in 10 hours. So from here you do one more project, and React.js we will give some project list. We don't have some other project list, but React.js also I'll give some list. From there you do one project. So this three projects you have to submit, and submit in your GitHub. Anyways, I know a lot of people will not do, but if you are going to do it, please put it in a GitHub, and we will put a form also. In that form you can mention that you have done it, or you can directly ping us also, because I know hardly 10-20 people will do. So those who want to get the completion certificate, and they will also get access to our special group. We have a special WhatsApp group in which the people who are really committed, they are there, and we help them further. I mentor them personally. Okay, so that is that. I My time is very valuable. I don't have that much time. Okay, so only those people I personally mentor them. Okay, and with this, if you liked it, please do tell to your friends and all, convey this message and all to everyone. Please do convey this message. Please do tell about our channel. We need to grow. We are doing so much. This 16 hours long bootcamp we have done. So please do tell your friends, college, everywhere. Okay, and please spread it. Okay, and with this I'll end today's stream. Everything will be there in the description, and we'll add it, and this will always be available on the YouTube. Thank you.